man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin' you want to have you want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow like let's say we're doing flat Earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
Yeah, that's science
like
fiction.
what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying
we
that
were
to him.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That shit infuriates me, all of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. Like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there is a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil,
you're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it just doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther and then these are the things that make you a flat earther is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican, so they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
like used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And we were like, I was like, "Yeah, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, it was far from like the expectations that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. It was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, like, fuck you.
But it's like,
no, Newt. I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferro fluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model, and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another Glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, "Oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge." Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt. Drilling a hole through the event horizon.
That's funny. Woo! Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, asking like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long and have fun. I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the Adaru. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well,
so I pay for 2 large language model subscriptions.
It's just dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to Super Grok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the Adaru, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data. So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and even validate that it exists. Well, it's like, okay, let's go to commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, and goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this, my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it through the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did Google Notebook and Super Grok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who's this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh, was he the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
they all do.
When people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
nope.
How does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah blah? No.
Nope. They don't know half of the most of 90% of the stuff that they say they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually, like, one of the main things that I understand that like globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but
and blah, blah, blah.
What does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely, like different parts of the ocean.
That's the explanation you've been given. How can you prove that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
Well, like outside of flat Earth, like I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right?
Are you certain of this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe based on weather? Like, if you are, I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
Well, I'm not certain, but I would say that it would make the most sense.
Oh, that's not a good. That's not a good place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely. Like, there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like,
Based
just
on what
simply
though?
saying,
There's no standard
huh?
though. You're there's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, no, well that seems to check out in my mind. That works out. But you don't have something that you can put it against. Like you don't have something to say, okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how uh the earth rotating would affect these things. There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on the worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I mean, the logic is sound here, cowboy.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, could you expand on like what your position is with regard to like weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to like your geographic position, weather patterns change and or
Mm-hmm.
fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the earth due to currents. The currents that run on the earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat.
Yeah.
And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe Earth to actually talk about weather. We can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But like, how would you then explain like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So
Mm-hmm.
depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther closer to you in your area. So as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see, like the rainy season or the hot season or the cold season. Like just depends. So
Yeah.
its proximity to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me. Like either way, I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark. And it's great. Like it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like that's just
Oh, is it
how
becoming
does it?
summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah, I mean, but it's like it's summer
Oh.
already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy, but like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now? It's gone. It's not here.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah. Regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect the. You can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean,
I'm gonna have to.
unless, like I said,
So
you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe, and I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun where it is on the tilt of the Earth and how much sunlight it's getting. That explanation. But
gotcha. So like under your model, like the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth rather than the other way around.
Just what reality, just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make, because those things, we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism. All we have is like correlation to our experience of those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know. Let's see, what time is it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather. Like a meteorologist, I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you ask them the question, tell them what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather patterns that affects the weather. Like then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that, from them studying weather, they could tell you. Because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like the Florida Keys or whatever. There's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes, and then it pushes the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher, so we got to learn about
good.
Different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now tell me,
those affect.
Well, it's important, right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical, planet? Like, what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and with supposed like increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and would it increase
fauna and flora.
diversity? Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it? Like it was a factor, in other words.
Well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and be like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora. It wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how, you know, with increased snow melt, it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations. And that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. Um, with the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well, as simply like with the, because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, because it would make sense
Mm-hmm.
to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance, like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever, but it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that
Yeah.
would have been something that you understood was a true fact that you discovered,
Um.
or at least be happy to talk about it?
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as a little different, because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. It's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right, is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. There was one philosopher, um, Rene Descartes, who and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know how do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could
Yeah.
very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
You know,
direct
the only
realist.
thing you can know is that
So-
you exist.
Yeah, direct realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Yeah.
we ridicule people who
Unfortunately.
say that they are unsure if they have hands. Because
some
you
of
can
the-
That are
find,
unsure if they have hands.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they'd feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. And we make fun of them.
Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
I mean,
Okay,
at
so
some
there was
point,
a debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, "I can't even prove I don't have hands." Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with, because I don't know. He wasn't typing with stumps.
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing it. His hand was went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah,
He's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
it's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like you can't get it out. You got to. I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy,
like
you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up the example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. Because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or and so like he was a really cool professor, because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor.
Ooh.
And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology, and my favorite one was evidentialism, where they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how, if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist, and no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist, and there's no point of
nothing
doing.
is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self-contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction, right? Who are you talking to? Yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking to yourself. Like, if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only are a mind.
The brain
Every
in the vat,
reference
yeah.
at your ideas, chairs, books. What is your mind acting upon? Where like the initial ideas, right? Are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world, right?
Yeah.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder, is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place? From the external world. The idea, so here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reed refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, Inquiring into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying, because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother
Mhm.
making arguments or philosophical arguments about I can't know anything except my mind. They wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
And it sounds cool and it's edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would
They-
bring up
They think
these
it's deep or
solipsist
something,
points.
dude. They think it's like
Yeah,
some
and it's
deep,
just like, oh,
profound
come
fucking
on,
idea.
dude. Yeah. It's just like this is some like low IQ shit, you know? Like
Hell
that's a
yeah.
new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is.
Like
So low.
Well, like Indio's
We run
conversation
into
with
it
the lad
because
yesterday.
yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in a jar thing all the time because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a
Mhm.
globe, then we can't know anything at all because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real.
Mhm.
So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they
Well,
just
this is true.
they go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I can, if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way I can feel safe. It's like a, you know, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like, this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. Um, and, you know, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through the
they'll,
stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
yeah,
It's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief to their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just, you know, I
Oh,
just want
there's
to curl up
songs
in a
written about
ball.
it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? People,
Yeah.
they
Baby,
go
come
into
back.
this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind forms this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're
Well,
just
yeah,
all in the
like,
matrix, like nothing's real.
but when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like, you know, a globe Earth being propaganda. Like, you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them
It's not a lie
perpetuating
if they
this
believe
lie?
it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah.
If they
Once they
believe it, then
stop
they're
believing
telling the
it,
truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. But once they stop, and then they start to think to themselves, well, you know, like there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the Earth, which is like a crazy concept. You know, like
We
holy
don't see
shit,
them
people
as,
have
well,
been
at least I
lying
don't see
about the.
them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the Earth is flat and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down and who would even know, enough to even lie. That it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it.
Yeah.
Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say like about the people who've like NASA astronauts or like people who've like launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite imagery of the world?
Well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claimed to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. And in fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people like people that go to the International Space Station. From the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's
So,
pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the Amazon.
so they couldn't
they're
tell
doing...
from their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the pictures they show, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS.
Well, like
also,
I
Chinese
have
space
seen,
station shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like you can see
Yeah, I
the
know, but it's
curvature.
No,
nowhere
you
near
haven't.
far enough.
You
That's the
haven't
problem.
actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Tito.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right? At the bottom when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right? It says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, a physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question: why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, so they say you scale down just so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS could only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah.
Super close. It's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go, does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, would be a foot away from a ball 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They have they're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, he
Yeah.
sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the closest I've gotten to proof, like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission.
Yeah.
And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts while planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
So let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts. In the late 1960s, the simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crews and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Warner von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Warner von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
he wrote a book
Empire
about
State Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for their, we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy. He's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the 2-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone.
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets? You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay, that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest
They burn you at the
feat of
stake 1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction was written by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet, it was like a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war.
Mm-hmm.
So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why do you think we're the ones that are right?
What's
Wrong, and now we're right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim that this is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow. Right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is freaking Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it all comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you like went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of freaking Houston, Texas, took a picture and said, "Hey, go get a picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. The building's not there. What's depicted in the photo? Your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, "Hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space." Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph before the photograph to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but like wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's why that's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, which are the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And like only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing. That the structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
I mean, maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But like creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You gotta just
shout out to Sonny in Philadelphia, right? I love that clip.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed, but I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow probably.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
What's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'm going to talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah,
man. Thanks for checking in.
For sure.
Thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool being. Thanks for not melting down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crip for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So.
Yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
Good night, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty glovers that come through here.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know that, Crit, you know that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant or Big Purple Elephant, like Hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-screen chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point, evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, "Nope, fuck it, I'm out."
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, "Why? I thought that everything was cool. Like your everything's going good." And he's like, "Yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution." And everyone's like,
crazy.
"Yeah." I'm like, "Wait, so everything else you're good with? Let's talk about it. Let's do." He's like, "Yep. Nope, fuck you, bye."
Oh, and he did come in here, the purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we had interaction with him before.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server who were all kinds of things. But if I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when you join, or a separate account.
I've taken no like actual collegiate courses in like any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends like having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, like that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like when somebody says something, and it does make sense in the realm of like physics or some way that you can have it manifest in our physical world. Like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like it can't be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge?
Yeah.
What even is it, right? And while it's it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
In practical terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how you know something, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
There's foundations of order that everything is built upon. And if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well, so to me, amoebas. Why don't we talk to amoebas? Because they don't know anything. Okay, when you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too because it's almost like I think about that, Indio. Like, just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things they eat other organisms, and you know what I mean, like the microorganisms, like they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure, like they don't attack certain ones, they choose to mate with certain, like it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like how do ducks like know how to swim? Like all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah,
with these instincts that animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have like another word. But there's
yeah,
nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us
yeah.
we don't actually. I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses.
Impulses.
But we don't
yeah.
have no instincts like I'm gonna frickin' drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We have logic and reason, and that guides it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is the brain in that? Like, how does it know what
The
direction to
whole
go?
thing
Or
is a
like,
brain, according to science. The whole thing is a brain.
yeah. I mean, but
It's a
like,
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons
yeah.
in structure. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide is a wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like,
Yeah.
how do,
Yeah.
what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. Oh.
Well,
Well, even the
like
Bible
computers,
describes.
right? They're like each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes its program, right? Dog executes its dog program, and
but it's not only executing
Even the Bible describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude,
curious people.
Honestly,
Yeah,
like if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like, us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like, we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like, we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison.
I've just paused the recording just to check in with the panel, see everyone's comfortable. Do we need snacks, drinks, anything? Anybody want to speak up? Anyone want to talk? Anybody? Because people that want to, have a discussion live, it takes priority over recordings. So yeah,
to
speak
make
up
the
now.
other thing work.
Or
Otherwise,
forever hold
things
your
will break
peace.
down, and you know what I mean? Like
an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind, when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of motivation, without like some sort of thing that's moving
the
it.
ironic thing, right?
I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like,
Isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. That what you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system, it's a complex system of systems that are all interlocked, right? Interlinked. The
Exactly.
people that
It's like
advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything. Which is
exactly
the craziest shit to me. Like, bro.
that's the brain screw up. You know, like to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
Cowboy?
you're
Cowboy
no, not him.
Oh,
The other
somebody
guy,
else?
the professor who were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like pachyderm or purple elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, like, and then he turned around and he was like, well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go. It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks
How
he's a
can you?
complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting far into weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's
And then
retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly.
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. Like, even if we say like the body, it's people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, well, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I sometimes it does my head in, man, because it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem of sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the? Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to. The organism would.
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking God created Adam out of the dust of the earth. right? From the dirt
Yeah.
of the earth. You're like, how is that any different? There's no
Yeah.
difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein
Yeah.
said,
There-
go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna like build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. You know, it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth, they're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and the stardust, and like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what? You're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
You're saying that the
The
periodic
difference
table
is it made
had a
itself.
primordial.
That's the difference.
Sorry.
There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim
It
that
made
the periodic table had this primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys like when you talk about like the origin of life. They were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become. So there was a
lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So it's people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy the way it looks. Like, it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody. It changes a person. Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, India. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, I don't. That's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do. But you could also be like, because you've experienced, yeah, but I'm saying, haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like, the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things. Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is. Oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree on the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl. like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different right now, from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political, in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview, because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just like, stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you don't want to if you want to live in a place where you can do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it, and don't do it then. It's against the law. But when you move to that other area that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. You're not. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, like, it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness is like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work. Therefore, they're true. And like that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and all these pragmatic arguments, like, which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the identity, right? The identity is built from the first run, and it's stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, like, if there not being some sort of hand behind the glove, So they're trying their hardest to like try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just. I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far into weeds with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing in scripture. Man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me.
No.
Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
I was
using
saying-
that. A weasel. He weaseled instead of like he should have stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam?" Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are gonna get kicked out. He's like, damn right, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys, nuts? Are you crazy? And you're like, well, show me the way that that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. Easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. They're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. The new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. There is. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth is a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think. And they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people, right? And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd. Stampede if you have to. And that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie, and they go, "Well, I saw a curve from an airplane." That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they can just come in just like, Earth is round, and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal.
Yeah.
Psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
Imagine going in a server, just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like, yeah, we bring the facts to them. We're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? And they're like, oh, that's what I've been told. That's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, there's no, I'm not a scientist. So it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like, they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle. It's just like, I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. Something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know. Like,
you mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come? Because you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to, like, these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah.
They know that it's Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down, and it kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say when I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they're fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that I could see some of their back chats and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed QoS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. You see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people, and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrongthink. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. They're all they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe.
But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Great. Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. Okay, that should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think's not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude.
Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
And a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah, and in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like you call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram, but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like, say 2% of these, like, sort of, anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
There's something refreshing about today, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It's like when fall comes and the air changes and it's that nice New England breeze, and you're like, it's season. That's how I felt today.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, like we had a giant wind blow through here, and it kind of wind blows out the old air, blows in some new. I agree. I totally agree, AI. Plus, I got a new dishwasher. I mean, that's really what you were sensing.
Yeah, exactly. I still haven't fixed my washing machine. But speaking of washing machines, maybe we should wash Mario 64 some speaking terms. See if he wants to join.
I mean, I'd get a new dishwasher, but then my girlfriend would be mad.
Let's see.
Because she likes washing dishes. Is that why?
Who cares? I'm kidding. I don't
It's a
know.
Mario.
See?
Mario, you new here? Say hello if you don't mind. If not,
Hello?
no. What's up?
What's up? Y'all might know
Not
me.
much.
Y'all might not like me because of what I
Why?
believe in, but
Why wouldn't we like you? It's not
We
personal.
do not discriminate. You're a Glober. We love you. I just talked about how much I pitied and wanted to take care of the PTSD of the Glober that Indio just destroyed. Like I care. I'm starting a charity. It's called Destroyed Globers International. Yeah.
destroyed.
Would you like to be one of our charity cases?
That's an odd way to put it. I don't think I want to be your charity case,
Okay, so do you believe in the globe or not? That's all I want to know.
Yes, I mean, I do.
Yeah, okay. And what makes you believe in it?
I mean, I just feel like how hard it would be just to hide it all, like not just NASA, because I mean I see a lot of NASA around me, but it's not only NASA. Nearly every country that has a space agency would all have to be working together to just keep this lie hidden from us. Like the amount of people that would have to be on it is just so much that like I just see it as nearly impossible for
Can you tell
nobody
us?
to.
Yeah, can you tell us how they would hide it? How are they going to hide the flat Earth?
I don't know. That's why
Well,
I
how
think
would they, right? Because the Earth is outside. How would they hide that?
if the Earth is outside,
Yeah, pretty sure it's outside your door, right? You're not
I
on the
mean, I'm
moon.
on the Earth.
Yeah. So how would they hide that?
I mean, they're hiding the shape of it, not not hiding
How?
it.
Well, the shape of the Earth is what's outside.
Yeah, and I'm saying, how do you tell 8 billion people that it's a globe when in fact it's flat?
Yeah, you just say it. Earth's a globe. It's pretty simple.
No, but like the
Not
amount
hard.
of people that have to be in on it on these space agencies,
Really?
and not a single one of them to ever have came out.
That's not true.
No, none of them have. There's been
There's
people
like
to
a
come out.
Polish astronaut and some other astronaut.
What astronaut?
It's a Polish astronaut.
But who? What was his name?
Hold on. I'll
Like
post
some
the video.
Polish astronaut does not narrow it down for me.
Yeah, I'll post it. Hold on, let me see. I gotta make sure you have the appropriate role.
One of the most famous astronaut whistleblowers was a NASA astronaut, Gus Grissom.
Gus Grissom.
Yeah, he's very famous for proclaiming that there's no way we are going to make it to the moon, based on his first-hand knowledge of everything that was going on as an astronaut that was training for the moon missions. Also, he wound up dead. That's interesting.
How did he die, and when did he say we couldn't make it to the moon? I know he said he couldn't make it, but when did we say that? Because I know Werner von Braun also said that. Well, he didn't say we couldn't make it to the moon. It's just he said with our current technology, it would take 10 fuel trips to get to the moon and back. But that was with their current technology, and I believe he wrote that in 1958. And then the U.S. government was spending billions. Like how much was it? It was 1/10 of a penny on a tax dollar, which is a lot. It does sound like, but at the time that.
Oh yeah, but yeah, absolutely. But it's actually much easier than that. So the easiest way to get the right amount of fuel you need for a mission is called imaginary fuel, because you just film the mission in a studio and don't bother going all the way where you need to go. Problem solved.
The rocket launch, because you can't say the rocket didn't launch. Many people watched it.
I didn't say the rocket didn't launch.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying how about the rocket launching? Because where would the rocket go? Because what I've heard from people in the server is that they don't know. We don't know what goes on in NASA. A lot of people at NASA don't even know it themselves. They're just being also tricked. But I'm thinking there's these thousands. What was the last time I checked? 7,000 engineers at NASA. They're all working together to build these rockets, and then they're putting their.
Listen, dude, that statement comes from the director for the Apollo program, not us.
Well, I was saying.
To be fair,
Go ahead. I'll find it.
If I'm not mistaken, the main rocket didn't go anywhere near the moon. The rocket went up, did its separation, did another thing, and then the lander. Yeah, then the last stage went on.
Yes, but I'm talking about all the people that work to build these rockets. Like, what goes on? Do they just sneak in the middle of the night and like switch it out, or because they're coding these computers? I believe it was actually a separate company that coded the Apollo computers.
That's fair. Did you know that the director of the NASA mission control and people that were involved said that they can't tell the difference functionally between a test and a real mission.
Like functionally?
So you could execute. Yeah, what it means is you could show up for work. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat. If you go in the live stream voice text, I just posted a quote from Apollo flight director Gene Kranz. Counts these simulations on page 232 of his book, Failure is Not an Option.
In the chat? Oh, Failure is Not an Option. That's from Apollo 13. I saw that in the movie.
So the point is that you could show up for work. The entire day's work could be a simulation, and you would have no knowledge of it unless they told you it was a simulation. Not only that, but there's a show recently where they allegedly sent people into space. They believed they were in space, and at the end of the show, they revealed to them they were in a simulator the entire time, and they were like,
I saw that, but I was confused. Like, how did they ever think they were in space? It's not like they were in zero gravity at any point. Like, I saw they're just walking around like normal. Like, do they not know how an orbit works? Like, they're in free fall. You should be experiencing free fall right now. And they weren't. I was like, how did these people get tricked? Do they not, like, an actual astronaut would know, like, how an orbit works. Like, yeah, I'm going to be experiencing constant free fall for the next, sometimes a week to
that's fair. That's fair. Let me ask this question. How many supposed astronauts have been into actual, deep space?
I think it was like 200 to 300. Deep space, you said?
No, so those guys are low Earth orbit. And
deep space is like 24.
Yeah, so all the guys that are in the ISS and below, they're all just at high altitude. They're not really in outer space.
I mean, they're above the Kármán line, which is the highest point a plane can go without you know what the Kármán line is?
Lots of aerodynamic. I don't think that's the Kármán line. Bro.
Yeah, 300 miles.
No, the Kármán line is the highest point any aircraft can go before it can no longer go any higher, and spacecraft now needs to be used as a means of transport.
Okay, the Kármán line is a political designation voted on by the UN.
It's about 100 kilometers up.
Yeah, it's a political designation. It has nothing to do with what space is considered to be, where the altitude at which your aerodynamic control surfaces cease working because the air is too thin. Which could be anywhere.
Well, space is just the vacuum.
Well, I mean,
they say it begins with the Kármán line. I honestly don't agree with that either. I mean, you don't even believe the Kármán line, but I don't agree with that, mainly because a satellite, you need to be about, what was it, like 300 miles up before you can even go into a stable orbit?
I don't know what the lowest. I think the freaking Starlink, they claim their satellites are super low.
Yeah, those only last like a few months though. They just keep constantly.
Why do you believe all those stories?
800 kilometers. What?
Yeah, why do you believe all those stories?
Why do I believe all the stories?
Yeah.
What?
Like why? Why do you believe it?
I feel like the evidence shows, like, you can see the ISS from the ground, and we can calculate its position. Like, really? I feel like the very fact that
give me how?
It's an equation. I can pull it up for you.
So you're gonna give me the equation to calculate its height, its altitude, and speed?
Well,
Based
you can
upon what I
track it.
see?
There's an equation where you can track the ISS's location. I don't know how the exact equation. I know it works because I've seen many people have done it. Me personally, have never
No,
done
they
it,
just
but
go on Spot the Station and type in frickin' their location.
they could also do the equation, or they could just search it up. But the very fact that when they go to that location and actually point, well, it has to be in front of the sun for it to work, or it has to have some sort of backdrop because to illuminate it. But you can see it, and the fact that you can
Yeah.
predict that, like,
I want to look up this equation to check it for my location. What is the equation?
I can pull it up for you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so what if they point their camera up and they don't see it?
I don't think that's ever happened before. I've
You
never
don't think
heard about that.
anybody's ever missed it? 100%?
They probably missed it because you need it extremely precise.
So they do miss it sometimes,
No,
right?
but it's
So,
extremely
what would
precise.
that mean? So what would that mean?
That the ISS is moving.
It doesn't exist? Doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
Well, do you know how fast the ISS is moving?
Do you? I know how much they say. So all you're telling us is like a bunch of stories, right? So
It's literally 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but that would look the same as something that was
I
7
can pull
feet
up
long.
the app
Hold
and
on,
say,
dude.
oh.
Let me finish. An ISS, 300 feet long, at 250 miles, going 17,000 miles per hour, would be visually identical to something 7 feet long at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles per hour. Okay, would look visually identical. There'd be no visual difference.
How do you wait? What did you say?
Because linear perspective,
Sorry,
right?
I'm kind of doing two things. I need a.
Yeah, it's linear perspective, right? So you double this distance, you have the visual size. So we can do division, right, and get a different altitude and a different speed, right, by just dividing, right? You half it again, you half it again, you half it again, right? So you can go 125 miles. Let's have 8,500 miles per hour and 150 feet long is going to look the same as what they say the ISS is. You can half that, and half that, and half that, and half that, and keep halving it. Like, you can't visually tell the difference
between the football size object moving at 17,000 miles per hour between
you can't
what
tell
did you say?
that from looking at it.
You can't tell it?
Not from looking at it.
I feel like you can calculate it. Like, you can calculate the speed of it. All you need, like, I've done it before. For
You
the
have.
ISS, yes.
Okay, tell us what instruments you measured it with to calculate.
I didn't use an instrument. I just had to go figure out its height above the Earth, and then I used a calculation.
How did you know its height?
Because it's public information.
So you didn't know?
I mean, I did know it. It's public information for anyone with
so
internet
you were
access
at nadir and got its altitude. That's what you're telling me.
I'm a what?
Nadir, directly under the ISS, because that's the altitude it publishes, the nadir point. The nadir point is directly under the ISS. So when it gives the altitude above the surface of the Earth, that's what it is. So you were directly under it. It isn't a good idea to come in here to lie. You can't bullshit your way here, dude. Sorry.
Well, I kind of came in here to listen to you guys, and then you'll turn on my mic and
don't
ask
tell
me to speak.
bullshit like you calculated, because you never did. That's horseshit.
I did calculate it.
Okay, so you were at the nadir point.
The nadir.
The nadir is directly under the ISS.
They searched up its height above the
That is the altitude they list, right? Directly under. You would need to be directly under to calculate it.
Yes.
Well, I didn't even hear where he said he observed it.
Azimuth and elevation angle, and then calculate it based upon the distance, and do the globe curve calculation to know how high it was above the surface of the Earth. There.
Well, let me ask this clarifying question. Let me ask this clarifying question. Did you apply this calculation to one of your own personal observations?
Well, I've never photographed the ISS myself. I could try.
Okay, so this calculation was just done with purely hypotheticals, right?
I mean, I guess I've never tested it out myself. I know I could try.
Right, so no worries. That just explains why you weren't under the nadir point, because you were only on a piece of paper. I understand. No worries.
Maybe the paper was under the nadir point. Look, bro.
Well, see, the thing about mathematics, real quick, the thing about mathematics is the scaling rate of a dividend that pays you 10% on your money. That math is always correct. The problem is I don't have any money in the bank, so they're not paying me.
What? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm kind of doing something here.
Just means like you can do math till you're blue in the face, right? But those are just values in mathematics, right?
Do math till I'm blue in the face? Yes, I've done that.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it. You could do math on how rich you would have been if you had invested in Google way back in the day. The problem is you never invested in Google. So the math, while accurate math, doesn't reflect reality.
Yes. Hold on. I'm kind of
Yeah, you calculated the orbit of something that didn't exist.
Yes. Hold on. I'm kind of doing something here. Kind of wanted to came in here and just listen because I was doing an English report.
Oh.
On Edgar Allan Poe, but.
Oh, the Raven?
I don't even fucking know who this guy is. I'm having it.
Heresy, blasphemy, ban him.
I know. Gosh, educate him, Indigo.
I mean, I know who Edgar Allan Poe is. I know he like married his cousin, and like his underage cousin who was like what 15.
He's got a lot in common with Einstein then.
What?
What? Einstein married his cousin.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Einstein married his cousin.
Oh, wow. What a weirdo.
I don't think she was underage because it was okay to marry 15-year-olds in Germany then.
Oh. Yeah, let me actually search up his wife. Not Edgar Allan Poe. 13? My gosh, he was 13.
Ew.
And he was he was almost 30. He was pushing 30.
Well, incest is best. It keeps it in the family. Anyway. Anyway.
Actually, okay, I got a question for you.
What are you doing on Edgar Allan Poe? Like which writing?
Which writing?
Yeah, or just
Well,
on him, the person, or is it about a particular thing?
It's about everything. How something about how he made like some. It was like you know those like cop shows or those Sherlock Holmes. Apparently, he like had something contributing with that. He made the genre of. Yeah, he made a lot of genres. I don't know. I'm kind of researching him as we speak. I know his.
The Telltale Heart's probably the one that relates most to the globe belief. Yeah, it's just like something about flat Earth that just nags you, just keeps going after you, and then finally just drives you mad till you have to confess that the globe is nothing but a belief. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Telltale Heart is the one.
I think I know you, not from real life. But I've seen you on Discord, not just here. Weren't you in some politics and religion
Discord? Yes, that is correct. I did once join the politics and religion Discord, no doubt.
I think they took out the flat Earth section in that.
No, they didn't take it out. We took them out. Yep, we decided to leave that venue.
Mm-hmm. It's gone now.
They were not being cooperative.
Mm-hmm.
They were not being cooperative.
Yeah, but just being
father and mother were professional actors and died. Then John Allen raised him. So poetic.
I like the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. When I think of the Headless Horseman, I think of Globe Earthers.
What is y'all with like Globe Earthers hate? My God.
Well, yeah, because they're. Yeah, but they carry their head around in their arm, but it's a globe.
Yeah, when I watch any movie, I do not think of this. I'm sorry, but when I read The Telltale Heart, I did not think of the globe Earth. Nor did I think of it when I was reading any other of Edgar Allan Poe's literature.
Yeah, the Telltale Heart. No, because it's not the globe that's the Telltale Heart. It's the reality of your own experience of the flat Earth that you tried to bury because, when you were first born on this Earth, it was very obvious that it was flat and stationary, and then some authority figure convinced you that your own experience was not as valuable as the propaganda that they were trying to feed you of the globe cult religion. So you buried your own knowledge and experience in favor of somebody
Yeah, I'd
else's
that.
idea. That's the telltale heart. The telltale heart is the flat Earth. Yeah, it's not the globe.
Interesting.
No, because when I didn't realize the Earth was a globe until I know this might even y'all are probably believe the Earth was a globe in like second, third grade. I don't think I learned the Earth was a globe until like end of second grade, and I didn't know what the Earth was. I didn't think it was flat
So listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like, you know, what we were speaking about, the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There will be a drop over distance from your position, away from you, in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is like dropping away from me the surface? What do you mean?
You know, change rate of slope. It will be it will be changing the the ground.
Yeah, for
It will
example.
be
Yeah.
it will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon, yeah, the horizon. Okay.
But that's the thing, though, that those not the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used. And you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. There's no, it's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving, though? You see? You see the issue there?
Not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this like phenomenon is not that like, you know.
So it's a giant sphere, so it's not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's like slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving. Exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving. But it's not curving. Do you get that?
No, I don't get that. But it is curving on a very long distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah. So the argument
do you
is
have
that
the method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have like some type of method that was used to determine that, right? Like it's curving.
like,
That's what you're saying.
My own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
Your
this?
own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay. Can you tell me? Answer me this question. Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay. That's if that's the answer, then.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one has measured the curvature, but it has to be. You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still there, even though
I have
nobody
one more question.
has measured it.
What about gravity? How do you respond to this?
Bro, come to remember you mentioned logic. Dude, just try to come to a logical conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on or the waters across the surface of the Earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
I don't know. So let's maybe find out this one.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah, so let's do a long distance observation, right? We can look at many examples in the chat. I'm gonna jump in the text. Maybe people, if you look in the chat though, there might be people posting things now or before our conversation. There's probably people posting different observations from the surface of the Earth, and by you just looking at this stuff, you can safely come to a conclusion that there is no curvature, the no curve that that is attached to that globe that you're thinking. The globe Earth 3,959 miles in radius. Because remember, it has a specific variation, specific variables, and that stuff can be tested for, and it has been tested for, and the test shows that it's not there. So it's not that, because if it was that, if it was a sphere, that the curvature will be there, and we will be able to test for it, but it's not there after the test. Let me check the text real quick, because I got a
I
few
don't know
things here.
what you're talking about, but can we talk about something I know what we're talking about?
You don't remember the curve? You said it's a sphere. The sphere is curving.
But
and people
okay,
can test.
so yeah, bro, wait. So there are some like proofs about things that are like I want to say non like fuck, I forgot the word, but they're like non-direct proofs. So for example, like human is a human because it's like an animal because it has, I don't know, evolution, or it is born.
Yeah, now
like
you're gonna
from
go claim
male.
stacking. Now you're saying about bro.
No,
No,
I'm not claim stacking.
You
Bro.
are now you're saying we have evolution even though you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that word means, and now you're gonna use it like it means something. To the conversation that we were having before. You wanna move away from the curvature
No, bro, but I
and talk about
didn't.
something.
Wait, you're a fucking idiot from what I think right now, because I haven't done anything, and you're like preventing me from doing like haven't done anything, bro. So shut up and let me finish. So
You just said let's move away from the measurements of the curvature, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, and let's talk about something else. And you said yourself indirect. So let's go away from the direct evidence and go to something else. And I'm trying to keep you on your feet, down to the earth. You go into something else, la la land, imaginary, fantasy. And I'm trying to stop you from doing that.
no,
If
you're
you want to
saying
do it,
some
we can
random
try.
shit. Okay, let's try, because okay. So the gravity. So why is
What's
there
that?
gravity?
Tell me. Okay, gravity. What is that? Tell me. What is it?
So this is the thing that Earth has some mass, like huge mass, and therefore it produces gravity that pulls object into the Earth, yeah, with its weight.
Okay,
That
is
it don't
this like
escape.
is this like words that you read somewhere, or this is like a demonstration, something that can be tested and shown and tested for? Is this something like that you have test
Yeah,
showing?
it can be easily tested. So
Hey, James,
what is it? Oh, go ahead,
Jim.
DJ. My bad.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, okay, so it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe. So that would mean the water should be curving. Jemsy already debunked what your gravity claim, because if gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So Jemsy already debunked your.
You just told me that you don't believe. You just told me that gravity is not real.
No, it's you that believes in gravity. So what you've got.
Gravity.
Go, DJ.
Well, just speak one at a time. If you have gravity, that means that the water has to be curving. Jemsy just showed you that the water's not curving over distance. If you had gravity, it would have to be curving over distance, but it's not. So.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is the water curving? Yeah, I mean, it is curving. It is curving, like slightly.
Actually, no, it's not.
Well, every time we go and test it, this has been done thousands of times. There's a zero curvature. Bless you.
Just mute yourself, brother. Being toasty.
Why do
just mute
objects?
yourself so
It was two sneezes. It was two sneezes, man. It's fine.
Okay, why do objects simply fall on Earth, and they fall? Yeah.
So an object gets dropped, it goes down. So therefore, you've assumed we live on a sphere because of this action, this show. Here we go. I've got a pen. I let it go. It went down. So therefore, my table is curved. I hope not, because I like things to stay on my table.
Yeah, that doesn't follow logically, bro. Like you're saying, okay, I see the water dropper, the pen dropping, like exactly the example that he gave you. I pick up the pen, I let it go, it goes to the floor, therefore I'm standing on a sphere? How does that logically follow?
That Earth has certain mass and certain mass, so therefore, so object fall on Earth with some like speed, and the speed is equal to their mass times this g, yeah, this what is this 10 meters per second square, yeah, like this. So
Except that
that's
not
interesting.
everything drops at that rate because, helium goes up. It doesn't drop that way. We have hot air. We have many things that don't drop at that rate. And that rate, that's only an agree upon. That's a convention. That's people said, we agree that a lot of things drop at this rate. So we're just gonna say that everything does. But that's just people saying that. That's not. You cannot demonstrate that everything drops at that rate. That's not reality.
Like you were telling me about elements, and they behave different way. The elements, yeah, than like normal objects.
Yeah, and we know the behavior of water, and we know that water doesn't attach itself to the outside of spinning spheres. We know the behavior of that. We know that water lays horizontal on the surface. We know that. It can be demonstrated.
Okay,
It can be
so one more
measured that the
question.
water is not curving to the rate of the globe. So the globe is just falling flat, falling apart.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. So why is it like this? When you go to the end of the flat Earth, why don't you fall down? Or when is the end of this?
When you go to, okay, so you just made up an imaginary place in your mind, and you think that imaginary thing doesn't work, and you are trying to ask me about it?
No, that is a model that is like flat Earth in my mind. So
A
it
model
has
in
to.
your mind, yeah, exactly what I said. Something that you made up in your mind that doesn't work.
No, but
You're just telling me that whatever you're imagining doesn't work for you. So now you're trying to tell me to explain how it works for you.
No. Yeah. Okay. So can you explain me your
Has anybody
model?
in here?
Shut
Has
up.
anybody in here tell you about the edge of the end of the world? Anybody in here made that claim that you're trying to push that to someone
Okay,
in
there
here?
is geometrical, I don't know, object like like a circle, and so I can see the borders of the circle on the paper, on a piece of paper.
What? Have you ever thought about this? What if the ends of the world are unknown? What is that? That's an unknown that you don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Have you
what
ever
about
considered that?
So can you answer me this one question right now? Is it possible when people discover this unknown ends of the world, do they fall down?
Who's that? Who discovered the ends of the world? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
You.
Me? No, I haven't done that.
Okay, I don't know. Ferdinand Magellan.
Brother, I'll answer your question because I can't bear this 1 second longer. Nobody thinks the edge of the world, there's an edge of the world. No one thinks the earth is an object that you can hold in your hand if you were a giant. Okay? And fall down, that doesn't even make sense. Why would it fall? Where would it fall to?
Like outer space, vacuum.
It would fall to
vacuum.
space. So I guess we could just push things off the edge to go to space. Dude, wasting our time with rockets, right?
Okay, but but you're like contradicting yourself because he told that we
Your
haven't
idea.
discovered. We haven't discovered the edges, according to him.
Indio, he thinks that the disk in the internet that people label flat Earth, that's us.
Yeah, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space floating around. Does that help?
So can you explain me what this is according to?
Earth is not in outer space. It's not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's all there is. Above the Earth, we see stars, sun, and moon, and all the celestial objects.
Phenomena.
Yeah, phenomenon, whatever you want to call them. There is no outside the Earth.
It's like a simulation.
Just to give you it's like saying, hey, what's outside the universe? Right? Doesn't even make sense to even ask that question. There is no outside. It's all there is. The Earth isn't the sun. It's not a planet. It's not a moon. It's not a ball. Did you understand all that, Hal? Friend?
No, because this is like very abstract from what I think.
No. I mean, so they say that in modern cosmology, the universe is flat. Okay, this is what they say, that the universe itself is flat. Where's the edge? Can I fall off? Can I go outside of it?
Wait, we don't. Modern cosmology doesn't say that. It says the universe.
Yes, they
do. It does.
They say it's an asymptotically flat space-time.
That's news to me.
Okay, Google it. Flat universe.
No, I'll trust you on that. Honestly, I'll just trust you.
No, don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Well, is he a little liar? Is he a liar or something?
No, I tell the truth, but you guys still, in your head, you'll still think that the universe is not flat. Like, in their cosmology.
Bro, oh my god, if I'm saying I trust you, I'll trust you, bro, please. Just trust me that I trust you.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is,
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't think the universe is flat. Unless you count just the Earth as the universe. So we know the Earth is flat from measuring it to be that way. And I heard you mention gravity, like why things fall. No one knows why things fall. No experiment can be done to determine why things fall. I mean, if you know the experiment, just tell us. I'm all ears.
I think that's the best answer for that, because he sounds fairly new, but that's straight to the point. No one knows. That's the truth.
I kind of want to bring up the whole thing of what was general relativity, that like you can't devise an experiment to tell the difference between acceleration and gravitation. I just kind of want to bring that up because I feel like it's related. Like,
there are experiments. This is actually something. It's just, I don't mean to just be a freaking contrarian, but the gravity acceleration equivalence has never been actually proven, and there is actually a physicist working on demonstrating that. It does have some data that the acceleration, the inertial mass and the gravitational mass are not actually the same thing. And he's been doing these experiments by dropping different elements in his, I guess you would call it theory, hypothesis is the number of neutrons within the nucleus of an atom determine its inertial mass. The guy's name is Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. You can check out his YouTube channel and watch all his experiments. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But within the framework of relativity, Einstein said yes, inertial mass and gravitational mass are equivalent, but that's never actually been proven to be true. But the difference would be very small anyway. So.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the physicists then who sold these ideas? Like, do you think they were just bought by the government or something?
No, they're just wrong.
Okay.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, you heard me wrong, right?
No. So I'm just trying to figure out
you guys can't conceive of it. You guys are like, you guys think they must be lying.
No, not like that. I'm just trying to figure out like what, like, okay, so but you do believe that it's been.
The physicists that said the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, they sound pretty sure about it, but they're just wrong.
Okay, so
What
they.
about other
So you
planets?
think that they thought they were telling the truth? You think that they
They
think they
believe
had it
what
figured out, but
they
we're wrong.
believe what they're saying.
Okay, and then the
Okay,
government
but
took that
hold
idea and
on,
perpetrated
hold
it
on.
as a
I've
lie.
actually hold on a second, just one second. I've talked to physicists. Actually, I've debated math person with a PhD in mathematical physics in this server. Okay, twice, two different ones. Okay, and when it comes down to it, when we ask them, they don't actually know the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. They've never done any experiments. They've never seen any experiments done. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything. They just learned it when they were a kid and just continue to believe it.
Okay, and so the government took the mistake of the scientists that
What do
the
you mean the
Earth is a
government?
globe.
When
Oh,
you say
sorry,
the
because that.
What do you mean by the government?
Like the
Dog
city,
catcher?
like the lady
What do I
at
mean
the
by
at
the
the, at
government?
the tax
Like,
office,
Yeah,
using the
the
lady
dog
at the
catcher?
tax office.
like NASA and stuff.
Oh, like NASA. Okay.
Because
NASA's
NASA is like
you know that,
affiliated with them.
yeah, you guys are in trouble with the NASA thing. So a couple months ago, Donald Trump signed an executive order
Yeah, I
turning
know.
NASA into a spy agency. So
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
yeah,
so like my question was like, do you guys believe that the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe and continued to perpetrate it as a lie for some gain?
it's not a lie if it's a mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what a lie is, right? The lie is intentional
I know.
deception.
I'm confused because I thought I used correctly. Yeah, they're lying that the Earth is a globe when it's flat. What you believe?
No, I don't believe they're lying. I believe they're wrong, that they're mistaken, that they believe what they're saying, which means they're not lying. There's a difference
Okay, so
between being lying means intentional.
yeah. Okay. I talked to a guy before, and he was like, "Yeah, I believe the government is lying about it." So just
Look, the government lies about a lot of shit. So I mean, their official policy is to lie.
Very true.
But can you
That's the
tell me
official
something?
policy. They actually argued that in front of the Supreme Court, federal government. That the official
good
policy of the United States government is not to tell the public the truth.
Okay, can you tell me what about other planets?
Case was
Because, I don't
Aqaba
know.
versus Ashcroft. In case you want to know what case it was argued by Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States.
Can you tell me about other planets? Is
Just
there
wait a
anything
minute. You're
like
gonna get a reply to the other
I
planets.
covered,
today.
brother, I covered the other planet thing. Earth isn't a planet, so there's no other planet. It's not other.
Yeah, the issue that you're having though is that you're in your premise. You're saying in your premise. You think the Earth is already a planet. What about the other planets? And that's wrong. That's a wrong premise. It's a false premise because the Earth is not a planet. And when you look up to the sky and see the luminaries, and some of those we call them planets, the Earth is those things are nothing like the Earth, and the Earth is nothing like those things. So the Earth is not one of those things.
What about some like the like photos like we have? Is it Photoshop from
How
other
do you know they're
planets?
photos? Well, no, the problem with
have
those
some
is that
photos.
there's no way to test them. They're not even consistent amongst each other, right? So you can look at any random so-called image of the Earth, and they don't look like any other image of the Earth. And number two, you can't even tell because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. There's no even way to even tell if that's what the Earth looks like. I mean, for all you know, the Earth is a freaking giant egg. You'd have no way to know if their picture of a ball versus an egg. You can't tell. There's no way to evaluate them. And we know they have to be fake. You know how we know that? You know how we know that any image depicting the Earth as a ball is fake? Are you curious how we know?
It's composite images.
No, we know they're fake because they depict something that doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because in those images claims to be the oceans of the world. And we can go out to those oceans and measure the surface and demonstrate that those oceans don't curve on their surface. And if they don't curve on their surface, the image must be fake. Just like if I went to Times Square, right? If they showed, hey, here's a picture. It's Times Square. There's a big pink house in the middle of it. And I go there and there's no pink house.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many pictures of the pink house in Times Square there are. I know that those images are fake because there's no house there.
Okay.
Yeah, the images will be a misrepresentation of the Earth. So the Earth is a sphere, and the oceans curving around the sphere. And when we go to the oceans are not doing that. The images will be a misrepresentation of reality.
There you go.
See, what we do, we go out into reality and check what they tell us to be true. Okay? They say, hey, the Earth is a ball. It has a radius of 9,000 or 3,959 miles. The rate of curvature should be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If in 10 miles, the Earth should drop down 66 feet. So we can go out into the world and test all these things, right? To see if what they're saying actually is out there in the physical and natural world. And when we go out and test it, and just like you could go out and test it, you're going to find what they're saying can't possibly be true because it's really not out there in the world. It's only on television or on a screen or in a book on
Okay. Can you maybe
Tassie,
tell
when you
me?
turn off the
So,
screen, when you turn off the TV where you saw the globe, and you go outside, you check the surface of the Earth. That's nothing like what you saw on the TV. Go ahead, Tassie.
okay. Can you tell me? So why is it like this? That official narrative is that the Earth is round, it's in space, etc. Why?
At this point, first of all, we'd have to read men's minds, but it's at this point it's a Western tradition. It's like being born in a Christian country and then you're Christian, right? So you're born in the West, and they tell everybody the Earth's a globe, but everybody just passes it on. Like your parents, right? They probably told you the Earth is a globe. Do you think they know? Do you think your parents have any knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
No.
No, they know some basic like.
Yeah, they were told,
about
right?
stars,
They were told by
planets.
their parents, and their parents were told by
Yeah.
their parents, and their parents. You see what I'm saying? It's just like a tradition passed on. None of these people actually know, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. I've talked to the people, the scientists that you think know, and they don't know because I've asked them. I've talked to them. I've talked to people that are satellite engineers and pilots and surveyors and physicists, cosmologists, astrophysicists. We've talked to all these people over the last 10 years, and they don't have any information that's different than you.
What about this like comets or like meteors? Do they? I mean, there are some stones that fall from above to Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, there's also cats and dogs and fish and animals that fall from the sky too. So what?
There's also fish that falls from the sky, though. You know that?
No. What do you mean?
Never heard of the reign of animals? It's been going this is documented for 2,000 years. There's sometimes
No,
there's
I
just rain animals out of the sky.
What do you mean? Nothing like this exists.
Okay.
Anyways,
cool.
real quick about the rocks in the sky, there is a difference between the phenomena that we see, like we call sporadic meteors or meteors, and then there is the cartoon version of that. Because remember, if you're standing on the ground and you look up to the sky and you see a phenomena, and let's say a rock falls from the sky, and then you go pick it up, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That doesn't logically follow that the Earth is a globe, though, because then you got someone. Then you have the question: where did this rock came from? How did it happen? You're gonna be asking those questions, and then you're gonna have one of those guys showing you a cartoon, right? And then you're gonna look at the cartoon, and the cartoon is gonna show you the misrepresentation of the curving Earth, and that rock came from outer space. But that's just an explanation. They don't actually know that. That's
So
just
what is
a
like?
misrepresentation of what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, so is the theory that we are like alien zoo? Is it good one?
Eh?
Like humans are alien zoo, yeah? We are like animals
No,
of the
that's a
alien.
misrepresentation of the use of the word alien, because alien means foreigner, someone from other land. And alien, you can also use it in fiction. So whenever you speak about outer space, aliens, that's fiction. If you're speaking about people from other lands or coming from other places, sure, you can use the word alien, but what you're thinking about, the the aliens in Star Wars that look like frogs, speaking different languages. No, that's just cartoons and fantasy.
Yeah, there's no as far as other land, there's no land in the sky for people from other lands to come from.
That we know of. That we know of.
Have you noticed? Yeah, I just want to bring up. Have you noticed that like we just keep talking about this subject and your mind keeps going back to outer space over and over and over again? Even though we're talking about the Earth, you keep thinking about like what's up in the sky instead of what's under your feet.
Yes.
And then you're wondering why is it that you even think this way?
Because
imagine we were talking about your house, right? And you just kept talking about your neighbor's house. I said, dude, but what's your house made out of? And you're like, man, my neighbor's house has got frickin' vinyl siding. And I'm like, but what about your windows in your house? And then you said, well, my neighbor has gutters on. Like, this is what you're doing over and over again. It's like a mental like, bro, listen, I'm not like giving you shit. It's like, but we observe this to happen all the time is that when we talk about this topic, we end up talking about everything but the Earth and talk about everything else in the world.
Because this claim is like, honestly, because this claim is like, I've never even heard anything like this, so that's why.
Well, everybody
he sounds really new to the topic, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am really new to the topic.
Yeah, so brother, now let's imagine nobody ever told you that the Earth was a giant ball. Would you have figured it out on your own without being told?
No, I wouldn't, probably.
And every single person I've ever asked has said that same thing. They said, I never would have figured it out. Okay, that means it's not obvious that the Earth is a ball. It's not obvious. It's not obvious from your daily experience. If you go up a mountain, go in an airplane, go to the ocean, anywhere you go, it's not obvious at all that the Earth would be a ball. It's like a mental construct that humanity is like constructed in our collective mind.
Oh, shoot.
And, but there's no evidence for it in the physical world. That's the problem. That really is the issue. And that's a problem, right? Because science is supposed to be empirical, right? It's supposed to be based upon observation of the natural world, not conceptualizations of the natural world. So if science is empirical and they say the Earth is a globe and it's supposed to curve, the water's supposed to curve all over the world, and the most of the world is water, I should be able to go to a large body of water, and measure this curvature in the natural world, but no matter what distances we try to measure it, it's not there. And we're talking, like, for instance, the world's furthest photograph is 425 kilometers from the French Alps to the French Pyrenees. Okay, let's still see something like, off the top of my head, 4 miles of drop. That's how much the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down from that person's eye level, something like 4 miles. Okay, so this drop, there's radio transmissions of 10,000 miles. There's LoRa chirp radio, which is like a low power technology for communication of 800 miles. There's all sorts of evidence that the Earth is flat because the limitations of a curving surface just don't seem to exist in reality.
The limitations of a curving what?
Yeah, a limitation of a curving surface. So if we're like far apart.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Like there's supposed to be a bulge of Earth between us if we're farther apart, right? Because of the curvature of the Earth. We ever heard like ships go over the horizon and the Earth is supposed to be blocking the view to the bottom of the boat? Have you ever heard that?
No, can you repeat, because I didn't get anything. What you?
Yeah. So if a ship, If a ship sails away from you, this is what they say. If a ship sails away from you, it'll disappear bottom first, then the mast, right? In that order as it sails away. And they say that this is due to the curve of the Earth. The ship is going around the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what they say. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I also knew. Yeah, that's what I know. Like when you have the sun, yeah, the sun is setting, yeah.
Yeah,
so this also considered the proof that it goes that disappears in the horizon. So this is where you cannot see no more. Like
yeah. The sun goes over the horizon and goes underneath your feet. So when it's midnight and someone says, "Hey, point to the sun," you point down, right? So where's the sun? Point down. That's so funny. I mean, yeah. So this is the idea, but when this is actually tested, because just watching the sun do something or just watching a boat, that's one thing. And maybe there's optical phenomenon happening due to the meteorological conditions that make it look a certain way. But can we actually test it from this subjective interpretation to find something objective and actually measure the surface of the Earth to actually see if it is actually curving? Okay. And all these tests show that it's not, all these measurements. So one thing you can do is like you can take a laser, you can shine it across a body of water, and you can measure its height, how high it is above the water along its length, to see if that height above the water increases, right? So let's say I start at 2 meters above the water, shine a laser 40 kilometers, and then go to the other end of the 40 kilometers and go and measure the laser height above the water. Well, that laser should be 127 meters in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, but when its tests have been done, it's the same height above the water. It's not way up in the air.
Okay, so did they like try to, because their mathematical proportion can be counted, yeah? So you like cover this distance, you divide this, what was this kilometers, the
40
distance?
kilometers.
40, so maybe that's not enough, 40 kilometers, because
well, I just gave you
the
what the globe says. I gave you, so the laser should be 127 meters in the air. That's what the globe predicts.
Okay.
Okay, but they measured the meter they measured the laser 1.5 meters above the surface.
1.5, and it was supposed to be
127. 127.
So it went up a bit. So it's
That's
like
2 orders of magnitude. That's not a bit.
That's not a bit, you're saying.
That's the difference between having a penny in your bank account and $1.
It's like a skyscraper building, like a giant skyscraper building.
Yeah, 44-story building. That's its equivalent of a 44-story building versus a 4-foot man.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, but I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna count this on a piece of paper in a moment because I'm curious. But can you send me the link to this, like laser?
Yeah,
or
sure thing.
Okay.
Just to give you a little background, I'll give you a link. It's a PDF. It's got all the measurement results. It was done in Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, which is like a saltwater lake that they made out there. And they did a series of tests. And then they went back and did some of the tests again to replicate it, to make sure. And they had like meteorological stations. And it was a very thorough test. This was actually like the 4th or 5th time they did this type of laser test, because every time they did one, people would complain that you forgot this or forgot that. So this was like a culmination of like 5 years of attempts, basically. So I'll post it in the side chat without further ado.
Okay. So maybe like one more question. So like, well, how is it like with North Pole and South Pole? Why does this magnetism exist on Earth? Hello?
Oh yeah, because compasses only work because of magnetism, so how do you guys explain that? It's a good question.
So magnetism's the shape of the ground now.
Yeah, okay. So, God. I'm going to answer this very quickly because I'm looking for that thing. Anyway, so compasses don't point towards the North and South Pole. That's a myth. Compasses actually just align with the magnetic field. Okay, so whatever the field lines, whatever direction they point in, the compass aligns with them. It's called magnetic declination. So the magnetic declination in some places is 90 degrees off of what it should be, such as in the South Pacific. So if you were in the South Pacific and you were following your compass north, you'd actually be traveling east.
Okay, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. On all like navigation maps. In fact, I was looking at a U.S. A Coast Guard chart today, and I didn't know this. With the magnetic declination where I live is something like 15 degrees. So that means like your compass will point 15 degrees different from what you would call true north in Boston Harbor.
That's explained in my question is like, how do you guys explain that? Because we explain like all of that through the globe model of the central core being like kind of molten iron and like,
Yeah.
The
explanation's horseshit though. Have you thought about it for 3 seconds about that explanation?
I mean, I was taught in class basically like charges. Man,
well, let me say, like,
I can just say crap like charges. Sounds kind of BS.
Did they teach you about the Curie? Did they teach you about the Curie temperature when they taught you about that?
What's the Curie temperature?
The Curie temperature is the temperature at which metal loses magnetism.
Not all. Wait, sorry.
Metal loses iron and nickel, and any metal loses magnetism at a certain temperature because they can't align, right? Because the thermal motion is more random than its disorder from thermal motion is greater than the order of the magnetism, right? So it can't stay in an ordered state to actually create a magnetic field. Yeah, this is called Curie temperature. It's like 400 degrees Fahrenheit for iron.
So you really don't believe that there is this
the Curie temperature
metal core?
No. Why should I?
The metal core is only an idea that you got it from a cartoon, bro, from a depiction. You saw it in a book, it was depicted by someone, and they said this is how it is, but they don't know that. They just made it's just a baseless idea. Nobody has verified that.
They put a lot of work in like proving this.
How did they
put a lot of work?
I want to know how they proved it. How did they prove that there's a molten iron core? Did they take a sample?
Sick. And I thought I'd be able to drop astronomy. Now I need to take it to ask these questions.
Well, astronomy is a pseudoscience.
Okay, well, this is also. I mean, pseudoscience. This kind of.
Well, I mean, can you give us an astronomy experiment?
That debunks your experiments.
No, any astronomy experiment of any type, anytime, anywhere.
I mean, an astronomy experiment. I mean, then sure.
You can't do an experiment, and you're not doing science, right? So we need an astronomy experiment.
I mean, you could just let's say you're gonna map the rotation of the Earth by looking at a constellation and finding the constellation across different times.
That's not an experiment, dude.
Yeah, it is. Sure.
No, experiments figure out cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Right. So a natural phenomenon would be
so if you see the effect of the hold on, can I go? You see the effect.
You said that the observation.
Yeah, we agree. You see the effect, dude. That we're trying to figure out the cause of the effect.
Yeah, so then you figure out the cause, and you figure that it's because of the rotation of the Earth. Or is that not valid because that's like just a random explanation? Because I think it's a valid way to explain the effect, like the thing that you see can be explained by rotation of the Earth.
The explanation is the cause.
Well, Okay, but we need to do the experiment. That's a nice hypothesis. The rotation of the Earth is the cause of the stars moving. Great, nice hypothesis.
Yeah.
Where's the experiment demonstrating that?
I mean, you'd use a telescope. You'd find the constellation. You'd try and find it again in another time, and
Yeah, and
use that to
but that's the effect. We want to know the cause.
yeah. So you're looking at okay.
Let me
So
take you through the scientific
in
method,
the
because
experiment,
see
you
if
have to have the
understand.
cause first. In the
You don't-
experiment, is
yeah.
that a requirement? You have to have the cause first.
No, no. You observe a natural
No,
phenomenon.
you don't have to.
Yeah, so I'm observing natural phenomenon of constellations like switching in and
That's the
out
effect.
in the sky.
And that's the effect.
Yeah.
That's the observable
Yeah.
phenomena. That's the effect. Yeah.
Yeah, then I explain it using a cause, which is the rotation of the Earth. Is that not valid?
No, you don't explain it. You do an experiment.
Yeah, just put it. Listen, bro. Just putting it in words, like you grab a pen and put it on paper, and you say, "This is my explanation why I see the luminaries doing what they do." Right? And you put it on paper. That explanation is not a demonstration. Just because you wrote it down, or
Yeah,
you
so-
said it with your mouth.
So there is an alternative explanation to that. That there's a celestial sphere that rotates around the Earth. How do you know that that's not it?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying is, like, when you do this, if you don't do the experiment, then you can have all sorts of alternative hypotheses about what the cause could possibly be. And this is why astronomy isn't a science, because like all they can ever really do are get correlations of phenomenon, but they can never get like cause and effect relationships, because they can't do experiments on astronomical objects, right?
Just drop astronomy. Just go for astrobiology.
Astrobiology, the hell is that?
Exobiology, bro. Aliens from dirt in the sky.
I don't think my university offers that.
I'll get you that. Hold on, let me get that. So someone else talk while I find that link. Unless someone
I
else
don't think my
posts.
university offered that.
So yeah, we can fill the air with maybe more questions or more comments.
Okay, I have a question, another one. What about these like rockets? Do they really fly somewhere?
Yeah, they go away from your view, most of them.
What about the movie? Like I don't know, that they are 25,000. Like this is like the first cosmic speed, and this like 25,000 kilometers per hour. No, sorry, this is like
You see how they show you a cartoon when they say, "Look, it's going 24,000 miles per hour, the rocket or whatever," right? You see how
Yeah, the
you see when
cartoons are
you're looking
to
at that.
Cartoons are to visualize and to explain to make it easier to digest. They're not
Easier to digest, yeah.
They're not like I forgot. They're like a ruse or like a mask to hide some sort of.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. Rockets do work in reality. We do have.
Why do they gotta
in
help
reality.
us digest it?
Yeah, rockets work.
Because not everyone.
So...
Yeah, we do have rockets, but rockets
because it's
rockets
bullshit,
work.
bro. It's literally propaganda. Like,
yeah.
Wait.
Okay, they fly somewhere. They fly somewhere. Rockets. So like, why? Where do they fly?
Yeah. Don't they retrieve them in the rocket graveyard in the Antarctic, in the Atlantic Ocean? Don't they have like they retrieve them over there?
Okay, but I don't know. I don't know. So, but is like is flying possible? Like flying a plane?
Yeah, the plane requires they have to assume a motionless flat Earth to be able to make the airplane practical and safe to the engineer to get on it and for them to put their families in it and transport them from point A to point B. They have to drop the globe whenever they decide to build the airplane, and then the pilot as well has to do the same thing, basically throw the globe in the trash bin to operate the airplane.
Okay.
You know, the pilot never takes into account any curvature of the ground, any movement of the ground below him.
Okay, I don't know. It maybe makes some sense. Maybe. Do you think it's gonna be like in the future? It's gonna be like, I don't know, popular with you? What you
Well, in the
represent?
past, it was popular, right? All of your ancestors, all civilizations across the world knew that the Earth
Yeah.
wasn't this globe. It's just today's biggest religion in the world at the moment. Maybe in the future, people will just drop their religion and think about something else. Maybe acknowledge reality for a change.
Yeah, and you might think like, what's he saying? It's a religion. It really is a religion. It doesn't have a deity.
No.
Like,
I understand the link with religion. That this is like the shared belief that people like gather around. Yeah. That
well,
they.
also, it supports a bunch of other ideas, right? That a Big Bang,
Yeah. Okay.
which is like a creation story, which creation of the universe story, same as like the Lord said, "Let there be light," and then there's like the creation of man, right? That came from evolution, according to them, which came from naturalistic reasons. A man evolved from random processes of this Big Bang, random universe, and which is
Wait.
like,
So
which
like,
is just. Well, I mean, what I'm
you
saying is
don't.
that the
You
things
also
that
don't believe
religion
in
is.
evolution?
Why would I?
No, you
Yeah,
believe in
why?
evolution, yeah?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Yeah, why should I?
But so what do you believe in? Do you believe in creationism, that God created humans?
Yes.
Oh,
So
sorry,
so
are you
this is
Christian?
this is your religion. You're Christian, yeah?
Yeah,
Or do you
I'm a
just
Christian, but that's independent than this.
interesting?
The
Yeah,
Bible
so are
says
there
the Bible
like
says
flat
prove
Earth?
all things, bro.
Okay, but
I
are
can
there
prove
like
the earth is
flat
flat
Earth
based
guys?
upon what I've gone out and done myself.
Okay, are there any flat Earth guys who believe in evolution?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Come on, all
Why
shapes
do
and
you
colors.
believe in evolution? I mean, to be honest, you probably couldn't even define what evolution actually is in the first place.
I think I can. So this is the
State
adaptation.
the theory of evolution. State what it is.
Okay, so
Exactly
okay,
what
for me, this is the
Not for
not
you.
exactly for
No, not for you. The
Definition.
actual theory of evolution, what it is.
Yeah, the theory, not your
okay,
theory. The theory.
okay. So the organisms change to fit the environment, and the organisms that aren't fit, they die, and they change to adapt to the environment
No, it died. It stopped right there. You stop. He said
pass
they
their
died.
genes. To pass their genes, and they die. Those who are not fit, they die. Yeah.
Okay.
If he died, that's not evolution. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me there's a couple problems with that. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body morphology, which means body shape and form, right?
Yes.
They know this because of experiments done with these worms that don't die, that cutting them in half and then manipulating them so that the pieces regenerate, right? So these are called flatworms.
Yeah, flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can cut them in half,
Yeah,
and then
parasite.
so what they stop, Chelsea, fucker. Yes, parasites. So what they've done is they've got these worms to basically, by using electric field, to cut it in half, and the head, instead of the head growing a tail, they get it the head to grow another head, and the tail to grow a tail, and then they can cut that in half, and it stays a tail worm, and it stays a head worm, right? It's all genetically identical, but their body morphology has changed permanently. You understand?
That's right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's the work of Michael Lewin.
Okay, I understand.
Michael
I
Levin.
understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So that necessitates that the genetic material does not hold the body plan of organisms. It's something else.
Doesn't it? Okay, something else.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the body plan. The DNA only codes proteins. That's all it does.
Okay.
So there's a big freaking Achilles heel, and then there's the problem of actually making proteins which would actually be useful. The space of proteins is so large, it's something like 10 to the 167 power. The probability of you finding any useful fucking protein in that space is well beyond how old the universe is. The universe would have to be something like a million times older. Okay, so
From what I know, proteins are only on Earth, are they
yeah, but there's
anywhere
so
else?
many variations of proteins, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that the odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 167 power?
Yeah, I know that this is like a very small chance. 10 to the 100 of 60 what?
167
Six,
power.
okay.
That's
Power,
not
okay.
that's impossible. That's not a small chance. That's impossible.
Okay.
If you want a protein,
So
if you want a particular protein and said, I'm going to do it by chance, you would wait longer than the age of the universe by that number is like 10 to the 23 power.
But wait, I mean, there's these experiments with the primordial soup. Do you believe in this primordial soup even?
I mean,
no.
Does it got onion?
Because there. No, this is like these amino acids swimming in this like something water or no? In water?
No, it's not possible. What they saying happened isn't possible. Do you understand? Probabilistically,
Yeah,
not
I
possible.
understand.
Well, I mean, there's an open challenge.
Therefore,
I mean, it's just an open
so
challenge.
therefore there is a God. Therefore there is a God.
No, I believe in God for completely different reasons than this.
Oh, okay.
My argument for God would be a logical argument that has nothing to do with evolution, or I don't have a naturalistic justification for God.
Okay, I think I consider myself like thinker, like independent thinker, kind of. I would say so because I kind of think and I try different ideas, like your idea. I tried it for a moment.
I don't have an idea. What is my idea exactly? My idea is I go out into the world. It looks flat because it is flat. That isn't much of a stretch of imagination. In fact, that involves no imagination.
Yeah, it involves like it's like simple observation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just take it for what it is, and like stop adding shit to it. And other people have said that observation that we all see, everybody has seen, that's got eyes. They've told people, there's people that say that's an illusion, that you're just too small. That's actually a big ball, and you're just too small. You can't see it. You have to go to a special place, but you can't go there because you don't have the right stuff. Only these anointed people can go there and see the ball in its full glory, but not you. Everybody else.
So,
and then they also say, also hold on. They also say the Earth is spinning. You see the sun and stars move, but that they're not moving. You're moving. They're basically telling you that your entire perception of reality is some sort of illusion.
It's nonsensical. Your perception of reality is nonsensical because your senses are telling you something else, but reality is something else than what your senses tell you. So,
I agree, but
reality is
from
nonsense,
what I know,
bro.
From what I know, these theories are supposed to like enhance your senses in a way. That
By
this is
ignoring
something like I don't know, by like just scientific microscope and like telescope.
Yeah, but no one's ever used a telescope to look at the Earth and see if it's a ball, and seeing that it is a ball. Not with a telescope, that's for sure.
Actually, when you use the telescope and you look at long distance observations, you see that it's not a globe. If you see far enough, right?
So would you maybe
Look, bro, we're not trying to listen. Let's just go. We're not trying to convince you of anything. There's no way we're ever going to convince you. We're not that good where we're going to like overcome, basically the indoctrination and you've grown up in Western society and you've been bombarded with this idea. We aren't going to overcome that because it's like kind of like regardless of what you think, it's integrated into your identity, and that's how it is with most people. Yeah, so we aren't going to defeat that. The only thing that will ever defeat that will be you testing it yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way I'm not. Well, it's not the only way. That usually the other way is having some crazy anti-flat earther try to defend the globe, and see how shit their arguments are. That turns people into flat earthers. But the only way to
We can
really
also
prove
send him
something to somebody.
to
Oh,
the
go ahead.
clinic where they send the where the rich people goes and they do the brainwashing. Yeah, we can send you there too. Probably that might work. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
So why?
Oh, hold
okay,
on.
but
I was going to make one more point.
Okay.
The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Because if you get them and you say, "Hey, if I do this, this will happen," and then you actually do that, that's proving it. That's proving it in a way that's undeniable. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to prove what the Earth is, you have to demonstrate it. It's not here on the internet. It's not in a book. It's out there in the world. You have to actually go test it.
So what about other
That's actually the difficult part for a lot of people to go test it. That's where a lot of people just don't go and do it. Like going to Revere when it's 45 degrees and doing observations for an hour. So a lot of people cannot do that. I mean, they're too lazy.
Okay, what about other I'm asking you some other question, not about. Can you answer me other scientific questions? Hello.
Yes, you can ask another question.
Okay, electricity. So it works, yeah.
Electricity works?
Yeah.
I thought it was unemployed.
What unemployed?
Just kidding. Go ahead.
What works? What was that? I missed it.
Electricity, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can switch the light bulb on and it lights.
Okay.
So I have electricity, and that's great phenomenon. So it works.
Okay. Is there more to this?
Yeah, there's some scientific theories about that, and the other way it's about the Earth is round. And
see, now this is a good example. This is you brought up the perfect subject matter: electricity and magnetism. Now it was experimented with for quite a long time, and a guy named James Clerk Maxwell came around, and he made the theory of ether of electricity and magnetism. And he used something called the model he made, the mathematical model he made was used the ether. I don't know if you ever heard of the ether theory. He used this mechanical model to make the model of electricity and magnetism. Okay, but nowadays nobody believes in the ether, and they say the ether doesn't exist. So we're literally using a model based upon something that they say doesn't exist is actually real. Now, the lesson in all this is that mathematical models, even though they quote unquote work, don't always define what reality is. And this also leads to my second point about this, is that when they tried to use Maxwell's equations, now it was great in the lab, but it sucked when you came to trying to engineer the electrical system, right? And they couldn't really get it to work. You had burnouts and freaking all sorts of problems trying to actually engineer electrical power transmission. And then other people came along, such as Tesla, who actually made what we use now for the alternating current. He freaking invented it, and he didn't use any of Maxwell's stuff. He was purely an experimenter, an engineer, right? And then you had Steinmetz, who was like an engineer who came up with all the formulas for actually electric power transmission and power lines, right? So it wasn't the scientists that figured out how to make it work in the physical world. It was the engineers. And the scientists, at least back then, they used a method that now the scientists themselves say doesn't even exist. So it is a good example. Yes, electricity works, but it isn't the scientists that make it work, it's the engineers. Because they don't care about why it works. They only care about does it work. You understand? The theory of why everything's happening, they don't care about the causal mechanisms or anything like that. They're going to use whatever mathematics they use to suit their purpose, even if there's no ultimate reality there and it's completely fictitious mathematical construct. They don't care about that. They have an employer. Their employer says make it fucking work, and that's all they care about. And the reason their employer says make it work because you say make it work, right? My electricity's out.
I want
turn that shit
I
on.
want electricity. I want
Yeah,
electricity in my house. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to heat my house. I'm trying to look at porn, and my computer won't work. So turn that
Or
shit
I
on.
try to whatever cook. Yeah. Run my computer. Yeah, or something. Okay.
Yeah. Computers are without electricity are nothing but a giant paperweight.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, the story of electricity and magnetism is very interesting.
Oh,
There's
shoot.
There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Eric Dollard. There's a presentation he gave called "The History of Electricity of Magnetism." It's really good. He's not even a professor, man, but he goes through the history from the beginning from Benjamin Franklin to Gauss to like all the people, all the original people, and how electricity and magnetism, its understanding of what it is and how to use it, developed over time, is very educational. It's really like everybody that's like pushed the field to ends up going a little crazy, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah. Do you another question like different? So would you consider your like views to be like kind of obscure or like dangerous? Like
dangerous?
Yeah. Would you consider? I don't know if I say this at my work.
No,
the Earth is flat. Like,
my views are not dangerous unless like look.
Yeah, I don't know. Dangerous.
Just personally, my view is not dangerous because I don't give a shit what the government does. I don't give a shit if they fucking make fake space programs. I'm not going to protest them. It's their gig. Let them do it. I don't care if everybody follows it. I'm just here giving information. Hey, they're saying it's this. You go out into the real world, it's not that. It's this other thing, and that's all I'm telling y'all. Like, I mean, and you can take it or leave it, do what you want with it, but you can't say you didn't know because now at least you know. I mean, listen. I grew up in the '80s when the space shuttle first, flew, and I know all the bullshit that they were telling us back then is the same bullshit that we're going to the moon, we're going to go again. All this stuff, it's to me, it's just nonsense. They've been just saying forever. Like, I mean, we were actually talking about this in here last night. How long is it going to be when people because they keep saying, so they keep saying like, hey, we're going to go back to the moon. We're going to go back to the moon. How long, how many more years of not going back to the moon before people start being suspicious? Right?
I mean, it's
another
already
80?
Suspicious. Yeah, I agree.
I know. But I mean,
I
for
agree
the normal
that it's
people.
suspicious. I agree that it is suspicious because there was only like one successful moon landing, and it was in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
So
for the
it is
people
suspicious that it's been like 50 years and the technology has improved. I mean, computers have improved, and they have this like
Actually, the only
rockets.
technology that has gone backwards is space technology. Moon landing technology has been going backwards compared to everything else.
Yeah, they can't even make space.
Okay. I honestly believe that moon landing could be fake. Because I've seen a lot of like analysis on YouTube that prove that it is a fake. Yeah, and I was more convinced that it is fake, this moon landing. So I believe in this for sure. That it
You
was
were
fake.
fighting me earlier, but that's good that you kind of like.
Hold on.
Conclude
But
that. Go ahead,
I really want to. I'm talking about the whole space thing. I was just using a moon landing as an example. They've also said there's going to be space tourism. and like just like random people can just like buy a ticket to space. When none of this stuff happens, like, is it going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years? We're like, hold on, dude, it's been 200 years. You're still not doing space tourism. Like, you must be lying. Like, how long is it going to take before the normal people just go, these guys must be lying?
Talaga, ma'am, ba?
Mute up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. I know. That's like very interesting what you're saying. Okay, so that may be a lie, but apart from this, do you have any other like beliefs that are counter, like that counter what generally people believe in like this? Do you have any other beliefs like this?
I mean, I don't know how many people believe there's a freaking official 9/11 conspiracy. Do you believe in the official 9/11 conspiracy theory?
What do you think happened in 9/11? Let's hear it.
Do you believe in an official one? The official conspiracy?
The official conspiracy or the official story?
The official story is a conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly, Loki, I think it might have been Israel. Honestly, at this point,
I mean, you just got to admit though, the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Or the Al Qaeda one, like the terrorism one.
Well, yeah, a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
it's a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, brother.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, all I'm saying is, even the official story is a conspiracy theory. So when they say 9/11 conspiracy theory, they're talking about any theory. Because no one thinks one person did it, right? Because your thing is conspiracy or solo. Nobody thinks 9/11 was a solo job, like the lone gunman on the grassy knoll. No one thinks there was a lone pilot. Okay, so there's no lone pilot. It's a conspiracy theory. We're just quibbling about what the conspiracy actually was.
So yeah, what do you think happened?
Look, I know what didn't happen.
Okay.
Because it's really simple, just from the laws of physics. In like simple things, dudes demonstrate there was not planes smashing into that building and frickin' exploding. That could not have possibly been happened. For
I've never known a building to fall down. Sorry, Indio. I've never known a building to fall down because the ones next to it apparently got hit by planes. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is. I'm sick. That is awful.
Awfully suspect. I'm lonely and just committed suicide. Did Building 7 get lonely and commit suicide, bro?
What's the official explanation for why Building 7 fell?
Fire. External damage.
Good lord. That's the official story.
But it's fell in the same way that the other two did. All right.
Interesting thing about those buildings that have fallen down is that event, fires knocking down concrete, steel girder buildings, has only happened 3 times in history. And you wouldn't believe it, all 3 of them happened within a very short amount of time.
Yeah. You asked Indio if he believed in any other conspiracy theories, right? The whole world was a conspiracy theory, dude. Everything.
I didn't, by the way. It was the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. It was me. It was me.
He had other ideas, to be honest. He didn't say conspiracy theory specifically.
But yeah, because I've just said like other ideas that are non like that you ask someone on the street and he tells you, no, it's not what I believe in, or he tells you that, bro, it's like not even true or something.
Yeah. So I don't like that you're like sticking flat Earth in that. I told you. We just observed the Earth is flat, and
I told you that it's my first time. This
I know. Yeah. Like this is a common thing where people think that we have like some belief, but because they never really thought about it, like, why did everybody in the past think the Earth was flat? Oh, because that's what they saw. Well, I see the same thing they saw. Okay, the only difference between them and me is I got a bunch of people around me thinking the Earth is a ball. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
There's
when it
TV
comes
sets
to
now,
this,
in movies, in,
yeah.
in picture books, and that's the only difference. But like, I just observe the Earth the way it is, and like I said before, there's people that say, "Hey, you can't just naively look at the Earth and go, hey, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." We have looked into the sky with our telescopes, and we figured out that though it looks flat, we're actually on a giant ball. That's fucking idiotic. I'm just sorry to get like upset about it. It's just dumb.
That's it's kind of funny.
Well, that's the. I mean, we've been debating this topic for like 10 years. It always comes down to like, you know, oh, you flat Earth, to buy a telescope. Okay, I bought a telescope. Now what? Can you see the moon?
Yeah, that is actually the number one. In 10 years, it will be the number one. The number one evidence of the globe is looking away from the Earth. Earth is a globe when you look away from it. Like you gotta look in the TV, not to the Earth. Just don't look at the Earth. Look at something else. That's the best
Yeah,
evidence.
because it's weird because like you're internal on the Earth, so how are you gonna like judge the object when you're on the object? You have to look at the object's effect on other things, which is, for example, the moon. Like the moon, the Earth, the spherical Earth has an effect on the shadow of the moon.
No,
which is why.
No. Even if you're going to say that the Earth is like the moon, you still have to prove that the Earth is like the moon. You can't just say that the Earth is like the moon because the moon exists.
And I meant like you have to look at the objects. You have to look if you're on the object.
How do you know Earth is an object in the first
You look at the Earth, don't you?
Because
if you want to know what the Earth is, you definitely look at the thing that you want to know about.
Because I can touch it, that's why.
Yeah, cool. So we look at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is. We can look at the moon to maybe figure out what the moon is.
Okay, but another valid way of looking at it is to look at the moon and see spherical shadows. That's one of the simplest observations of why.
So the moon's flat then.
The moon's flat? What? No.
Yeah, because if you're going to have perfect shadows created by objects and you get the true representation of that object, let's say a sphere, it's going to have a perfectly rounded shadow. You're only going to cast that shadow on a flat surface. If the surface is distorted like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for your example to work, the moon must be flat.
We gotta. Have you
ever created shadow puppets before?
I have. They're fun.
Cool. Try and do that on a distorted surface and note how your shadow is distorted by consequence of the surface.
You know, eclipses make the moon turn red. How do you know that's a shadow? Shadows aren't red.
I don't know how eclipses work, but the blood moon. I don't know how the blood moon works.
Yeah. But you see, you need to think. You need to think about your shadow example.
Is the moon the only
you need a flat moon for that, dude.
I don't think the GIF on shadows is fair because we're looking at the moon substitute at an angle, which would make the shadow look not proper.
What? It's a curved surface. It's a sphere.
Like
As the shadow passes over that curved surface.
Yeah, I can see a curved. I can see a curved shadow on the moon.
Talk through me because he's getting upset about his moon shadow.
Oh wait, my bad. I was talking to you. That's my bad.
That's fine. As I was saying, as the shadow passes over the curved surface, you'll notice how it continually distorts. I.e., you can't have a true representation of a object shadow on a curved surface. It won't be a true representation because the surface will distort it, right?
Not so like insanely that you wouldn't be able to not so insanely. There could be a slight distortion, but it wouldn't be like an insane.
It's Really? I ask you to go and do this. Go and get a flashlight and some balls. See what shadows you create.
Okay,
what
I
you will
will
create, I'll give
do
it
that.
away for you, as you make the shadow move across the object. You'll create what's known as a sine wave. That looks like an S. As the Earth an S.
Nice. Okay, I
Yeah,
see.
that was
I
kind of
see.
rude, Jed. I asked him the guy to get some balls. Come on, bro. Like,
I see.
So we can tell you the reason it makes an S is because what'll happen is the shadow, the edge of the shadow across the center of the sphere, right? The center, like say the dividing line of which way the shadow is being projected, and one side of that curves one way down, and the other side of it curves the other way down.
Uh-huh.
So as the shadow crosses this, its orientation of the curve changes.
Uh-huh.
It'll look like an S, basically.
Okay. Word salad objections. Blue Jumper, how about you mic up, and how about you try and review or talk?
Mic up, like better
Yes.
microphone, you mean?
No, mic up as in get on the mic, bro. Start talking.
Yeah.
Instead of typing.
He's getting upset.
Instead of going clack, clack, clack on your keyboard, go talk on the mic.
well, listen, he's allowed to
okay.
type. Just mute yourself so we don't hear the background noise, and that's it. You're allowed to type whatever you're gonna type, and then speak to us in the VC if you want. It's okay.
Never mind. Okay. Okay, I see the GIFs provided.
It's just something that you can try and recreate yourself.
I have. What is this trying to show? What is that one trying to show? The top
Straight lines can be distorted by curved surfaces when they cast a shadow on them.
The mostly black one.
What do you think that's trying to represent, dude?
Have a
You
look at the
know that
shadow
you can
on the little
concede.
white ball in the background.
But my bad. But what they told you, you can concede that seeing this phenomena of the moon being opaque, that doesn't prove the globe. You can concede that, though. The point that he's giving you that if it was a sphere, you wouldn't see this round shadow like you're saying. What do you think about that? That was a direct reply to you saying we see a shadow on the moon that looks round, therefore the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Why isn't like flat Earth popular?
Wait. We still hold that question.
Okay.
Let the other guy reply to what Jada told him about what will happen on the surface, depending on the surface orientation, if it was flat or a sphere. What do you say about that? What will happen to the shadow?
Pretty much. I actually can't think of anything to say because I think I'm getting tired. It's like 9:45.
Quarter to
So
10.
you're gonna go to sleep? Go ahead.
To be fair, this topic.
It's Friday.
My bedtime's in like an hour.
Okay, so this topic is very thick. It covers like actually a lot of different things. It covers history, sociology, psychology, science, measurement. It covers parasites, brain worms. It covers everything. It covers a lot of things. So it will mentally exhaust you in the beginning because a lot of these things they're hard. They're not hard to comprehend. They are in a way, especially when you're just talking about it. If we had like whiteboards and diagrams, it'd be easier to show you. But don't feel bad. It is mentally exhausting to deal with this topic. We're just used to it. So I mean,
me it's hard because you guys are throwing out literally everything I've been taught.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you've been taught the wrong thing. I mean, the people. To be fair, the people that taught you, they didn't know either.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They got the textbook. They said, teach the kids this. And they're like, okay, just give me money.
They weren't even given enough money. Have you seen teacher salaries?
Oh, yeah.
It's a living.
Have you seen teachers?
Yeah.
Have you seen teachers?
It's a living. It pays bills. People just go to it as a job of work. People like this think
Honestly,
they're benefiting the
I am a
community.
teacher, by the way.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
So you think that you're benefiting your community, educating the younger and next generation, right?
I'm educating them about English. I don't have anything in common with
Whatever
science.
the subject, it's beneficial. You have some kind of pride in your work. I would hope. I would hope some teachers at least do. Right? There's no
Yeah, I
malice
mean, I
involved,
do
is
like
there?
I teach them like necessary stuff, like how to speak English, how to write English. That's it.
Yeah.
Hi.
In a public school or just like?
Yeah, in a public school.
Yeah. Can you just teach them whatever you want?
No, I have like a textbook, and there's like present simple, present continuous, past simple, past
Now,
continuous.
yeah, it's like say that you open the textbook one day and it said, "Teach the kids the Earth is a globe." Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't. But they don't tell me to do this.
Yeah, look, you're an English teacher, of course not. But the science teachers or the other classes, they're told, "Teach the kids the Earth is a globe," and they just do that. They don't know that. They don't fact check the textbook and say, "I refuse to teach this. The textbook's wrong." They don't do that, right? So, like they just believe it. Everybody believes it. It's just like a collective thing, like believing in Santa Claus or something. Everyone just believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay, cool.
But we have a flat earther. She's a teacher. She's a school teacher, Dandelion. She's not in here right now, but like, if you come back, maybe you'll be able to talk to her, and you guys can like compare notes of teaching brats. What
Do you
age
think there are any like teachers? Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to. What age do you teach?
Primary school, so like young learners. I mean, age, yeah. So specifically like 9, 10,
that's young.
11, 12, 13, 14. 13
Oh, yeah.
okay, 13, up to 13.
Oh
Up
yeah,
to
that's pretty awesome. You
13.
get to teach them English.
Right.
That's freaking great. I wish.
Primary school, 13.
Yeah, in
Primary
my
schools.
country.
Oh, okay,
in my
okay.
country, up to 14. Up to 14, there's the primary school.
Okay, okay, that's cool. What country?
Poland. I live in Poland.
Okay, okay.
There was the like change in education, and they like made the primary school longer, and like they like deleted the middle school.
Interesting. Okay.
That's funny because like where I live, they added a middle school about 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. Like the reforms, they are just like politically connected. They have nothing with education. They are just like the new government has to change something to prove something. Yeah.
You got it. That's exactly what they did here. New mayor. Oh, I'm doing something. We're gonna make a middle school. Not knowing, right, that there used to be middle schools here where I live, like 40 years ago, and then they got rid of them. Then 40 years later, they just back. Like, make up your goddamn mind.
Yeah, in Poland it was like this: that they first have introduced middle school, then they deleted them, then again middle school, and now they deleted them.
I think that's weird that you're like in a foreign country and that's like the exact same thing they did here.
Where are you from?
Maybe we just keep. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In Boston, in America.
Ah, okay.
Where Boston is. I'm sure you heard of Boston.
Yeah, I heard of Boston Tea. Yeah, that they sank the ship with.
Have you heard of Harvard? Have you heard of Harvard University?
Yeah, I know. That's like
that's
one of the best
where I'm at.
university.
Yeah, that's where I'm at in Cambridge.
Okay.
So all the Harvard kids are right down the street being idiots because they're dumb as. Don't ever let anybody convince you that Harvard kids are smart. They're as fucking dumb as rocks, bro.
But like Mark Zuckerberg is like Harvard student from.
No, he quit Harvard because he was smart.
Okay.
Or did he get kicked out? I don't know. He either got kicked out or he quit.
Yeah, quit Harvard.
She quit. I think there are other like smart kids from Harvard, like like billionaires. There's one other billionaire from
Harvard is
Harvard.
kind of like a place to do like networking, really. So you get an education, you meet people, and like you have this like Harvard degree network of people that get into places of political power and on boards of directors and an industry, and you're basically forming like I don't know what type of network you would call it, a social network, not in the sense of social media, but it's basically like a boys club, social network. That's kind of what people go to Harvard for. It's not really for the education. It's more like it's not what you know, it's who you know type deal.
That's what you know, not who you know. Okay, I get this. But Facebook is real, and they programmed it, so
Yeah.
It involved a lot of work probably to program this.
Zuckerberg didn't do the work. I mean, I don't want to get in the controversy of Zuckerberg. I'm just saying there aren't smart people at Harvard. There are, but they're not. They're pretty fucking dumb too, man. There's a lot of dumbass ones. Take my word for it. You got to live here and see it for yourself. I mean, I can tell you, but you just got to see it for yourself. Like the people that live here make fun of them because they're so like intellectual yet they're idiots, right?
Intellectual yet they're idiots. So you mean that they know the like theories, but they don't trust their senses, as you said, yeah?
More like they can't walk and chew bubble gum. They know their theories, but have trouble tying their sneakers.
Okay, yeah, you mean this? Okay, yeah, okay.
There's a joke here, because MIT is here too. So
yeah.
When you see,
I have a friend in Poland who finished this MIT, but he's like old. He's like 60-year-old, so he finished this MIT like a long time ago.
Yeah, my stepfather graduated from MIT in '76. Anyway, so there's a joke here. It goes like this: if you go to the grocery store, right, and you got 10 items or less in line, and you see someone with 20 items in it, you say, "Are you from MIT and can't count, or are you from Harvard and can't read?" And that's like a joke here, like that everyone knows, because that's kind of like they're just like their heads are in the clouds, you know. Obviously, they're young kids and they don't have a lot of life experience. But I've met some people in the degree programs, quite a few people, as a matter of fact, because I have a friend who rents to them. So I've met some like economists, mathematicians, I think there's computer science, one astronomer. Because people come here to get their graduate degree, PhD. They do postdocs here. Occasionally, you meet some of them.
Hello.
Anyway, that's way off topic.
Hello.
Hello.
DJ, you live in here?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world, India.
Oh God.
Might be Sunday in Poland.
Chemsy over here lives on he goes on the side of Boston where there's the actual intelligent people. That if there's like a tidal wave, they'd actually survive. Like everyone would die in Cambridge, literally everyone. They'd sit there and watch it.
You ever meet Richie?
Richie from Boston.
Oh, Richie from Boston. He doesn't actually live in Boston. He lives in Dedham or something. So his mother lives in East Boston because he's done streams from his house, and I know exactly where he is when he's doing that shit.
Okay, so he's not Richie at Boston. He's Richie from Boston. I get it now.
Yeah, Richie from Boston is not. He's from Boston, but he's not in.
But he's
Boston.
not in Boston, yeah, or at.
But his mother. But his mother's in Boston. So.
I'm gonna have to go dig some of his videos to see if I see him in East Boston then. You mentioned something about people in Cambridge that they all died. I'm sorry, Indio, I couldn't get the
No,
joke.
if there was a tidal wave, they would all die. All the MIT kids would be like, well, there's no tectonic plate out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That can't be a tidal wave. That's an illusion. And all the Harvard people would be like just taking pictures and selfies and shit with the tidal wave about to kill them. Like, so everyone here would die.
For science?
For oblivion, because they're just oblivious to reality. I know how East Boston, like, I know there's a lot of Spanish people in East Boston and like working class. So it's like, they actually interact with the real world and shit. Yeah. As opposed to out here where they're just in Fantasyland all the time.
Earth, where is your proof everywhere? What else was it? Oh yeah, Brian Cox has something not so friendly to say about you. He says to disprove a flat earther, he would hit you over the head with Newton's Principia.
Well, obviously he did.
What?
Obviously he didn't read it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read what he says in the video. Imagine every time you get on a plane and fly somewhere, then the person who's in charge of the plane is part of a vast conspiracy that's trying to deceive you. And imagine that. How nervous would you be on the plane if the people that are flying it are actually just keeping you in the dark about the real nature of reality? How does that make you feel? You never get on a plane again. That would be great, because then when I go on a holiday, I'd never bump into a flat earther because they don't travel. Funny guy.
That's stupid.
Craziest. The fuck.
Brian Cox also said in an interview on an Australian daytime show, said that no one ever actually believed the Earth was flat ever.
And that's ridiculous as well.
Okay, that's
he
just
did say that.
His 3 hours worth of interviews with pilots from commercial level, military level, in the side chat. Who are flat earthers? Ouch.
Let's play. I actually want to play this. Let's play Spot the Straw Man.
Toasty, do you think like all of your ancestors were like conspiracy theories? Like the Mayans and the Egyptians, like all of those people that had their cosmologies, all the Hebrews, that were all conspiracy theories?
Not really, no. Also, actually check this, because I want to know if I get these right, then I know what a straw man is. So actually check this. I'm gonna type them.
Rovers just discard all of the other civilizations of the past. They just call them dumb. That's how I grew up. They were telling me, yeah, your ancestors are dumb. That's why they didn't know.
Didn't Christopher Columbus's crew fear that they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth?
There you go. More dumb.
But I think Brian Cox needs to study history. Start with that bit of bullshit as well.
Christopher Columbus was dumb as well, but he just got lucky.
He was actually a tiny earther. He thought it was a much smaller globe.
Smaller, yeah, that's a good one.
It's a Tina Turner tiny earther.
Tiny earther.
Yeah.
It's a tiny earther.
I only got 3. I can't spot 5.
Look, you've done a mini Jedi. I'm just starting to think, tiny earther, refraction for me. Yep, refraction for money. Refraction for Earth curve. You can be what I want you to be.
I won't sing again this year, don't worry.
Does it
I'm not
anybody
promising
take Hollow Earth?
that.
Pilots
Does
being
anybody?
part of the conspiracy theory. Globe Earth is meant to deceive us. Flat Earthers wouldn't fly. These are all ad homonyms.
Those are the three.
Pilots being part of the conspiracy. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you could say that's I don't think you could. It's bad argumentation anyway.
He's strawmanning pilots.
Yeah.
What the hell do they know? They fly over a flat plane, man.
Never trust.
Look, even globe earthers, even people that oppose say pilots don't have to adjust their airplane for the curvature of the Earth because it curves at such a slow rate. So how would they know if the Earth is a globe or not? You can't see the curve from an airplane, so it can't be that. So how would they know?
Well, just follow the globe logic. You know they know because they don't know. You know it's curving because it's not curving. You know it's moving because it's not moving. That's a globe.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Legends of Islam series. What is this?
You can tell it makes sense because it's complete nonsense.
Bro, London? I'm not going to London for this. Damn, that's what Brian Cox used to look like? It's majestic.
He used to be in a pop group in the early 90s in England or Great Britain called D-Ream. They were shit.
Unfortunate. Fall off. Oh no, I don't even know. Not even fall off.
But think about this, right? This is Brian Cox. This is a science communicator that appears on national and international televisions and podcasts and streams all across the world, and everybody wants to ask him his opinions about the universe and everything, right? When confronted with a flat earth argument, that was his response. Not something that could easily be demonstrated or practically done by you, the individual, to prove that the flat earther was wrong. Just some thinly veiled attack. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Actually,
Remember what I was? Remember earlier? Remember earlier I was saying that the only way to like turn someone into a flat earther is to do it yourself. Do you remember what the exception was? Is to hear people that oppose flat earth actually speak in the dumb shit they say. That's what also makes flat earthers.
Yeah,
because they expect to have a good answer, right? Like, yeah, there's obviously a good answer because Earth's a globe. That's obvious. So the scientist has a good answer. And then they say stuff like that. You're like, hold on, that don't make sense. Let me look into this more. And then they find out that's all there is. It's just dumb frickin' answers.
His degree's actually fake. I swear, man. Why can't people just stop being fake for a second?
Well, you ever heard the magic speed?
What?
The magic speed.
What's the magic speed?
The magic speed is why all the craters on the moon are round.
The magic, bro. What?
Yeah, this is what PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said when asked, "Why are all the craters on the moon round and why aren't some like oblong because the meteor hit it at an angle or something?"
Oh right,
He said it's because there's a magic speed. That's his words that the meteors travel at, which always make a perfect circle.
Okay, that could just be easily explained as him trying to do some sort of just easy to digest analogy. So he just calls it magic speed, as a substitute,
Well, here's another thing he said for 4 decades that if you weigh something on the North Pole and then go to the equator, it weighs less.
Yeah, because the Earth bulges out at the equator, which means like slightly less gravity, like slightly, but it would weigh
Because
less
the
because of that,
rotation of
wouldn't it?
the Earth, right, and there's a centrifugal force throwing the thing off, right?
Yeah.
So it weighs
Yeah.
less than the equator. Well,
Yeah.
he's recently recanted that and said, well, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, so then there's more gravity, and it exactly cancels out the rotational centrifugal force. So after fucking saying bullshit for 4 decades, he's retracted it. So people will still parrot this nonsense. Things way west at the equator than at the poles. Well, they've updated and revised the lore. That's what we call it. We call it like space lore. It's like they download the DLC and then they update it. And the shit they were saying before is now not true. And the stuff they're saying now is true.
Yeah, I can see that's frustrating.
Yeah, we can point like there's example after example after example. We can run through all the things that we've noticed of things they've changed, right? That like were true.
Sorry,
there you go.
Start listing off. The atmosphere used to be just around the Earth. Now the atmosphere encompasses the Moon also. That changed about 7 years. There's loads of them.
Yeah, did you know the Moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere?
No, what did someone say that? Who said this?
ESA, European Space Agency.
Why would they say this?
Because the Moon's inside. Why would they say it? Because that's what they get paid to do, is say stupid shit.
Yeah, it's
People
called
go, oh my God.
ads and click. You know, they just say stuff and people click on it, and you know, that kind of stuff. Just making stuff up. People eat it up.
Atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Makes perfect sense.
Technically, yeah, see, space is fake. No one could have possibly gone to space because they were always inside the Earth's atmosphere.
It makes perfect nonsense. I mean,
I
mean, in reality, let's say the statement, India. Let's say the statement, right? I'm just saying that within reality, we have the Earth system and whatever the sun and the moons are. If the statement itself, I will say, if we label whatever this medium is in atmos or air, and I say the moon is in this medium or the atmos, right? That's what they're basically saying in reality, but they're adding the globe on top of that, so that's where it all falls apart. Because if you were making an argument, go ahead. My bad. I was gonna expand on that, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, is this just a theory, the extension of Earth's atmosphere, or is it like an actual thing they're proposing as fact?
That's the thing they're proposing as fact. They've changed the narrative.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? I mean, they would say something like I theorize or something. I don't know.
They never say that. They just say it as if it's a fact.
Yeah, even with gravity, the gravity is a theory. Everyone agrees it's a theory, but they do just say stuff.
Do you think the core of the Earth is? Do you think the core of the Earth is a theory?
I thought that was fact.
Well, how would they have demonstrated that to be a fact?
Because I mean, we could, for flip's sake.
Go there.
No, I'm just saying, like I'm not asking. Listen, I could ask you how they did it, but I'm not asking like how could you do it, even hypothetically.
Even hypothetically, I mean.
Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth, like the book. Is that what we're doing?
Again, I'd say like because of the effects of it, like the magnetic, the magnetism and other stuff. But then you could explain that by another thing. That's not a molten core, so it's not fact. It's still a theory.
How the hell do you create magnetism with molten metal in the first place?
I don't know, man. It moves around. For some sake, I don't know. Ask my professor.
Switch it so you can stir it and it will have a cohesive electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Who is this? Superionic iron alloys and their seismic velocities. The image isn't even related to the article. Who is this? PubMed? Why is PubMed doing an astronomy internal Earth paper?
Well, I just want to point out is that we still didn't get the methodology for proving this fact. Even what you said, that would just be an inference, and it wouldn't actually prove it because you could have alternate explanations, right? So
yeah,
it's not even provable unless you could journey to the center of the Earth and take a sample of the core. That would be the only way to actually prove it.
Wait, so how do you get things as fact then? Like objective fact?
I mean, objective fact is experience.
Yeah.
There's some things we can't know, and there's some things we can't know. Okay, you have to accept that. There's some things we can't know, and we're actually never going to know. We're never going to know the composition of a star for a fact.
Okay, I mean, no.
How would you know it for a fact? You'd have to actually go there and take a sample.
Yeah, because we have so we have samples on Earth of like what this material does at a certain temperature and what like spectrum it gives out. We take the spectrum from the star, analyze it, and compare it. And like, what other explanation do you have that could fit so concisely and so nicely?
Okay, here's my other explanation: magic sugar plum fairies.
Magic, yeah, okay. You go ahead and
hold on, I got the same evidence you do.
Okay.
We have the same evidence. The evidence for my sugar plum fairies is the same as your evidence for whatever hydrogen fusion.
Go analyze the spectrum from a magic sugar plum fairy if you can even prove that exists.
Again, it perfectly matches the star. That's what I'm predicting.
You couldn't tell them apart.
I'll just affirm the con. So this is the thing. You're using a logical fallacy. This is the problem. Is that this encompasses the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, if hydrogen plasma star, then certain spectra, therefore hydrogen plasma star. You understand? This affirms the consequent. To actually prove it, you would need an actual sample so that you can have the material and test its composition. That'd be the only way to actually prove it. Until then, you never know. No matter how much you convince yourself, all that is a statement about your credulity. It's not really a statement about what you know.
Is that actually not enough to see the exact same effect from a cause that you know? Like, I know this cause makes this effect, and to see that
something that you can't verify, especially up there in the sky, where we say there's four states of matter, four states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
There's more.
Up there in the sky, it could be more states of matter. You could have you could have the same elements in different phases, giving you the same color spectrum. You wouldn't know until you went there, though.
Right. Okay.
And it's also not that simple. The evaluations of the spectrum are probabilistic because you have things like Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, and all these other things which shift and move and obscure the actual spectrum. So they infer a spectrum from how they think through some theory-laden filter, basically. None of this stuff is as straightforward as people think. It's all theory-laden.
People still argue today about the solar spectrum, right, and what it actually shows. Some people say, that shows plasma gas, high temperatures. Other people say, no, it's a metallic liquid. So even people today argue about what the sun's made of. We just get taught a narrative, right? It's a gaseous plasma fucking hot thing. But in the deep realms of science, as I use quotation marks, it's still argued, mate. I don't really know. There's competing theories. You just get the one that's currently popular. I can go and get you some other ones if you want. They're not hard to find. But why would you have alternative theories if this was already proven true? It's not a proven fact, right? So that's why there are alternative theories.
Okay. I also just because I just want to mention this, there is another state of matter. I think it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. It comes after plasma.
There's different phases depending on temperature and pressure differentials and all types of stuff. Even like I said, like metallic liquids and so on, like really like dense hydrogen that's so hot it's turned into a metallic liquid. I can go and find you stuff on that, like research papers and shit. There's loads of them, dude. That's why I said there are for us here on Earth primarily 4 states of matter. Really, when you really start fiddling around with stuff and change the variables to the nth degree, and stuff starts changing. It's not straightforward, dude. But yeah, like Injo said, you'd have to go there anyway. Whatever your idea is, fanciful or not, with all the evidence that you think you can get, can't prove it till you go there. That's why they want to send rockets and stuff to Mars and shit, right? Because we can look at it, but until we go and send a rocket there with a control robot that's going to go and dig up the soil and we can bring it back, then we'll have a better understanding when we can bring the Mars rocks back, like we did with the moon rocks, right? We needed the rocks to confirm our theories. That's how the narrative goes, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, I mean, the moral of the story is there's a lot of stuff we're told people know that they actually don't know. And, you know, it's hard to sell, I don't know. As far as like grant money or getting a job, like, hey, dude, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're hired. It doesn't work that way. So you got to claim knowledge when you don't actually know anything. And and people feel better when they think, you know, that the so-called authorities or the people that they think are in the know something. They don't know. They just say they know, and they don't know. I mean, think about it. If you just think about it, just from like even like from a probabilistic idea, how many theories from 500 years ago are currently believed? Not very many. I would say only the globe theory and Archimedes' principle are probably the only 2 left. And in 500 years from now, how many of the theories that people think we know are actually going to hold as true in 500 years? Probably none.
How about those galaxies that spin in the opposite direction of rotation? What do you mean? What relative to us? What do you mean backwards?
You see the dust trailing off of those outer arms?
Yes.
That dust is leading the direction of the rotation. So it's like water going down a whirlpool, you know, going down a sink, a little whirlpool, but but draining like it's going outwards almost, like it's just the opposite direction of what you would expect.
Expect because of what? Like assumption.
Do you see that those outer trailing arms and the dust that's trailing off of them? That dust is leading the direction of the rotation.
Yeah, okay. And it's spinning opposite from the dust the direction would indicate.
Right.
Yeah, because that circle, right, that has a longer arc length, right? So it should trail. If it's all going at the same velocity, right? The outer edge should trail.
Right. The outer edge is going faster than the inner limbs. It's all moving as one unit, like spinning a flower in your hand, like the outer, or like a clock. The minute and hour hands on a clock. The outer point of the minute hand is going, you know, it's faster than towards the center.
Okay.
Which is pretty damn
to be
odd.
fair, well, hold on. To be fair, they don't actually see it spinning, obviously. they infer a spinning motion because of redshift measurements, Doppler shift measurements. So they don't actually see an actual motion. They just say, hey, this one's redshifted, this must be going this way, this one's blue shifted, it must be going that way. But when they do this, and then they take all this redshift data and they extrapolate velocities from it, it's just as Travis said. It's going in the wrong direction.
And then you have the anomalous redshift, where you have two galaxies next to each other that have connecting arms. And then the redshift on one galaxy will show that it is like hundreds of light years further away than the galaxy it is connected to, which is another impossible nonsense. It'll show the one galaxy is hundreds of light years behind it, but they're connected via the same luminous arms.
Okay.
So to tie this back into like this topic, you know, all these distances and speeds and velocities, they all come from the radius value that's never been measured. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder is built off the Earth radius value, and no one's ever measured this radius value. So it's basically like a fucking Jenga tower, except for there's nothing at the bottom of the Jenga tower. It's just like floating in the air.
I'm sorry, what's based off the radius value of the Earth?
The cosmic distance ladder. So
I thought that was.
distance,
I thought they used astronomical units.
yeah, where'd they get that?
The distance from the sun to the Earth, not the radius. Not the
Yeah,
radius of the
where
Earth.
did they? Yeah, they got that from the radius of the Earth.
Okay then, sure.
Because no, that's not sure. They did because
No.
they,
Sorry, when I say sure, I mean like I believe you. Like I'll just believe you.
I can tell you how they did it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first method was there was a guy named Christian Huygens that used numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story. No, I'm dead serious. This is the official story. This isn't shit I made up. He used it to determine that Venus was the same size as Earth, and used Venus's radius, and then watched Venus transit the sun. Okay, and so if Venus is the size of Earth, then it's going to have a certain angular size. With this angular size, you can calculate the distance. And from that distance, time the transit of the sun, time the transit of Venus across the sun. And then now you have the sun's angular size from that point, right? And then you can calculate its distance based upon the timing.
I assume we went back and revised that number after the Astronic mysticism and after oh my god, after the Astronic mysticism incident. I assume we revised that number of the Earth's radius.
And then there was the other one, the Cassini method, which was they used the proper motion of Mars. And proper motion is Mars isn't actually where you see it, it's where you think it is based upon your model of an orbit, right? It's not actually there. And based upon this difference, they calculate the distance to the sun. So and then there's the other method where you watch Venus transit the sun from two different locations, presuppose the radius, calculate the distance between the 2 points, then calculate a chord distance, and then triangulate the sun using this method of how high Venus is, the difference in height from one observation point and another, based upon what you think the distance is. And then there's the other method. So now, the distance of the sun, well, you might not have known, has changed something like 20 times in the last 150 years. So
you sound fed up with this one.
So what the whole point is that they've never measured the radius of the Earth. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the first rung, which has never been actually demonstrated. It's a Jenga tower floating in the air.
It's not resting on anything.
You need a sphere Earth. You don't have one. Everything else falls down after that.
You don't believe in gravity, Jedi? Nothing falls. Why don't things just float away on the flat Earth? Why not? It's floating right now. Well, I mean, we hear a bunch of stupid shit. Like, you guys don't believe in gravity. Why does everything just not float away? We hear this from people that think they golfed on the moon and rode around in a dune buggy.
No curve, no rotation, no planet, no Big Bang.
Here's a question. How long was Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 supposed to have lasted? Was it like maybe 20 years?
Okay.
They're not long.
Yeah.
And the fact that that thing's still going is just magnificent masterminds of human construction and engineering, right?
I mean,
it's lesser than power than the Game Boy has managed to last this long in regions we're told are extremely dangerous. Without being rude, how old are you? 20s, something like that?
Have 18.
18.
Yes.
I guess because I'm going to be fucking hell. I'm going to be 50 this year. All right. With experience, you'll notice the same patterns repeated.
Shut up,
the
Junior.
Same kind. What?
50. That's
I said, shut
impressive.
up, Junior.
It's impressive.
Oh, you're younger than me, bro. You whippersnapper.
But the experience is there, which is what I'm trying to point out, right? Over like 40, 50, 60 years, whatever Joe is 220, then you notice these patterns. You notice the game that's being played. The common one that gets brought up is like space travel all of the time, right? Moon landings, and eventually we're going to have, hotels on Mars and, moon bases and all of this shit. All right, we were told this in the 70s and the 80s, and again in the 90s, and again in the early 2000s, then in the teens, and now we're being told it again, and I guarantee you we'll be told the same fucking thing in the 30s. This can has been kicked down the road so many times. I guess only experiencing it through your life is, how you can be sure that this is happening instead of like second-hand stories from us telling you that it is. But maybe you should look back into the history of like exploration of space. They probably won't tell you the amount of times that they wanted to tell you that there's going to be hotels on the moon, for example. But I've been trying to do this shit for ages and never really got anywhere. What have we got now? We've got just about Katy Perry going up to the edge of space and telling us that she sees a curve. That's all we've got.
Uh-huh.
Landing 2 miles away from where she took off.
Yeah.
Maybe she went really, really, really high up. Just really high up.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Very, very high up.
Well, I mean, it's definitely
Very
plausible
high.
that Katy Perry rode a giant rocket that looked like a penis. That's normal. That's just like her opening act.
I thought that was one of her music videos.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 18 years old, dude. You got, without being disrespectful to you, but you should probably know this yourself. You've got a lot to learn. I figured out about 10 years ago that most of the stuff that I thought that I knew, I definitely didn't. I've got more questions now than I had, say, 10 years ago. Right? So You're not going to know everything at the moment, but I would suggest, and we would suggest, that at least critically think about the information that you're fed, especially if it's repeated over and over and over again. Propaganda exists, mate. You must be aware of that, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. Sales techniques, right?
Yep.
Advertising. It's all the same fucking game, dude.
And do you know how they sell you something you don't want? Are you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Nope.
Not you, Jedi, the other guy. He's the father of modern advertising. He's a grandson of Sigmund Freud.
They make you think you need. They make you think you need it, or they give you like a certain time.
Yeah, but,
you only have 10 hours. You only have 10 hours to take the deal, and they put like a fake counter, fake time.
No,
fake timer.
what they do is they sell an identity. So this is how they like. So I'll give you an example. This is a good example I heard. If I said Nike sneakers is going to start a hotel, it's easy to imagine what that hotel would look like, right?
Yeah, MX.
Yeah. Okay. If I said Hilton Hotels is going to start a sneaker company, you have no idea what those sneakers are going to look like.
Yep.
Because Nike sells an identity. It's a brand identity, and that's what they sell. They want you to identify with their advertising, right? They typically advertise runners wearing running sneakers, or maybe basketball players, right? They want you to identify with the brand. So like when he helped advertise cigarettes, Torches for Freedom, Torches of Freedom, they wanted women to identify with being liberated from the yoke of the patriarchy, etc. Right? So the globe Earth is also an identity. Believing in the globe Earth, and people identify with it, which is so hard for us when we talk to them because it's integrated into their personality as part of their identity. Global warming, global village. I'm a global citizen. Fly around the globe. Global weather. The whole space idea that we're an technologically advanced civilization, and we can solve all these problems because we're so freaking smart, right? And
you are smarter than your ancestors.
Way smarter. They were a bunch of knuckle draggers. Thought they would fall off the edge of the earth, man. That's how stupid they were. When you just go around a big ball, you just flip upside down like it's nothing. Upside down people. They don't believe in upside down people. What's wrong with those flat earthers? No, I don't believe in upside down people. Okay, so the point is the globe is more than just like a scientific, because some scientific idea that's been proven by science. It is an identity at this point. And one of the first things, and this is the last thing I'll say, one of the first things I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat was the amount of times that I would see a globe in a day, right? The actual space propaganda, globe propaganda that's everywhere. And when you think about those people that put those signs up, or advertising, or made a company, or made some TV show where they showed the Earth as a globe, they've never seen the Earth from that point of view. They have no idea if the Earth looks like that, but they're sticking it everywhere, right? I mean, there's going to be a plumbing company called Global Plumbing with a big globe on the side of their vans. Like, why? Well, what the fuck does that got to do with plumbing?
Oh, why? Because they would just want to sell like, we're for everybody, and we can fix any problem.
Yeah, an
like
identity.
Around the Earth.
It's identity. That's right. It's an identity. No, people see you're technologically advanced. That's what they see.
Yeah, as in like we can fix any problem anywhere, like on Earth. Like it's not identity about the globe; it's identity about being good at plumbing.
Yeah, but that's what you should be caring about, was whether they're good at plumbing, not whether they are good at advertising. Right? What I'm saying is they're tuning into a primal identity that people have, right? What do they call a worldview? People have a worldview, right? I'm just and this is where the globe gets into its evil part, right? There's a big bang, there's evolution, there's men, but if I think about my life, it can never have any meaning, because The Earth is just one planet in a trillions of planets, of trillions of stars, and I'm a meaningless speck of dust in an uncaring, naturalistic universe. So it really doesn't matter what I do, to some degree. Just don't get in trouble and arrested, and everything's fine. I can be a degenerate. I can do whatever. There's no God to tell me what I'm doing wrong. This is where it leads to. This is like the dominoes, how the dominoes fall. You got to believe the globe, and then believe to the Big Bang, and then believe the evolution, and then believe the solipsism, right? It's an evolution of human thought that's founded on the identity that people think the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I'm probably blowing your fucking gourd right now. I understand
No.
but
I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying. It just sounds like
there's another part of it. This is a multifaceted thing. So the other part of the identity is Western civilization. Why is Western civilization better than everybody? Oh, they discovered the Earth is a globe first. Eratosthenes stuck some sticks to the ground. They discovered the Earth was a globe. Everybody believed the Earth was a globe. Then we sailed the 7 seas, and then we colonized the world, and we made the world a better place, and ended hunger and ended slavery. And we only did that because we're smarter than everybody else. And why? Because
we are better than the Russians and the Chinese because we made it to the moon first.
Yeah, we're better than the Russians because we went to the moon, right? So there's like, this is a multifaceted idea with tentacles that go in every part of society, of Western society. I don't know how it is in other countries, or like not the non-Western world. I'm sure in the Congo they don't believe any of this bullshit that we talk about. But it has permeated Western thought. Because it's really our claim to fame. Who's the smartest people? Oh, it's Newton. It's Galileo. It's Copernicus. Oh, what did they do? Oh, they discovered the heliocentric model. They discovered that there's gravity that formed the Earth into a ball. So these are who we consider and idolize as the smartest people in the West. Einstein. What did he do? Oh, he talked about space and how there's black holes and yada, 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 right? So there's a foundation here that not just you personally, but the entire Western world in a societal sense, its foundation is on this globe idea. Which is why people get triggered by this topic and don't know why they snap out and get so emotional. They don't even know why they're doing it. Because they're just like, they have Stockholm Syndrome. That's all there is to it. They have Stockholm Syndrome. You know what Stockholm Syndrome is?
Yes, I know what Stockholm Syndrome is.
Are you in Stockholm?
Okay.
Sorry about the rant, dude, but we talk about this other shit and yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We can demonstrate that. That's what the reality is outside. But we beat around the bush of what the real problem is. The real problem is it's an idea that's like a fucking cancer, right? It's a cancer because you have to believe that all of your reality is an illusion, that you can't detect the world as it actually is, and you have to defer to other people that claim, for some reason, that they're smarter than you. Okay, though they may or may not be smarter than you, but you have to defer to them of what reality is. That right there is a fundamental problem, that you're deferring away from your own experience of the world to what other people claim they experienced. And somehow their experience is superior to yours. Right there, you're outsourcing your own intellect, your own mind, your own experience to some fucking stranger that you never met, that may or may not have your interest at heart.
Okay.
You know, flat Earth, it's obviously flat. I mean, we don't even have to, at this point, we don't even consider this a debate. At least in this camp, we don't consider this a debate. The Earth is flat. You can just demonstrate it yourself. We don't have to talk about it. We can just say, hey, man, that's cool. You think the Earth is a globe? Fucking prove it. Go out into the world, go do some measurements and prove it's a globe. And don't nobody ever come back with any measurements proving it's a globe. They just talk about fucking TV shows and what they saw on the screen. That's all that ever happens. So there is no debate. The debate is over. It hasn't been debate in a long time.
Okay.
It's more like, what are the consequences? What are the consequences of this idea? And what are they doing to the society? Now, I already told you, I'm not running around. I'm not going to go protest in front of the ocean and say, flat, not curved with a sign, right? Ocean's flat, not curved. Everybody at the beach is like, yeah, duh. Obviously it's flat, right? But then some scientists will walk out to the beach and go, don't listen to this fucking guy. He's crazy. That ocean only looks flat. You're like a tiny ant on the beach ball. Don't listen to him. So I'm not doing that. I got better things to do in my life.
What's the pilot for
Good lord.
You want to go down to the beach and protest with me? We're going to protest that the ocean's flat.
Okay, that's a bit.
The ocean's flat. We're going to go protest. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, people ask us, what are you guys going to do about the earth being flat? Maybe, when do you think people are going to know? They know now. They just don't believe what they know. Everybody knows the earth is flat. Some people don't believe it. They don't believe their own eyes, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People don't believe their own eyes.
The globe, the subliminal messaging comment, that's a bit of an overreaction. No, just because, like, yeah, the modern world believes that the globe is like the truth. So obviously it's gonna be everywhere because it's just taken as a concrete fact. It's not like not every recurring thing is subliminal messaging.
There's a good word for this. Prolification. So it's an idea that grows, right? So when a child goes to school and the teacher asks them to paint the universe or do a little picture, and they're going to draw the idea that's already in their head from the previous class where they were talking about geography and the earth being a ball. So the artist will build upon these ideas that the author will write about these ideas, right? And we can look back in history into certain authors who've speculated about what the sky is about. And these ideas keep growing until you get to like the 50s and the 60s, where we've got films and movies starting to develop and comic books, all based on these ideas. But the idea is planted. The subliminal programming is just a consequence of that seed that's been planted. You find it everywhere, though, like Indio says. You'll find it in history before people even went to space. Like, what is it? The Universal Pictures logo or Universal Studios, which is just a globe Earth. I think that came out in the 1920s, something, maybe just before, just after, but well before we went to space to confirm any idea that the Earth was a ball. Right?
Oh, hold on, dude. Like the first movie, the very first movie is called A Trip to the Moon. It's by French. It's a silent movie. So there's a bunch of wizards, and because they're like, movies were new, so they're doing it like on a stage that people do acting on. So there's a dividing wall. They're wizards. They're all dressed in wizard stuff. They walk through a door, go to the other side, and they're in lab coats. And they take a rocket and they launch it to the moon. And the guy goes up there, does whatever. And then to get back to Earth, he just jumps off the moon and lands on Earth. Right? So this is the very first film. Was about a rocket going to the moon. Kepler wrote a book about a witch taking him to the moon. Well, not him personally, because that would be heresy. So associate a work of fiction. There's also another guy. I think it's I don't know if it's Trajan, in 100 AD wrote a book called A True Story about someone going to the moon and like this they considered the sun a planet. They didn't consider it like a burning ball of gas. So the whole story is about a war between the moon people and the sun people.
What is the moon?
A ball of
observable phenomena.
The point to this, though, is the programming runs like really deep. You don't notice it. You will actually proliferate this idea yourself, right?
But you know.
Know what? Know that it's everywhere?
You know that you're being programmed. It's just everyone else is fooled.
No, everyone else is fooling themselves.
But you're not.
Everybody's awake to certain ideas or not, dude. All right, this is very grey area you're talking about. You're really overgeneralizing this. We know something. We don't know everything. No, there are other people that have come to the same conclusion that they're very going and have never touched flat Earth.
Look, all of us in this chat, whether you believe it or not, you know the Earth is flat. Period. There's no denying it. It's impossible to deny. Well, knowledge comes from experience. The only thing you know are the things you actually experience. Now, you can believe other things, right? So you believe that you're going to wake up tomorrow morning, but you don't know that. And you can read a book that says, hey, cats are mammals, right?
But you don't know that?
But you don't know that, no.
You don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No.
Why not?
Okay, well, yeah.
Look, you'd have to look it up in the dictionary, the word mammal, and then see if a cat.
You wouldn't just know that? You wouldn't just know that a cat is a mammal?
No, you wouldn't just know that, dude.
You're saying that you don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No,
why you don't know.
Why should I believe you about anything
by yourself, Mark?
Are you really that desperate that you're going to do that weak ass attempt at a straw man? Really?
So, Mark,
desperate?
No one's ever told you anything about cats.
No, I didn't say that.
Nobody's ever taught you anything about cats. You're walking along the street one day. Oh, look, a cat jumps out in front of you. Are you going to go, that's a fine-looking mammal? Or are you going to go, oh, wow, it's a cat?
You're saying that you don't know what a cat is?
Why are you
Have you taken a biology class?
You're going to get muted and kicked out of the channel. Don't do it again. It's your only warning.
Everybody knows a cat is a mammal because of anecdotes. Like,
no, because there's a word named mammal, and it's a category, and it has a criteria and properties, and then the cat will meet all the properties of the category mammal. That's how you know the cat is a fucking mammal, dude.
Yeah. Because I've never personally studied it myself, but like people who have told me, so that I know it's a mammal. So yes, I know.
No, you don't know that. No, you don't know that. If someone told you, you don't know that. You believe that
until you go and do it yourself.
Okay,
it's
so
just
nothing. So nothing anyone ever tells you, you can say you know.
You're right.
Not getting this, right?
I can know what I know is what they said.
It's going to frustrate me.
Yeah, hold on, Jai. I can know what they said. That's what I know. I heard some words come out of their fucking face, and I heard it with my ears. That's what I know. Whether those words are true or false, I don't know that.
So if I were to say a cat is a mammal, you don't know if it's true or false?
I can evaluate. I can. You really want to get kicked out of here, don't you? I can figure out if it's true or false by the way I just said. Can you tell me what I just said about how to figure out if a cat is a mammal?
You would look it up in the dictionary?
What would I look up in the dictionary?
Whether or not it's a mammal.
No, you retard.
You wouldn't use a dictionary for that.
Well, you're the one that doesn't know if a cat is a mammal.
And see what the definition is. And see that it's a category of animal. And then I would look at a cat and say, hey, this category, does the cat have the properties of this category? So that I can say cat fits into it.
All right. That makes sense.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. This is like 3rd grade. Didn't they teach you this in 3rd grade? How to figure out what categories are and whether something goes in the category? They used to have little fucking standardized tests. They would say, color. Circle all the things that are a color, and it would say blue, red, turtle, fucking ice, and then you'd circle ice, turtle.
Right. Calm down. It's not that serious.
This is way too good.
I feel the frustration.
Listen, you guys can't for some reason try to discern emotions, and you're so bad at it. This isn't anger. This is disgust. Okay.
I know, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'm disgusted.
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm fucking having I'm having a conversation that's like 50 IQ points from midwit.
Oh, okay.
Have you got anything good to add to the conversation, or should we return to the lab?
Yeah, you got any gold proof? Yeah, can we get some gold proof?
Well, what would change your mind?
Measurements of curvature. Right there, it's really easy. Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
Well, how would I present those to you?
You'd measure the surface of the Earth and demonstrate that it's curving.
But let's say that I've done that. How do I show you?
Okay, I got it. Show us the data.
You can make a video. You can do show and tell in the side chat. That's up to you,
Got to
my
be
friend.
a video. Just give us the data.
Yeah.
You want a YouTube video?
No, I want data, dude. We want data to evaluate. That's what we want.
Okay.
We want to evaluate the methodology to see what was actually measured, the technique. You know what I mean? The same as you do with any, like reading any type of academic paper. They have the experimental layout, and then you evaluate whether that experiment was rigorous, what the assumptions were, what the sources of error were, what the output data actually was. You know, that you evaluate the experiment.
And you think people haven't done that already?
I know they haven't. Why do you think they have? Well, because I've talked to you. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, pilot surveyors over a period of 10 years, anti-flat earthers whose whole fucking purpose of life is to oppose us have never presented such a thing either. And they've never gone out and done it.
Well, there's plenty of people that have.
Okay, show us.
Okay, I'll post you a link.
We can look.
Post in the chat. This will be funny.
Jesse, part of the lies?
They have shown it, and they're in here. They're flat earthers.
Did you post it already? Am I still waiting?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just asking, dude. Chill.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. We are waiting for measurements of Earth curvature, right?
I mean, he said it's done plenty of times. He probably, I guess it's probably has so many that he can't pick. So just make like a roulette wheel of like Earth curve measurements and just like spin the ball and whatever it lands on, present that. Because you got so many.
I bet you the video he presents is going to have a 23-foot tall Jaren.
Well, I was going to post scientific and empirical evidence.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, post that. Post that. Do that.
That'll be fun.
All right, this is from Wikipedia.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty.
Wait a minute. Did he say scientific? Because that's not going to work. This is geometry,
this
bro.
Is empirical evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth. So let's go through these.
Yeah, hold on. Is that what I asked for? I asked for measurements of curvature. Are there measurements of curvature?
So first of all, the visibility
I asked for measurements
of
of curvature. Shut up. I asked for measurements of curvature. Is it in that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Which one?
Well, we can go further than that. I mean,
which
we can
one
talk about
in there is the measurement of curvature?
The first one.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
So the first paragraph, the roughly spherical shape of Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation, ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. The spherical shape causes a number of effects and phenomena that, when combined, disprove flat Earth beliefs.
Yeah,
These
keep
include
reading.
the visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface. Well, us seeing too far proves it's flat, so that was a fail. Lunar eclipses.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
Empirical
I said lunar eclipses.
Is this empirical
Appearance
evidence?
of the moon. Observations of the sky from a certain altitude. Observation of certain fixed stars from different locations. Observing the sun. Surface navigation. Grid distortion on a spherical surface. Weather systems. Gravity. And modern technology.
Okay, so where's the measurements of curvature in that?
Well, that's the introductory paragraph. Let's go through it.
Yeah, listen, we're not reading the Wikipedia article. You're going to go down it and find the measurements of curvature part and read it to us. You said what would convince you. I gave you the criteria. You said it's in that. Now go in there and find the data that measures the surface of the Earth to be curving. It's very fucking simple, dude.
If the degree of curvature is determined to be the same everywhere on the Earth's surface, and the surface was determined to be large enough, the constant curvature would show that the Earth is spherical. In practice,
Cool. So why
this
can't we
method
measure
is
it?
not reliable because of variations in atmospheric refraction, which is how much the atmosphere bends light traveling through it. Refraction can give the impression that the Earth's surface is flat,
going to lead to a
curved
measurement?
more convexly than it is, or that it
this
is
is an
concave.
excuse. Sorry,
This is
okay.
what happens in the various
Hold on,
trials
trying
of
to
the
jump in.
budget level
Trying to.
experiment.
Trying to. Right, this isn't a measurement, right? This is excuses as to why you can't have measurements.
Do you think it's? Do you think it's never been done?
No. Before you move on, I'm going to ask you about this refraction thing. What's the evidence for this refraction thing happening?
I'm not sure. You'll have to do the research yourself. You should.
Oh,
think
I know what the evidence is. I know what its evidence is. The evidence
okay. Explain it for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what the evidence is. So the evidence for globe refraction is that the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence.
Right, but just because it looks flat doesn't mean that it is.
Right. So my evidence is the Earth looks flat, and that's my evidence of a globe. Think of how retarded you sound right now. I know it doesn't. I'm well aware of that.
So why are you saying it if it doesn't make sense?
That's your position.
What's my position?
That the evidence that there's globe refraction. And I asked you what the evidence is, and you said you don't know, and I told you what the evidence is. The evidence for the globe, for refraction, bending light around a globe, is that the Earth looks flat. They see the Earth looks flat and go, Earth is a globe, so the light must be bending.
Yeah.
Still
so
not
your
a
evidence
measurement.
for globe refraction is a flat Earth. Congratulations.
What shape is the Earth again?
Don't even try it, dude. It doesn't have a shape.
It doesn't have a shape.
It's not going to deflect away from this.
No,
India.
You should say it doesn't have a shape. You should say it has the shape that it has.
No, we're claiming horizontal water. Horizontal isn't a shape, but we must get back to the measurement of Earth curvature that's been done multiple times.
Yeah, he demanded
gave us an excuse that started with a flat Earth.
Can you explain to me how you measured the Earth?
No, you need to go and get the measurements. Not more deflecting back to us. You claimed measurements of Earth curvature. Remember?
Right, but you're the one claiming that it's flat.
Dude,
so the burden of proof is on you to disprove that it's round.
Us. Now you're talking through me again, trying to run away from the point. Right? Me and Joe are going to chase you down, dude. Trust me on that, right? You made this claim. You asked us what would convince us. You said it's been done loads of times. So go and get the criteria of what would convince us. Not reading out from a Wikipedia article.
I posted it in the chat. You can go and read it yourself.
Yeah,
but you
Mark,
probably wouldn't understand it.
Stop talking. You're making yourself look even more stupid. Nowhere in your article did it.
That's just an ad hominem attack.
Nowhere in your article did it give us measurements.
That's another ad hominem attack.
No, you're using the word
measurements that are lacking.
An ad hom is when you insult the person to prove a proposition or disprove a proposition. We're just insulting you.
That's not very convincing. And maybe that's why no one believes the Earth is flat.
Neither
no one cares.
Wikipedia article that you haven't read and don't understand.
We know no one believes
us. What are you talking, dude?
Did you hear that, Jedi? He said no one believes the Earth is flat. Yeah, we know. They know the Earth is flat. Everybody does.
Yeah, what the fuck? We should talk to the last guy. This one's an idiot.
The way they separated them. Who's the last guy?
You, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Which you have half a brain cell.
Oh,
that dude had 2 brain cells and one is down of loneliness at this point.
We will have it stated for the record, though, that the gentleman did fail to provide measurements of Earth curvature.
I second that motion.
Okay, man. I forgot I existed, okay.
Without objection, the motion is passed. He did not present measurements of Earth curve.
It's a good start to 2026.
Hell yeah.
Next semester we'll have a good start when I ask my professor
Have your professor come in here.
Sorry?
Have them come in here.
Have them come in here? Well, that would just be splendid. Technically, I have like 5 different professors because they all teach different subject areas. Yeah, have them all. It's a group project.
Look, we've talked to people with a way higher academic standing than your school professors, believe me.
Oh, no, university. University.
Okay.
Line them up, dude.
So,
just bring them in, line them up, feed them to India. It's going to be great.
We've had people with PhDs in physics, mathematical physics, that wrote their dissertations on direct detection of the dark matter and all sorts of crap. So we've talked to people in academia of lots of different professions. Okay.
Yeah.
So just bring them in here. That's all I'm saying. We like academics. We treat them. Typically, academics act normal, so they don't get what that other person just got. That other person's kind of like an anti-flat earther, and we're actually familiar with him. He's in the politics server, so he does this all the time.
And he's a mod for this channel, which is great. I think, or was I looking at the wrong person? No, I was looking at the wrong person.
You probably looked at the wrong person.
Oh yeah, I did. Matrix. I was looking at Matrix.
He is definitely a mod. And he is the right person. Matrix is the right person for any job. Especially for trolls like him. So the only reason I want them to come in here, quite honestly, is for you. Because what you'll find out, that no matter how smart you think your professor is, they're going to come in here and they're going to be like, I don't know. That
would actually be, it's so interesting, genuinely.
Because they're not going to know. Like, so they'll say something like, yeah, stars are like, do this, or, I think somebody did this, and you go, okay, can you actually show the evidence for that? And they won't be able to do it. They know all the claims, but they don't know what the evidence for the claims are, right? So they know why people claim the Earth is a globe, but they don't know what the evidence actually is, like how they even reach that conclusion. And maybe they'll bring up Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or one of these other guys, but they won't know what they did or how they did it or anything about the techniques they used or what they assumed or even the precision of their measurement. They won't know anything about like how anybody actually came to the conclusion. Right, they'll just know the general claim. That's it. And this is typically what we find by people in academia that they've never looked into it, and they'll typically admit it. They're like, well, I really don't know. I've never really looked into it. I just assumed it to be the case. I was taught it in a grade school or whatever, and I just took it to be true, which is kind of unscientific.
No, yeah.
Hello.
It's between the two of us.
Yeah, so this guy, he's like 18 years old. We've been kind of dropping the shit on him. You're more than welcome to talk to him. I'm kind of like been going at it well, hogging the mic.
Who are you even talking to?
You.
No, you were talking. You were saying to someone else.
I was talking to Says Who. Yeah, Says Who makes great arguments about this topic. Well, a lot of people do, but he's particularly good at working with people that are very unfamiliar with it because you're a newbie.
Okay, go.
Well, I mean, most people are. I mean, there's people that have varying ranges of experience with this topic. Typically, most people do like through internet memes or nonsense, some TikTok video maybe. But then there's others that they've got into it a little bit.
What do you even do for work?
Me? I'm retired.
Yes. You're retired? Oh yeah, because you're 40.
I'm way over. I'm older than 40, dude. I haven't been 40 in a while.
50?
I'm older than that.
Good lord. Okay.
When Huygens was doing his numerology and mysticism, I'm the one that cut open the chicken so he could look at the guts.
What was your work?
Network engineering, computer science, IT,
Okay.
dude. I shouldn't even say network engineering. I did a lot of stuff in IT, so I'm multi-talented,
Okay.
multi-skilled, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty much retired.
Good job.
I work when I feel like it. If I want cocaine and hookers, that's pretty much the only time I work.
Okay.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. I'm almost out of cocaine and hookers. I better go get a job.
What?
So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like, I think, 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so it's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time. I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Got to take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post the map.
And you're using infrared as well.
Yeah, that's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I've like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it...
I mean, it can go either way. Typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. Do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames. So,
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum, and so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, the fall rate, or the descent, the elevation of the rivers, and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? If we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once,
Astronaut. Okay, so you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. That's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical.
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason, if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again.
Yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. These are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions, like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a Coke.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
money. You don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying, like, is that?
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right? Yeah. So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. Like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So that just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
All right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like if let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. Like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, hey, we can't go to the moon. And hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space? And he said the stuff we have. Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations, and all, it just, the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it now. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the Earth as flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position. Already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies, men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
well, I understand that, but once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary level surface where there's up and down and you breathe air. And so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience. And yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the Earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the Earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past a flat earther. I've probably walked past a murderer.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the convo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, Just the chances of that are so slim that I wouldn't even risk
They're not
it.
that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, a certain demographic, I think it was 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap. When you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. You're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people talking about it, and they say it in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. They consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's I want to say super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you talk about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right? I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I was I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed, and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball, because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah. Even though even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
Did you ask
know?
how do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hmm?
But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in the actual world. Like
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah,
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Damn correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions are like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen
What's your
in,
friend's name?
see what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See you tonight.
I wish
What's his?
he was there earlier,
What's his
but we were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really?
No,
You don't believe. You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. It's iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat earth and the flat earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the earth really looks like. So,
yes, I seem like I thought a good YouTube video, like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure, but like yes, kind of has some curves in there.
we're not gonna offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. You know, even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating, but we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any questions,
have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
the
them.
3-Eye Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3-Eye Atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards-facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
right,
not a random
non-gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water, and then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. but we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That's really
man.
interesting. It's thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high powered lasers.
It shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
Crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went out.
I heard NASA was the one who like came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No,
that rings a bell.
No, well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So yeah, like I've never heard anyone say NASA. Everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, like apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. Like all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, okay, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, okay, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, oh, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that, that was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere. This is how it works. Heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, Old Dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, what's
His
up?
name's.
Sorry,
We were
I thought
talking
you were
about the
talking
sky.
about something. The sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah.
Jamesy.
Yeah, I'm up.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
Sky
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the same question you asked. Someone asked, "What's up?" And I replied, "The sky." And then you reply, "Oh,
yeah,
someone
yeah,
said my name or something."
Yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong as someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right?
No,
Indio?
I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
While
love
you
that
get your
Jemsy's
stuff.
chilling on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamesy?
no, the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time, I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Gotta take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post
and you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I've like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you, I was freezing. Like I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh yeah, 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour, and it was like constant. You know, the ocean is where the breeze is doesn't let up, and like you can't operate a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like I was determined. I pretty much I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it, and I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6 degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15-20 minutes. But that by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can see them picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot, Indio. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
You know, I was thinking,
this is one
like,
of the top.
We should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual, like, best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yep. Definitely important. Yeah, this is also
look how small that boat is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
This is its position. So It's about 8 miles, I think it was. 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video, and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like, because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, so so on each side of the shipping lane there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, says you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I mean? If it was just, I guess. That would
I think
be a
if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a great one. I love it.
Especially because it's right at the 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or their argument is
and that means there's never a geometric horizon ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, what about eclipses?
Yeah, where's the edge?
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very wet. Weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually when I finished, I went into a coffee shop and warmed up. That's unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing. and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
Yeah, it's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that is just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window, like there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago. And then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane. It's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think Globe Earthers they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like, I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
Ladies Man is back. Welcome back, Ladies Man.
Hello there.
Did we ever answer your question?
What question?
Oh, the question. Some people tried to answer, and then other people derailed into their own little thing that could have easily been done in a private voice call. And then I tried to restate your question. You said I restated it wrong. I asked you again what it was, and then we went into another private voice call that we all had to listen to. Do you remember what the question was?
No, not at all. It might have been something like, what is the flat Earth map? Or, I don't know.
Might have been that. Yeah, because that dude said that there was one, and he loved it so much that he has it hanging on his wall. Yeah. I thought you asked something about the government and why they would do it. Yeah. So the reason why people about the flat Earth map, I guess I'll answer that one since that's the one that came to your mind. Okay, so the thing of it is, Ladies Man, you and I and everyone else, unless you had some very special parents, grew up being told that even though we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, and we've never had any first-hand experience of a globe, that actually there is a globe and that we're just dumb and we don't know what we're talking about. So, if we went outside as a child, like I did, laid on the ground, watched the clouds moving, felt like the Earth was stationary as it appears, and never observed a globe anywhere or never detected any kind of motion of the Earth beneath us, that it was just because of our, insufficient knowledge, but these wonderful spacemen in the sky have determined that it is actually a globe, moving, spinning, doing all these things that you never see. So what that taught you was that you couldn't do what people have done since they first were born onto this plane, which is learn about your environment and the Earth from your own firsthand experience, and then perhaps from some trusted adults that were near you who were either related to you or lived in your immediate community and therefore actually did have your best interests at heart and did not want to trick you into thinking the Earth was something different than it actually is. So, therefore, you got that brain, that globe idea implanted into your brain at a young age, and it wasn't just that the idea was there; it was that the idea supplanted and took the place of your actual lived experience. So then, as you grew up, you thought, "Oh, I can't actually learn from doing or observing or even reasoning, because my reason would lead me to think this was flat and stationary realm, because that's all I've ever experienced." So you were taught that you were unreasonable to trust these observations and that you can only trust authority. So then once people start getting into flat Earth, it's normal that since they are programmed into these very rigid brain structures, that they would still think, even though they've been shown, whatever it is that convinced them that the globe model was wrong, whether it be the 8 inches per mile of imaginary curvature that's never observed, or the maximum distance of the horizon that is continually superseded by observations of the horizon being way farther than it should be if we lived on a sphere of 59 miles. Once you're intellectually convinced of that, due to thinking that you, one, needed to know everything and needed to have this kind of God's eye view of what the Earth was, you might then, as a new flat earther, be tempted to jump onto, here's a new thing that explains everything that you can look at, aka the flat earth map that explains all things, that's defined, that you can now have a new model. So we here at the 24/7 Flat Earth server are different than other flat earthers. So since you came in here telling us, ladies, man, that you were observing our behavior and attitudes, you might be interested to know that our behavior and attitudes are different than other flat earthers, because we do not want to produce a replacement model for people. In fact, we have found that it is a 24/7, 365 days a year job just to debunk the failed fantasy globe. So that's what we do. And so, the map thing, it's like, yeah, we like maps. Like, ladies, man, maps are best. The smaller area that the map represents, therefore a larger scale, meaning, like I could draw a map, of my house or something. And then I could make 1 inch be a much larger area than I could if I was trying to draw a map of my whole town, and so on and so forth. And then, so every time you go up, you're going to have a less accurate map. That's why topo maps, topographical maps are very helpful maps if you're actually trying to navigate in the world. So having a map of the entire area of the world is not only unrealistic and impossible, it's also unnecessary. So that's why we're not into it. Does that make sense to you? Ladies, man, 217.
Yeah, that made some sense. I mean, Yeah.
Okay, what part didn't make sense? Because it only made some sense. That means it didn't make total sense. So what part didn't make sense?
No, I was just saying that some parts of that, it kind of felt you were going on a rant, like when you were saying, like, when you're talking about some people grow up in different households or their parents teach them different things. I was kind of confused. I was like, this isn't really what I was asking, but then you tied it in to the map.
Oh, okay. So you thought I was going off topic, but then you realized at the end that it did have to do with the map.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yeah.
People think about maps completely wrong. They have no idea what they are, other than the most rudimentary understanding. There is no accurate map. They don't exist. They've never existed. They never will exist. Even cartographers say this. It isn't us. You have to choose what's called an origin of coordinates. Where you place that, right? So now imagine like a Cartesian map, right? You have the x-axis and the y-axis. Where you choose to place that origin of coordinates determines what the map quote unquote looks like or how it's used. Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this choice is completely freaking arbitrary. Now, if I choose Cartesian coordinates and go, hey, I want this map to now be in polar coordinates, the way the map appears and is used and what it can do and what its limitations are, it's determined by the transformation and how you transform it from one coordinate system to the other and what you're using it. But when we go and say, hey, now we're going to apply this this conceptual mathematical framework, and now we're going to apply it to the real world, right? Which is another mapping. How do you do that? So, for instance, north, south, east, west. East on a globe is a circle. West on a globe is a circle. East, west in like a Mercator map is not a circle. Could be a circle because it's a cylinder, but on the map it's like a Mercator map properly used is rolled up into a cylinder, like a tube. Right? So people get fixated on maps and they choose an arbitrary coordinate system, right? And they go with it, and it's good for whatever use they made it for, and they chose that coordinate system. So, for instance, we choose if you use the compass as your coordinate system, it isn't going to match any other coordinate system. It's not going to match the celestial sphere. It's not going to match the sunrise sunset. And if you choose the sunrise sunset as your origin of coordinates, then it's not going to match the other two. Because there's actually 3 sets of north, south, east, west. But a lot of people don't know that. So, like, the demand for a map it's just silly on its face. What they're really saying, what they really want to, and they just don't know how to say it or they don't have the balls to say it, is what's the Earth look like from space? Because that's what they really want. They want you to show them a picture of the Earth from space. So they go, hey, what's the flat Earth map? Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, what does the Earth look like? Oh, look like from where? From space, obviously. Or the distances are wrong. How do you know they're wrong? Well, because the globe says the distances are this. Well, how do you know those ones are right? What do you think? We can't measure distance? No, they don't. You can't measure the difference between New York and Australia. You can calculate some distance, but you can't measure it. So maps aren't what they seem. The way people conceive of them in their mind, they're completely different.
All right, that's it's interesting.
I mean, I got a clip on my YouTube channel, a clip of people. So they did something very interesting. There's a lot of old maps, and so for instance, in Russia, there's a map where they mapped accurately every town, city, village, everything like their boundary. But the thing is, they made each one the same size in the book so that it took up the full page. Well, the scales are all out of whack, right? So, because Moscow isn't the same size as some little podunk city, but in their book, they can't just rip out the pages and just stick them all together and make a map out of them. Don't work like that. So anyway, she's giving a presentation on her project where she does this. It's like a Harvard anthropologist or something. So she even says that there's no such thing as an accurate map. They just don't exist. And this is what she does for a living.
I don't think we would ever get access to an accurate map anyway. I think if this lie is as big as we are told, that would be incredibly some above top secret kind of thing as well.
Well, I mean, think about the UK, right? Their survey system is called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey. Ordnance is freaking weaponry, military hardware. So ordnance, right? So they use this, and the Ordnance Survey started because they wanted a map of Scotland, so that they had to invade Scotland. They knew where everything was. They would know where all the mountains were, where all the valleys were, all the high points to put their artillery on top of, right? So maps are really, their use is military purposes and crowd control, basically, killing people. And they're very valuable if you want to do that.
Right. See, we invented bloody everything here, even the art of war, how to map the landscape so you can fight somebody.
Yeah, actually, I think I had one last question. What I've heard from some flat earthers is that Antarctica, like the ice, is like what holds in the water. Is this true?
Holds in the water from what?
I don't know.
We think it's gonna. So silly. Okay.
That's what they said.
What you're saying. Holds in the water for what? You think it's gonna pour off the edge of the disc into space?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. You never heard that from any flat earther, dude.
I have.
Okay, then they're trolling you.
Okay, that's a good enough answer as it is.
Okay, first of all, no flat earther thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Okay.
Well, I didn't say that. I just said.
Well, I'm just saying is that no flat earther thinks that, and that's why the water would need to be held in, is because for some reason they think it would. You'd have to think that the water would pour off the edge of the Earth into space. Well, that couldn't happen either because when water hits a vacuum, it evaporates. So that wouldn't happen. It's just nonsense, dude. It's like fucking. It's just sail off the edge of the Earth bullshit, dude. Nobody believes that shit.
How about the is there a dome above us? The firmament, as I've heard it's called.
It doesn't have to be a dome. Some sort of containment. We don't know this composition.
You don't know?
How would we know?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, if I had a guess, I'd say some sort of glass that we have no idea of.
In this place, we're empiricists. We only make claims about things that there's actual evidence for. There's evidence for containment. There's no evidence for a dome or any other goddamn shape. So we don't make claims that there's domes or frickin' ice walls or fucking ice walls. Actually, a fucking Goldberg thing. It's not even us.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
But you said you thought flat earthers like what I know about flat earthers, they believe what they experience. You know that's the foundation of science, right? The foundation of science and the scientific method is empiricism. It's empirical observation, not rationality. So whatever your hypothesis is, whatever your theory is, whatever your idea is, it has to be testable in the natural world or it's not science.
So we had a guy come in earlier. He said, I heard flat earthers don't believe in gravity. Oh, gravity, what's that? Oh, things fall, like you guys don't believe that things fall to the ground. No, brother. So I told him, we know things fall to the ground. Everybody knows that. We don't believe that mass attracts mass is the reason for that. So, well, then what else would it be? I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's no experiment that's ever been done that proves the reason things fall is mass attracting mass. To make a scientific claim about the phenomenon of falling objects, right? Your natural phenomenon, hey, I saw something fall. To make a scientific claim about that, you need to do the experiment. You don't just get to make it up in your head. If you make it up in your head, it's not science. It's not science until you do the experiment. So if someone's claiming ice wall, dome, edge of the earth, all that shit, we here don't buy that shit until they provide the evidence that it's true. We are more than happy to say, I don't fucking know. Which is the state of affairs for most people most of the time. People like to pretend they know things because someone that they think knows something told them something. But they don't know if that person knows. They just believe they know because they like to believe it. Because they don't want to say what's true. As in, I don't know. People don't like to say those words.
All right. I think that's about.
I mean, that's the fact. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and nobody else does either, right? I could pull any scientist that you could come up with and think in your head, hey, this person would know. We've talked to those people. They don't know. They don't know anything. Very small segment of people even claim they know the Earth is a globe. Like the Apollo astronauts. Other than that, everybody else is a bunch of believers. They believe what the Apollo astronauts said. Because nobody, other than them, claiming to have seen the Earth in its totality as a ball.
How about the maybe upcoming Artemis astronauts?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Where are they getting those 15 rockets?
What 15 rockets?
They need 15 rockets to go to the moon.
That's for Starship, and that's because that's like a single stage rocket. And then the thing that stages has enough.
No, that's for the fuel, brother. The fuel.
Yes, that's for the fuel.
They have to fly fuel up, so they can fuel it up enough for the flight of the moon.
Yeah, they do. That's correct.
Yeah, so they had to do that for the Apollo too. Why didn't they do that?
Because Apollo staged the rocket.
Well, were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
Saturn V was massive. Giant.
Well, von Braun said it would need 3 rockets the size of larger than the Empire State Building to go to the moon.
He said that in like the 50s or 40s. Like.
So what? Why does that matter?
Because technology changed over time. The government funded.
What changed?
The technology of rockets. They figured out more. They figured out staging.
They figured it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You just believe something. Hey, they just
you
said
asked me. What was I meant to say? Like,
they just figured it out.
Hey, Elon said it again. The same thing as he said in the 50s.
I don't know how they figured it out,
brother.
I'm just saying the reason.
What did they figure out?
How to stage. Or not really how to stage. They kind of do.
They get more thrust, dude. How do they get more thrust and more fuel and more efficiency?
A rocket scientist.
Where they could shrink the rocket basically down from the size of 3 Empire State Buildings down to 1/10 of one.
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy. How would I know?
There is no right guy. It's a bullshit story, dude. There is no right guy.
Hey, then why are you asking me?
You asked about Artemis.
Yeah, I was
That's
saying
another bullshit story.
No, because you said the Apollo astronauts were the only ones that quote unquote knew, and I was like, isn't there more people upcoming that might see it?
Might,
quote unquote, might, because you might.
Okay, so what are we going to be up to? Freaking 30 people?
I mean, how many people are on the Apollo missions?
27 in totality.
How many of those went to the moon and back? Well, like orbited it back.
27 in totality went far enough away from the Earth that they should have seen it as a ball.
This upcoming will be 4.
Okay, so we'll be up to 32. So 32 people versus 9 billion. So are the 9 billion people supposed to hook their wagon to the claims of 32 people and live their lives by that?
Why not?
Why not?
I said probably not.
Yeah, that's probably better. You said why not? Like, are you high as hell, bro? It's New Year's Eve. You drunk?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. See, there's the fundamental problem. There's a large, the totality of the population of the Earth basically has to believe, like an elite group of priests, the claims of people that basically people in the military. So, ladies and gentlemen, did you see one of the categories? The NASA category, that NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
You were that? The NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
So Trump signed an executive order?
I thought that was like meant to be like the new like branch of the military. What was the new branch? Like Space Force? I thought that's what they were meant to do, spy and shit.
No, he signed an executive order. I don't know, earlier in the year.
Trump
this year.
is a guy. He's a person.
Yeah, I know that, but he signed an executive order that said the primary purpose of NASA is intelligence, counterintelligence, investigation, and national security issues. That's their primary function.
All right.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Well, no, what I'm saying is now like, the masks are coming off. If they're saying our primary mission is counterintelligence, you can't believe anything they say.
All right. Who do I believe? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm saying like, who am I?
But now but I'm just saying that there's no pretext that they could even possibly be telling the truth. Like that, even the pretext that they're telling the truth, that's gone. Now you have to assume that everything they say is a lie, and they can't tell you if it's a lie. They have to tell you, okay, are you lying or telling the truth? That's classified.
Yeah, who can you believe? You can believe your own observations. You could go out and do your own long distance observations if you wanted to. So that's what you could believe, ladies, man. Is that something you'd ever be interested in?
Sure. I got a telescope. Maybe I can do something with that. Do some of my own observations.
Hello. Do you live near any lakes?
I live.
Don't have to be that big, 3 to 10 miles or something.
I live near the ocean, next to it, walking distance.
The ocean is an excellent spot for this because you can do observations up and down the shoreline. You could go out to a point and then find some kind of reference point down the shoreline a few miles, and then do the math. It's simple enough. Just look up a curvature calculator. You can test this all for yourself.
Right.
What area do you live? No one's going to dox you. I'm not asking your address. I'll just look it up on Google Maps real quick and see what's around there.
Yeah, can we get your social security number, birthday, your mother's maiden name?
1905 was when I was born.
So 2005.
No, 1905.
Gotcha. So what area are you in?
California. Oh, like specifically within California?
Okay, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. California, dude, that's an awesome. I used to live by Los Angeles. You could go down by the Long Beach Pier, down towards like Huntington Beach and those areas, and look towards the Long Beach Pier and see the different ships coming in, see the Queen Mary, see the cranes. Awesome place for these kind of observations.
Yeah, just look out into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, I'll real quickly what I did. I can't remember the name of the pier now. And it was about 20 miles away from the port of Long Beach down towards Huntington Beach. And I was able to go out on the pier. They have telescopes on the pier that you can rent, you put a quarter in or whatever. You can use them for 5 minutes, or you can bring your own. And then just look towards the Queen Mary sitting at the port. Look at the cranes. You can literally see the Queen Mary bobbing around well, not bobbing, but you can see the whole line of where it's sitting in the water. And the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see 1 inch of that ship, but you can actually see it sitting in the water.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean,
and all those cranes. Yeah, that's a good one. Go down the pier, like I think the Balboa Pier, the Huntington Pier. There's those piers are. They're every few miles going up and down the coastline. Those are great places for this.
Yeah,
and the math isn't super complicated. I mean, you look up Earth curvature calculator, or you can even put it into AI and be like, "Hey, this is my viewer height. This is my distance to target. How much should this target be hidden by Earth curve?" Just something simple like that.
All right.
That's a good place to start and fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I was planning on just looking at the sky, but yeah.
Well, if you wanted to find out if there was 66 feet of curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance, how would you do that by looking at the sky?
Well, I don't know. My pattern is just like stars and like maybe see if I could like see the ISS because I track it and like see time when it's above me to like take a shot of it through the telescopes.
I mean, that sounds.
See if I.
That sounds fun and all. Sorry, I didn't. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just gonna say like to see if I see anything, to see if there is something there.
That sounds fun and all. There's no reason why you can't have objects in the sky doing circuits above a flat Earth. Okay. But you still will never get a ground measurement. You'll never be able to figure out if a 6-mile wide lake has 24 feet of curving drop across it by looking up at the sky. You need to measure the ground. You want to know if the Earth is curved or not, you got to look down.
All right.
That's just being real about it. You can't look up to figure out what's below your feet and get specificity with, like that frozen lake video you watched.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
I thought it was very interesting.
And it's, you pretty much you can do that. You can replicate all that yourself across lakes.
I mean, I don't have a frozen lake, but I can sure try. Maybe.
There's some good videos I'll link. People doing this at the Salton Sea. Like doing mirror flashes across like 17-mile sections of the Salton Sea where they're getting right on the shoreline on a hot day, flashing a mirror, and people 17 miles across the water. That place is flat anyway. It's like if you're on the shoreline, then you're right at the water. And these guys are like 2 feet above the water, and there should be like 180 feet of curve or something blocking that mirror flash from the observer looking across at the other location.
Yeah. I got. All right. I have another question. I don't know is this topic over, or you want to stay on it, or?
No, keep them coming.
All right. This one I don't know if you count as off topic or not, but I understand why you guys hate like people like Professor Dave because he's kind of an asshole. But how about like what's another one? I know there's more that are like nicer, like Dave McKeegan. Like, do you Do you know of him? And if so, like, do you hate him?
I have no reason to hate him. I've never met the guy. I think he's putting out bad information, but I don't hate the guy. And to be honest, when I first got into this topic, those were the people I first went to. I went towards the Professor Dave types. I was like, man, I need, I wanted to see the best that they had to offer. You know what I mean? That's how you would debunk this for yourself. Be like, who would I look forward to this? It would be Professor Dave, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, whoever, those high up guys. I want to see what they have to offer, and they really don't. All they really have to say is, well, just look up at the sky. And what about eclipses? They don't ever talk about the ground, and that's what this whole thing is about: is the ground curving away from you or not? The entire debate is about the shape of the ground, and they never talk about it. Like the final experiment, for example, not an experiment, but whatever. That should have been an observation showing curvature. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they have measured some curve instead of looking up at the sun? I think the reason we know is because there's no curvature to be found or measured anywhere. Otherwise, that would have been the final experiment.
Maybe I'll try to do an experiment to see if I can see any. Maybe with the telescope that I have, but it's like 10 years old. But all right, that's about all time I have for today. Bye.
Hey, come back soon, man.
So, I'm aware that flat Earth does not believe in gravity. And what does make things drop to the ground? Because I've heard like air mediums, which
you're confused, buddy. You're confused. When they say they don't believe in gravity, it means mass attracting mass, not that things don't fall to the ground.
Yes, because mass attracts mass, which means
okay. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that that's why things fall? It's a mass attracting mass.
What else is going to make it fall?
That's not. That doesn't tell me how you know that.
Hold on. So we were talking about something, and now this random guy chimes in.
I'll tell you.
Gravity.
I'll tell you. Well, hold on. No, he was talking before, Peter. I don't know if you're here. He was. We're waiting for his evidence. He was in limbo. And so he didn't find it.
I'm asking.
Nobody knows why things fall.
I'm asking what you believe.
Yeah. No, I don't have a belief. There's no belief here. You believe that things fall because mass attracts mass. You have no evidence for that. That's the problem. You believe something. So I'll ask again.
Also,
what's the evidence that mass attracts to mass is the causal mechanism why things... Yeah, hold on, Peter. Dude. So what's your evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects? Can you give us an experiment, for example, that shows it? Should be simple, because you think it's a foregone conclusion. No?
I'll give you an example. I know y'all don't believe in the open space, and you believe there's only the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. But let's go into open space. Boots void.
No one believes it. Shut up, dude. Don't start, dude. Don't start. Don't straw man us.
Straw man you?
Yeah, we don't.
I'm saying what
Just
I've
carry
observed. Okay, I will carry on.
I don't know your ass from your elbow, bro.
What? I'm sorry. I understand.
You don't know your ass from your elbow, okay? Just saying. So,
ass from my elbow.
Let's see. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Appealing to space to tell me why things fall on Earth doesn't help us. We want to know why things fall on Earth. And unless there's a big mirror in space that somehow shows how things fall on Earth is mass attracting mass, I don't know how that's going to help you. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? I let something go, falls to the ground. Boom. Right? Why does that happen? What experiment can we do to figure out why that happens?
Okay.
Yeah, simple. Experiment. That's how science works, right? You do an experiment.
The experiment.
Yeah,
Okay.
experiment.
The Cavendish experiment conducted between
Okay.
1797.
So what falls in that? What falls in the Cavendish experiment?
The experiment measuring the force of gravity.
Okay, first of all, yeah, but we want to know why things fall.
It's gravity. Mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. I want the experiment that shows it.
Okay, I'll explain you the experiment.
I don't need the explanation. I need the experiment. I don't need a story, dude.
I'm trying to explain you the experiment.
I understand. Oh, the experiment. You
the
said
experiment
itself.
Okay,
so how does I know the Cavendish.
Can I tell you the experiment now, or are you going to keep on cutting me off?
I know.
You're lagging really bad.
Exactly.
No, like genuinely, you were lagging really bad. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me what's observed in the Cavendish experiment?
The apparatus can. Okay, whatever. Let's skip to where the hell we are.
Hey Glover, this is the first time you saw the Cavendish experiment, right?
So I have to talk to ChatGPT now. Fantastic. I don't know how I deal with this shit.
This is the funniest thing in India.
Yeah.
There's a baby glurf comes in, never heard about it before. He just Googled it real quick, and he's trying to explain it.
Okay. The apparatus consisting of a torsion bar made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire with 2-inch diameter, 1.6 pound lead spheres, one attached to each end, 2 massive 12-inch 348 lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from each other to either side of the smaller balls, 255 millimeters away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion bounce rod about 0.6 inches or around 0.03 inches with a stiffer suspending wire.
So what is falling in the experiment?
Sorry, what? My sister was being annoying.
What is... I know. She can't be like that. What is falling in the experiment?
It is a experiment that shows that gravity exists, but it's not necessarily that gravity is only falling. It is the attraction of mass and mass. So that is what is gravity. It is mass attracts mass. That is the formula. It is mass attracts mass equals G.
Okay, so typically in scientific experiments, there will be a hypothesis. So can you give us the hypothesis? There's kind of a dependent variable and then an independent variable, the thing that you're going to manipulate to get the dependent variable to happen. So can you give us the hypothesis? That way we know this is a true scientific experiment and not some kind of affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is a affirming the consequence fallacy?
Well, it would go something like this. If gravity exists, these balls will get closer. These balls get closer, therefore gravity exists. It would be something like that. It's circular reasoning.
So, what I'm reading from, it doesn't necessarily go, like, it doesn't necessarily tell me the hypothesis, but I can infer that the hypothesis is that yes, gravity does exist, because if I set up the experiment, the balls should, in theory, move together.
They move together, therefore the gravity exists. So that would be affirming the consequent. This would be basically a fallacious test or a way to rip off the masses by showing them some kind of parlor trick and then declaring that gravity exists.
Do you want me to send you what I'm reading from? If that would
No, I
help
already
you?
know the entire. No, bro. I already know the entire lore behind this particular non-experiment. It's not an experiment, first of all. In fact, the only thing that you really could be observing, because this is not natural science that they're doing, they have an apparatus. They built it, so it's a synthetic or an artificial thing that they built. And so what they did is they said, I know. We'll tell the people gravity exists if these balls move closer together. The balls move closer together, therefore gravity exists. By the way, that wasn't the intention of this particular apparatus. It was supposed to be detecting the mass of the Earth. And in this case, they had already presupposed that the Earth was a large sphere with an unknown mass. So there's a lot of things, a lot of nuances about this that you probably aren't aware of, but just a surface level read like you're doing right now would have you convinced that because two balls move closer together, all of a sudden gravity is a thing.
So, if I tried to argue with an experiment, you can turn that around and say circular reasoning and then flip my whole argument upside down. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not doing any kind of witchcraft here, or, there's no tomfoolery involved. I'm pointing out to you that what you're dealing with isn't actually an experiment at all. Do you think that because men build something, all of a sudden it becomes a scientific experiment? That would be incorrect. In the scientific method, the first thing you're supposed to do is observe a natural phenomena. That's why, the lore is that old Isaac Newton got hit in the head by an apple. An apple fell out of a tree and hit him on, right? That's how the story goes anyways. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something accelerating towards the ground. You could use a raindrop. You could use an apple. You could use any of these things. So the thing that we're trying to prove is what causes things to fall. That's why India was asking you about the falling bit, not about balls in a shed. The next thing you would do is propose a hypothesis. If blank, then stuff will fall to the ground. So in this scenario, there is no experiment because there's no hypothesis. We don't even actually have what is required for the experiment to occur. Nothing is falling.
But you don't need specifically falling to...
Oh, you're right. What was the naturally observed phenomena again? Things falling, right?
Yes.
Aren't we trying to go ahead and create that particular scenario?
Yes, you could create that. Actually, no, you couldn't on Earth because of its gravity. And if you were to, for example, get like...
We're not to gravity yet. We haven't even proved gravity exists. All we see is in certain scenarios things fall. Meanwhile, the gas molecules around the raindrop and around the apple are moving freely and randomly in all directions, including up. So I'm not even sure that we have really a naturally observed phenomena because not everything is falling. Some things are going freely and randomly in all directions. But for the sake of argument, we'll just stick with the falling part for now. So something falls. We need to know what causes that. So what causes it?
As I said, mass plus mass.
Okay.
Mass is attracted to other masses.
Well, apparently that's a hypothesis that you're coming up with. So what is mass?
Mass is, for example, I'm pretty sure it is the weight of an object, or I may be wrong. I don't know.
Well, weight is weight. Mass is a different word.
So, mass refers to a fundamental property of matter measuring inertia, resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so now mass is resistance to acceleration? Is that your final answer?
The fuck?
I don't know.
telling me this here. Oh, it's a stupid ass AI overview. Okay. Mass can. Okay, here we go. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, or basically, I think that means potential force. I don't know, dude. I had like an 80 in science. A measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay. So it's two things. Which one are you going to pick?
It is the second one, because the first one is the fuck-ass AI overview that is very commonly incorrect.
Okay, so now mass is apparently an attraction?
No.
What does it say? What was the second part?
Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is. Can this stupid thing stop being annoying on me? Measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay, so it determines that. So the resistance to acceleration, how would we measure that? That also happens to be the same definition of inertia. But we'll just keep going.
Could you repeat that?
Well, interestingly enough, depending on what website you go to or what source you pick, mass essentially has the same definition as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration.
Okay.
So mass and inertia are now conflated, but I would like to know how we would measure that.
Okay.
So how do we measure it? What value can you give me for something's mass?
So you can use the formula of M equals weight over gravity, which is mass. Mass equals weight over gravity. Mass equals force over acceleration. And to measure mass, you would use a triple beam balance.
Right. I hear the formula. Can you just give me the value?
The value? What do you mean by value?
Well, if you're going to measure something at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a certain amount of volts or inches or kilograms or Kelvin, right? So what units determine how much mass we're dealing with? What value? I guess homeboy bounced.
El Hussein is here. Welcome. I don't think I've talked to you before. It says you're VC verified and Nitro Ghost VIP. I feel like that's a combo we don't see very often. You know, just those two roles. Hello. How did you find us?
I know I've been here for quite a while. Like I keep joining and leaving. Like first time I've been here was like 2020. So 2020, yeah.
I know, I'm the same way. It's kind of upsetting. Like I'm kind of mad at my past self because my account doesn't really show like my actual history of dates and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. But it's all right. You're incognito as a new person. What is your position regarding the globe?
Like not much to say, to be honest. More into the flat Earth, I guess. But like it's not a topic that I've been into way too much. Sometimes I just keep reading, watching videos, watching arguments online. But really, I haven't had the time to look into it enough, I guess.
Yeah, so you haven't made up your mind, and you might be seeing bad information because there's a lot of bad flat Earth information
I'm
out there.
aware of that. Yeah, like the Twitter guys, I forgot what they're called. Like that Twitter account that's very known and is assumed to be the flat Earth community. I think that's what they're called.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is. The Flat Earth Community, is that what they're called?
The guys with like the disk profile picture who used to talk to Elon Musk on Twitter, I think. I really can't recall what the username was.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really know that much about what goes on there on Twitter. So what are arguments that you've heard for Flat Earth that made you lean in that direction?
Well, not really arguments. It's just looking at photos that are supposedly from space, and you can kind of tell that curvature seems to be changing from one photo to another. And that kind of raises questions, right? So I keep looking into it. That's how I ended up here.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I wish we had a globe believer, like a true believer in here, because you could tell them how pictures from space indicate the lack of consistency of curvature, like you just said, that they show a widely varying degree of curvature, which makes their story inconsistent and incoherent, both of those things. Because, the people who say pictures from space make them think it's a globe. It really should be the opposite. That should make you question. Yeah, because if it were, then all these images should show a consistent level of curvature, and they don't.
Yeah, as Elon Musk said, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, what about the measurements? Have you seen those, like the long distance observations, the laser tests? Oh, you haven't seen those? Oh, great. Well, we have to show you then.
Sure.
Yeah.
The ones like in the channels below, like there's a lot of channels where there's quite a bit of evidence there, the additional info category.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's the long distance observations channel.
Oh yeah. I have been there. Yeah. I just looked.
You have been there.
Yeah. I've seen those before.
Oh, okay. So, like, did you watch the videos?
I don't really remember. Let me see. I probably did. Like, as I said, I just keep joining and leaving over and over. So, probably might have seen some of them.
That's cool that those channels are down there because, that's a lot of people don't realize that is one of the main benefits of this server, is that there is a carefully curated selection of information down there that is good, verifiable, flat Earth information, which you can't find just anywhere, and you definitely can't find if you just Google flat Earth. Then you're going to get a bunch of nonsense. Like, I think that was John Adams that came in here and said, "Oh, he knows all about the flat Earth stuff, And then he just named a bunch of straw man arguments that are not real flat Earth information at all. So that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've looked down there.
Yeah.
And did you understand the reason for the long distance observations?
No, not quite, to be honest.
Yeah. So depending on which one you look at, there's basically two different kinds. There's observations that debunk the expected drop over distance that you would see if you lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. And then the other kind are the horizon observations, and those debunk another calculation of the maximum distance of the horizon on a sphere with that same given radius, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So both of those formulae show you, what the prediction would be, what you would see or not see on a globe. And each time you can make an observation of something that wouldn't be seen on this globe. So in the case of the missing drop over distance, it's something that would be hidden behind this alleged curve, and yet the object is visible. And in the case of the horizon, it's the where you can see the horizon that's clearly beyond the maximum distance that it would be if you were on a sphere.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the only sphere we can see is what Professor Triangle has put there, the not even perfectly spherical, but slightly spherical nature of the dandelion ready to spread its seeds. Do you remember any of the ones that you looked at in particular?
I'm actually looking because, like, I remember being here before, and one of the channels was like something I'm quite interested in, but I can't quite find which one was it. All right, it's the astronauts one. There is this guy who, let me play the video just a moment. Yeah, it's the guy who keeps saying like we can go back to the moon and like we destroyed the technology and we can't go back anymore. Was one of the videos.
Don Pettit, yeah. He's the best hostile witness for the flat earth. Yeah. Yeah. Because if those are the brightest and the best we got, and these are the guys that are trying to convince you, that you live on a globe, that we went to the moon and all that, it's kind of like, yeah, good job, guys. That's your best team you got there, Don Pettit. Good job. I mean, that's the thing. All of these things are kind of, just side notes to the main conclusive evidence debunking the curvature, which is never measured, never observed in reality. But all these other things, they're just icing on the cake. Like, these are your best of the best. Yep, these are your astronauts. Yep, Don Pettit. Yeah, we can't go back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's too hard. Yeah, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd. Like, it's really a litmus test. Do you have common sense or not? Like, if you still think that, this fairy tale is true and you think these are the experts, it's kind of like, I don't know, it just shows that the person either has no common sense or has emotional problems, I guess, where they're just so strongly in denial and they can't even handle the concept of going against the emotional appeal and the propaganda, which is fine. I mean, that's why propaganda has worked throughout history, is because it appeals to the weaknesses in human nature and the inability for most men to stand strong against a crowd. If Don Pettit convinces you guys, just go back to the globe. Like, we don't even want you if you think Don Pettit's an astronaut. Please. I mean, an astronaut in the sense of what astronauts used to be when they started, their fake space program, when they were like military guys who were very, intelligent, had common sense, like the one they murdered, Gus Grissom, those kind of guys. Like, I would have called them astronauts and that would have been fine, because when it was, just conceptual, we were hoping to do this, they deserved the title, possibly the best and the brightest. That's why they had to kill them. I guess they miscalculated, like, we can't have guys that are too smart, because then there'll be whistleblowers. There might even be some who, after we burn the first one alive, decides he's even going to still be a whistleblower because he thinks it's important enough to prevent all mankind from being deceived. So we better just get dumb guys that we can easily bribe and coddle and blow smoke up their ass, and they'll do what we want and make stupid videos like Don Pettit does. Good idea, guys.
You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help.
Yes. Thank you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Which one were you referring to? Like the people who got killed or something? Like, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, yeah. I'll find you some information about it. The most interesting information to me is how he was an Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. He was one of 3. The second one was from Grand Rapids. The third one was from somewhere south of here, like either southern Indiana or somewhere down there, southern Ohio. I can't remember where that guy was from. They have stuff named after him down there. I feel very bad that I don't remember the name of the other 2. It's very bad. But Gus Grissom was the one who really put his neck on the line. So I can find the other information for you. But anyway, so during Apollo 1, I'll just tell you the story, and then after I'll tell you a short version, and then I'll find some links and document to back it up. So Apollo 1, first mission. They said they were going to go to the moon. Gus Grissom, former military guy, was I don't know if he was the head of the three, but he was definitely the most gutsy of the three. We'll put it that way. He came to think that it was not going to be possible, for them to go to the moon. That this technology was not going to work the way that it claimed. And so he not only thought this, he was doing his own research. He had papers at his home. No one knows exactly what they said because I believe it was before they even informed his wife, they came to the house and took all his papers away. They confiscated all of his papers, before he died. Then they confiscated the papers, and I'm pretty sure they told the wife. I'm pretty sure that's the order that it went, those three things. But anyway, he not only did he think it, he made a public statement. He held a lemon up in front of the shuttle. There's a picture of that, saying that it was a lemon. Do you know what that means in vernacular? Like lemons, like in terms of automobiles would be like, cars that don't work, because that's why we have lemon laws. We're not allowed to sell a car that doesn't work well and pretend that it does. But so anyway, that was the significance of the lemon. And he said, we can't even communicate with the next building. How are we going to communicate with the moon? So these are public statements he made in addition to the private papers. But basically they came to realize, this guy's on to us. Like, he's not going to go along with this. And so what happened was they were doing a test, and they all three burned alive inside the capsule. So they all died, all three of them. And so after that happened, Gus Grissom's family, sons, actually the sons didn't get involved until later when they were adults. They were children at the time. But as time went on, they made public statements that they thought that this had been done on purpose, that they thought their husband and father had been murdered. So they took it to court. That's the article I'll find you. I think it's from the New York Times, where the mother sued. The wife sued. I'll find you the details in case anything I'm telling you, I'm not remembering it right, but this is the basic outline. And then, and I also have his obituary, which contains some of those details. Eventually, as the sons got older, this was like a lifelong quest. One of them somehow was allowed to see the capsule, which amazes me that even happened. But anyway, it turned out that the capsule could be locked from the outside, so they were locked in, and there was no way for them to get out. You know what I mean? It was locked, and they couldn't open the lock to get out. And also, there was something about the pure oxygen environment. If anybody else, knows details about this, any of our other flat Earth friends, feel free to chime in. But yeah, there was they were in a pure oxygen environment, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, 100% oxygen makes non-flammable items flammable.
Yep, and that's what they shouldn't. That wasn't their protocol, or that they shouldn't have had that, right, Rayleigh?
That's like the dumbest thing ever to do, is put 100% oxygen in there.
Yeah, so so people ask, like, why aren't there whistleblowers? Oh, okay, well, could be because they murder them. Could be that's why. And then they just pick dumb people who aren't even going to be whistleblowers anyway after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I looked it up, and I think I found it. There is like three guys. The commander was named Gus Grissom, I think, and senior pilot was named Ed White, and the pilot was Roger B. something. Can't quite see it. Chaffee, I think.
Oh yeah, Chaffee. I think that's the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, and then the other one's the one from somewhere south of Michigan. Yep.
Yeah, so he was the pilot, I guess. Yeah, pilot.
Oh yeah, I guess he was from Texas, but there's some. It says Ed White was from Texas, but there's something. When we were driving to Tennessee, I saw something named after him in between here and there. I can't remember what it was. I should find that. That's why I thought he was from there, but maybe he lived down there. Roger B. Chevy, born 1935, Grand Rapids, Michigan, died January 27th, 1967, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Yep, only 32 years old. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Cause of death for Ed White asphyxia, aka burned alive in a locked capsule locked from the outside by the U.S. government.
And then the guy who investigated some of these problems with NASA, he ends up dead too, miraculously.
Which guy was that?
Same dude or someone else?
He was the guy who he sent this long before, like, to a lot of different people. His report. Let me see if I can remember his name. His name's Thomas something or another. Yeah, Thomas Ronald Barron. He was the quality control and safety inspector employed by North American Aviation. They were the ones who were building the Apollo command module. But he was a whistleblower before the fire even. He had raised concerns about safety issues, poor workmanship, and protocol violations. He got fired back in 1966. He testified before Congress in a subcommittee once the accident happened.
I guess New York Times, I guess they make you pay for articles, but this is the one I was thinking. It was Betty Grissom's obituary, who sued an astronaut husband's death. She was shunned by the space community after she sued North American Rockwell in the launch pad death of Gus Grissom. She won a settlement. Can you tell me that name again, Rayleigh, that person you were just talking about?
Yeah, he's Thomas Ronald Barron.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because when I look him up, died in 1967 in Florida. It says movies, conspiracy theory, did we land on the moon, 2001. What's that one? Have you heard of that movie?
Not specifically.
I wonder what its conclusion is. I guess they talk about him in there.
And I have a copy of a Twitter post in which one guy says, my father worked on the Apollo program starting with Saturn V. And he said the workers at NASA, he goes, at least 50% of them were running their own little side hustles, either on or off the clock. And then most of the other 50% didn't do very much at all.
Send him 2-3 years, Dagestan, forget. 3 years.
Yeah, that's why we've got on our top 10 voting list, we've got the moments of 2025. We've got NASA being officially rebranded as a spy agency. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's funny because I was looking for a link because that was Sheepdog's contribution.
I'll get it.
Okay, yeah, because it was like it wasn't like I didn't find a lot of news articles. I guess it was kind of like just kind of people didn't really hear about it because it seems like people didn't even know. Even today, when you brought it up, Indio, I think some people didn't even know that it happened.
I found out because someone on Twitter was whining about it. Trump is destroying NASA now, and he made it a spy agency. Now they're not doing space. Like, yeah, cool, thanks. They never were.
That's right. At least they're done with that claim. Oh, yeah, that's interesting, Riley. My dad worked as a NASA engineer for 30 years, starting with Saturn V. Close to 25 to 50% of his coworkers had other business ventures. They were running both on and off the clock. Of the remainder, one half of them did almost nothing. The 80-20 rule on display. So yeah, El Hussein, if you've got any other questions, we've got a great panel here, a group of people that can answer questions about Flat Earth, if there's anything you want to know.
No, not much really. Just wanted to listen if there's any interesting takes being made here, and also to attend the countdown for 2026 since I already missed it here.
Oh, good. Yeah, which time zone are we actually going to count down? I don't know. Because we got people from different ones. So I'm sure we'll end up counting down here.
3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah. I mean, we really should, I guess, count down at the top of every hour. I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere that we have representatives from that would be celebrating at the top of the next hour. Probably not. Effie Batman's already in 2026, I do believe. Loggy's already there. Old dude's there. But yeah, we've got people on the West Coast that are nowhere near midnight.
So I posted the executive order in the relevant text in the chat. So I'll read it for ha-has. Determinations. The agencies and agency subdivisions set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function: intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Here's the list. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration, Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivisions of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, the National Weather Service, adding the following under Section 1-419, 1-420, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, in the United States Agency for Global Media.
Ayush, welcome. Zorro, welcome, Zorro.
Hi guys, what are you doing?
Not much. We just started an event, New Year's Eve event.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we're just gonna be chilling out, talking about the flat Earth topic.
Okay.
Have you been in this channel before?
No, I'm very new.
Okay. Have you been in the server for a long time, or you're new to the server?
I'm new for the server.
Okay. Well, welcome to the server. It's a very good server. And yeah, in this channel, we discuss the topic of flat Earth versus globe Earth. Have you heard about flat Earth topic before?
No, I have not. I guess this will be interesting to hear.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you've heard of flat Earthers before, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's your opinion on the topic of flat Earth?
Like, what do you think of when you hear flat Earth?
Hello, world. You have background noise, my friend. Please put yourself on mute.
Tony, I swear to God, people are moving them into this channel, man.
still think that.
Happens so much in this server, man. Crazy. So Zorro, yeah. So when we talk about flat Earth, we're not talking about a flat pizza Earth. We're not talking about a flat disk Earth instead of a globe Earth.
Mm.
Okay, so when people think about flat Earth, quite often they just replace the globe with a little flat planet. And they think that that's what flat earthers are claiming, but that's not true. We're not claiming.
So where is exactly the flat Earth, according to you?
Well, it's where we are. It's where everybody is. It's where we all reside. And I would consider it more like the foundation of the system that we all live in, or the floor of the system that we all live in. Right?
Okay.
Just like we experience, and then everything else that we experience is above us in the sky when it comes to the celestial bodies in the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So the ground is a flat plane, obviously with mountains and hills and valleys, but most of the known surface area of the ground is covered in water. And then when we go out and test over huge distances over the surface of the water, we don't find any curvature. So what I would say is that large bodies of water need to have a container. You can't have a large body of water without a container. So if you have a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, that would be a large body of water that's contained. And then the surface of the water is not curving over distance.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's exactly what everybody experiences. But we've grown up being taught that what we experience isn't true, and that we're living on a ball in space that has water covering the outside or most of the outside of the globe. Yeah. So when we go out and test to see if the Earth is really a globe, we don't find any actual real world evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah, we just heard about this, the Earth is oval, and yeah, we have been
Yeah, it's something that we're all taught from a young age, and most people have never questioned it, and they've never tested it, and they just believe it. Okay, so we flat earthers decided to go out and put the claims to the test in reality, and we're going out doing very long distance observations where we can see things that are far, far beyond the limitations that would be present if the Earth were a globe. For example, being able to see something that's 50 miles away that should be hidden by a huge, huge amount of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. And we can consistently see things that are way too far. And then we have people going out doing long distance laser tests. And all sorts of different tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then we can't find anyone from the globe side that can provide us any proof that there is curvature on the Earth.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
For who's the person we're talking? Zorro.
Zorro. Yeah.
So you may be thinking about like all the other things in the sky, right? Like you start thinking about Jupiter and Mars and planets, all these things, the sun, the moon. We're focused on Earth. Okay, we're not denying that we don't see Jupiter in the sky, the moon. Moon goes through the phases. We see all the same things. We just don't ascribe a story to them. We don't sit there and make something up and then say, "Oh, it has to be." You can't verify it. That is what it is. We're focused on the Earth, right? Let's focus on what we can verify.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, I got that. It sounds interesting, you all people are in same ideas or what? You have same points or is there any alternative points, or like you all agree on that point that the Earth is flat?
Father doesn't, or yes, that is most of us who know this. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, there's
the surface of water measures flat when at rest everywhere. So if the Earth is made up of 70% of the water on the surface, and the surface of water is flat everywhere, then the Earth can't be a ball.
Okay, yeah, that's something interesting and makes sense. We can have a discussion on this, you know. I think it's a very good point that
You may think you have some silly questions, but please feel free to ask any question, and we'll be honest. If we don't know the answer, we'll say we don't. It's not a big.
Sheepdog, your mic's a bit low volume and a bit choppy. Yeah, so let us know if you have any questions, Zorro. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of questions, like, what about this? What about that? How does this work? How does that work on a flat Earth? It's like a good observation that Indio has. I'm looking forward to seeing what the numbers are on it.
7 miles, 15 feet above sea level.
Is that
so the horizon should be like 4.5 miles away, something like that. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff. That the thing is, I took a flight, and I happened to. So I also have there's a couple ships, and they've been anchored out there in Boston Harbor for I don't know, at least a month. I got the ships in the photograph, in a couple photographs and some video. But I also got them from the airplane, dude, and they're fucking, dude, they're way out there. It's really hard to conceive of how far these distances are. But when you're 1,000 feet above and you're looking, you're like, holy moly, dude, those ships look like they're way the hell out there. I just happened to be on a flight that took I don't know why they took that way, because I've landed at Logan before, and I've never landed on that runway, but they took it's like a looping where they have to fly out over the ocean and then come back around. So I got some pretty good photographs. So I didn't know this was going to happen. So on the 18th, I went to the beach because the water temperature, the air and water temperature were pretty much identical. I planned it it's hard to get especially in the Atlantic Ocean, that the air and water are the same temperature. It's pretty difficult. So I'm like, dude, jackpot. I got a good weather day. Well, good enough. It was freaking freezing. It was pretty windy. So that did mess up some observations. Because actually, people don't realize that wind makes shit move around itself. Just the wind itself. Not even like a shimmering on a road. You kind of get a sideways shimmering because of the wind's direction. There was probably a 20, 30 mile an hour wind that day. But I got some good stuff in infrared. So that shot's in infrared. It's not black and white. It's infrared. That's 930 nanometer infrared. The lighthouse there. So I shouldn't see any of that shoreline or anything.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can see the choppy part of the waves, the foam from the waves at the bottom of the.
Yeah, this is a screenshot from a video. So I got a whole video. It's what I'm finding out, because I've never really used a camera like a P1000. What I'm finding out is like because it was windy. It was really hard to keep that freaking thing still, and my tripod kind of sucked. But I'm finding out it takes way better video than it does still shots.
Yeah, that shouldn't be true though.
Yeah, I mean maybe it was because of the wind that day, because it was really, like I said, it was really freaking windy. If you look at the buoy, it might have the wind speed on there. Yeah, wind speed at 10 meters, 17 knots. Wind speed 15 knots. Yeah, that's like a 20-mile-an-hour wind. But that's it. So this lighthouse is right on the buoy line of sight. Like I can't find it, but I took a picture. So the buoy should have been at my horizon and the lighthouse like 2 miles past it, but I got the freaking buoy like way in front of the lighthouse. So it's like yeah, I just gotta find it. Also got, but you're right. It shouldn't. The still shots should be better. I don't have a lot of experience taking photography, so it's just still a work in progress.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really difficult to keep it steady when you zoom out, unless you have like a really high end, like a gel head tripod or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my friend has a bunch of tripods, and I'm like, man, let me use one of your tripods. He's like, yeah, okay. And I told him like 3 weeks in advance, like, bro, I gotta come get that tripod. Then when I get there, he's like, oh, I don't know where that is. Like, you motherfucker! Like, I've been playing this for 3 weeks now. You don't know where that shit is. So he did give me a tripod. It was like really crappy. It was like a fixed tripod, so you screw the camera on and it doesn't move. Right? Like the only way I could like pan it was like to unscrew it or screw it, and then it wasn't like it wasn't really that stock. So the camera was kind of like wobbling, because of the wind.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was awful. I'm lucky I got this quality. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, work in progress. This is my this year is, as far as I'm concerned, is a year just doing observations. That's all I'm doing all year. So this is.
Let me ask you this, Indio.
What?
Would you be willing to spend money on a tripod? Not a lot of money, but like if I sent you a link to, I have a good tripod. It cost me like $90.
Yeah, that ain't a lot of money.
No, it's not, and it can elevate your camera up to about 7.
Yeah,
I'll send you a link in the DM for like where I got it on Amazon.
All right. I want to get one. Do you ever see a tripod where it's got a hook on the bottom?
Yeah,
I'm assuming the hook is for like a counterweight, right?
And I've seen the stems invert too.
Yeah, so that's why I want to try and get that, like, so I can like hang a counterweight to keep that, keep it like anchored, so it doesn't. It's very stable.
Yeah, but if it's really windy, you shouldn't be using the camera anyway. The wind distorts all the images.
I didn't have a lot of options. It's December and freaking. It was just a freak. Because typically our water temperature varies between, I would say, 37 at the coldest and only gets up to 67 the warmest, right? So finding a day, and that's in August. It's never 67 degrees in August, right? It's freaking 100 something or 90, right? So finding a day where the temperatures are the same, so I don't have to like listen to any bullshit. That's a mirage, like So I was like, this only day, like where these freaking two temperatures are going to intersect, at least until like spring. So I'm like, gotta take my chances.
That's awesome. I like it that you got the temperatures, and it even works against the Glober's argument for looming, because it says the water temperature is even a little bit more than the air temperature. So
yeah, and I got more. That's not the only one I got. I was like, taking screenshots like every 15 minutes of the water. This is active buoy data, right? It's like updating like every 8 minutes, right? And the buoy is in my line of sight.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I probably can get an exact shot with placement of the buoy.
Yeah. So what's it called? Graves Light Station or Lighthouse? Graves Lighthouse?
Graves Light Station, yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm going to make a channel in my server in the observation section and put all this stuff in there.
Oh, sweet. Now, I also saw, so when I was coming in, I could see what's called the Bourne. It was either the Bourne or the Sagamore Bridge. They cross like the Cape Cod Canal. And I was only like maybe at 1,000 feet. That's like 50 miles away, easy.
Hey, what's up, Amina? There you go.
And it's like blocked by trees. You know, there's like trees and rolling hills between it, and I could see like the road deck. That's when I was coming in with the plane. So I took the photos on the 18th. Well, photos from the plane were yesterday. The fucking photos from Revere Beach were on the 18th. But I got more. I just really haven't had, because I've been busy, I haven't had time to like go over them super crazy. I also had to upload them to fucking Lightroom because I took them in RAW and like I have to get out, which is like Nikon's custom fucking file format.
Yeah,
and I'm running Windows 10, right? So if you just download, I have to go find a Windows 10 version of their, photo viewing software.
Do you have footage of the zoom, like zooming out?
Yeah. I got like it's like a 2 minute 20-second video of like zooming in and out on different stuff I see. So I do like a horizontal pan, a right to left horizontal pan, capturing different things that were out there. I mean, like it wasn't like it was very hard to do anything because I was freaking freezing. It was very cold. My hands were frozen. So like, there's like no method to the madness of how I took video and photographs. Just like, okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna try this. So I just like tried a bunch of different crap, and like I got the lighthouse on. I know I got it on another video, but I haven't had like I have to go over it. So I do a horizontal pan. There's a bunch of crap. I don't know if the video is probably too big to upload into this. So anyway, anyone interested? So the photo, the video I posted, the photo is in visible light. The second one is the video is in infrared light. Right above it is the ship in its position, and then it's been anchored for. Because I actually have more photos that I took with it. Let me actually just post one of them. Which a 10-degree water temperature difference or air water temperature difference, and there's certainly like an inferior mirage that seems to like push the boat like down, but there's definitely like I'll post that too. So anyway, this boat's like 13 something miles. Ship, I should say, boat.
I think it is a common misperception that infrared negates the effects of miraging, because I think miraging still shows up depending on the gradient.
Yeah, that's why I think miraging is a type of reflection. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's light dipping down into the freaking cold air and then bending back up. I just can't buy that for some reason.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I'm in back chats with some of our friends regarding this, and it's always been kind of controversial. I mean, it seems controversial in the mainstream literature too. But yeah, the fact that you can see miraging in infrared and deep infrared at that, I'm like, ugh. I mean, it cuts through the shimmer, cuts through the haze. You can see through like mist and clouds and stuff, but Well, not through clouds, but through like mist, but humidity.
Yeah, but reflectivity does not depend on wavelength.
Right. Because everything gets reflected.
Like, right? I think that whole I think the book on that shit needs to be rewritten. So because I've been looking at, so there's a bunch of people that do observations, and Pablo's dog, and like and just based upon like the Plain Truth, Sky Free, what's his name? Can't remember the name on the top of my head. I don't know, but there's a bunch of people that have been Heath Carmody. There's a bunch of people that have been consistently doing observations, and those observations don't match what the textbook says should be going on. It's just that simple. It just doesn't match it. There's like no way, because if they have the air and water temperature, they go out, they go, oh, there should, like, it's, if you type in, if you look up, hey, when is there an inferior mirage? Oh, there's a temperature inversion that that the air temperature is colder than the water temperature, whatever the reason is. And then if it's the opposite, you see the opposite thing. But that's not actually holding up to scrutiny. But that's actually happening. That the observations are matching like temperature inversions or any other thing, right? It's just like, yes, the inferior mirages exist. They're happening, but they're not happening in the conditions that they say they should happen, right? And it's like, and there's a couple other things I've noticed is that like the miraging like has depth to it. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
There'll be like there'll be no miraging in front of the horizon, but there'll be miraging of objects. Like say like so what thing Pablo's dog has done, right, is like he keeps going in the same spot, right? And like sometimes you can see the miraging, like the horizon itself would be miraged, and then the oil rigs are past it, and then those will look miraged or squished, or you'll see all the way the horizon's past the oil rigs, and the oil rigs will look miraged, or they won't. But then if you look at the background, like because there's mountains way, way, way in the background, and they have features, right? They have things on top of them. They have like a landslide thing where they used to do mining, right? And that way back there, way beyond what they're looking at, right? What they're looking at will be normal, but then there'll be an inferior mirage of something that's 30, 40 miles away. But there won't be one in the foreground, but there'll be one in the background, or there'll be none in the background, and there'll be one in the foreground.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's depth to it. So it's taking place at a specific location. It's not like it's affecting everything behind it. It's only affecting what's there. Yeah. So what does that mean for the path of light that's going through it?
Is there a focal point? Like if you take the camera and you move yourself back a mile, will that object still look miraged?
Right. Well, you change your angular relationship to it, so it may not be anymore. Because there's a surface. There's a surface that's reflecting at a specific critical angle to your eye from that particular location that you're standing to that particular point. And if you change that angular relationship, then it disappears.
So what would be cool is like find a location, an ocean spot, right, where there's a road or something that goes right, that points right at the ocean, right? It's perpendicular to the ocean. Something where you can move the camera perpendicularly to the ocean. So you can so not moving the height, right? Not moving the camera up and down, but moving it back and forth. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, or laterally.
Yeah, and say, hey, dude, at 100, like 5 miles away, I saw an inferior mirage. Then I moved the camera back 1/10 of a mile, and that disappeared, and the inferior mirage moved to some other place, or it disappeared altogether, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we can see this at a smaller scale, I think, in that popular GIF we have that shows them miraging over the road with the guardrails that curve back on themselves and the camera lifts up.
Yeah.
So same deal, and you'd still see some elements of that miraging in infrared. Much of that would still reflect, just like radio would reflect, and whatever's happening there might reflect like VHF.
Yeah,
as much as it does infrared.
Certainly, I mean, I'm sure you're with me. The textbook answer ain't the answer.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely isn't some simple spherically symmetric atmosphere or very spherically symmetric density gradient that bends rays around a ball. That's horseshit.
Where do you find this uniformity in nature? That's a philosophical issue too that I keep bumping into in my research on geodesy. As a matter of fact, this uniformity of nature when they're like measuring, they're trying to measure the angular distance relationship of the stars over the surface. I've been on this kick, dude. Like,
where the fuck is there a ball in nature?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, where is there any ideal geometric shape in nature? When you actually see one, everyone goes, "Holy crap! Look at what nature did." It's like an amazing. Becomes a tourist attraction, right? If it's anything like our abstract ideas of shapes, right? Like holy crap! Look what nature did. And in fact, usually when we see something like that, we go, "Oh, that's actually man-made. Nature didn't make that." Right? So there's actually controversies about this, where people are like, this rock has to be man-made because it has 90-degree angles. Like the Bimini Highway, right? You've heard of that? The Bimini Highway?
Yep. Bimini Road, yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, well, this has to be man-made. Nature doesn't do this.
Gosh. So I've come across a book. I need to grab a copy of it. Maybe you've heard of this. The Measure of All Things, The 7-Year Odyssey and Hidden Error That Transformed the World by Ken Alder. It's a book that basically tears apart the history of the meter, how the meter came to be. And the guy goes in and talks about all the doctoring of field notes that happened, how they used math to average out anomalies and threw out data that didn't match what they expected. Kind of like when they went to go survey these arcs of parallels, like in the Himalayas, and they expected a deflection of the vertical, and it didn't happen in the Himalayas like they wanted. And so they threw out that data and said, "Oh, we've got no deflection of the vertical here." I mean, I just find this happening again and again and again. And they're doing it with optical effects.
There's a whole geodetic surveying freaking paper, and they surveyed some part of California, and they I don't want to say threw it out, but they did some massive cult called, the measurement data is because this thing called unequal refraction error, because when you're surveying uphill versus surveying downhill, you're looking either up into the less air or down into more air at a 45-degree angle, because we're going up mountains, right? And that there's an unequal refraction error that came about in this survey of this section of California.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me that would be the case.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. But they only apply it to that one spot.
Yeah. You got all these local datums that have their own local rule sets for how the physics of optics and supposedly gravity behaves. You got all these exceptions.
Yeah, that's literally it. I've looked at a lot of the literature, like the surveying literature. They really made a pretty good effort to deal with refraction as a concept in the National Geodetic Survey, right? They just the National Geographic how do they call it? NGS, whatever. NGS. There's a lot of 70s publications about refraction that came out of NGS, and I'm not saying they reach any conclusion, but they actually, there was a lot of work done by the NGS during the 70s, man. I've read a lot of stuff, and they actually did a lot of data. You know what I mean? Data collection. There isn't abstract shit. These guys are out in the field doing stuff. You know what I mean? Actually measuring.
measuring the displacements, measuring the best time and dates. They're even measuring, like, okay, our fucking rods, dude. How do our rods change in size based upon different weather conditions?
Right.
Like they went, yeah, they went through a lot of effort. But I'm not saying that they reached any conclusion, but they collected the data. So you have things like, oh, we did this survey and we have this unequal refraction error thing. Okay, fine. But they never took that information, right, and changed their practice of surveying, right? That's what I'm saying, is that there's a lot of like information out there that they collected, but it never made it into their techniques, right? Because they were just like, oh, we'll just invent this thing we'll just use this GPS thing. We'll just do everything electronically now and have this abstract, idea of a ball.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Yep. And now with computers, they can take all of their localized exceptions, call it the geoid, right? Every locality gets its own exceptions to these rules, and they can automate it.
Yeah, you get a lot of these people that come in here and make the argument that when you're doing navigation, you're like, there's cloud cover, you can't see any of the lights in the sky, stars, sun, moon, whatever. And then you're like, okay, find your latitude and longitude. Oh, that's easy. I just yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They go to this extreme effort, but then they cram everything into a reference ellipsoid. And you're like, okay, where'd you get the seed data for your reference ellipsoid? And it goes back to freaking Eratosthenes. You're like, what the hell? Like, you can build a timeline.
It all goes back to Eratosthenes every time, man.
It does. I'm going through history here, so I got started building a timeline here. You have basically Eratosthenes going to Hipparchus, going to Ptolemy, going to a guy named Jean freaking Fenel or something in the 1520s, where he took the Eratosthenes globe concept and all that, and he decided to try and measure the Earth by using the number of revolutions his wagon wheel went from one town to another. Not even joking. Like this then gets rolled into freaking Newton and gets further wrapped up into the Cassini versus the Cassini-Newton oblate-prolate debate. And the French king commissioned these guys to go to Peru and Lapland to try and measure arcs. And then those guys fudged all their data and faked it. And they started discovering the deflection of the vertical. They would plug all this into the Eratosthenes ellipsoid. Like everything goes back to the freaking Eratosthenes from antiquity all the way through the Renaissance and post-Renaissance era to the modern age. It's all based on freaking Eratosthenes. And it just blows my damn mind. And you got to ask, like, if Earth is a globe, guys, they got fucking lucky. Like, what are the chances?
No shit, right? Yeah.
Because it all goes back to assuming parallel light rays from a star from a sun that's so big and so far away that the flat surface of Earth that we can measure was geometrically transferred to a flat surface of the sun to produce parallel rays to a curving Earth, to a point of convergence. Like the flat globe thing, I mean, the reason why Eratosthenes didn't prove anything either way is because there's a geometric equivalence between whether or not you've got diverging rays from a source to a flat Earth or from a flat source of parallel rays to a small Earth. And so you have the geometric relationships preserved. And the tiebreakers, the only way to tie break it is either to measure whether or not the light rays are parallel and or to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it curves. And it doesn't freaking curve.
Well, the sky curves? No.
Yeah, I mean the sky. That's kind of where I am. We're these people with their geodesy, right? And they've got the geoid, and the timing of stars don't line up with where it should be on an ellipsoid assumption, and so they blame gravity being unequal. And they don't actually measure. Gravity bending things so much as they have like these pendulums that swing, and they claim that the pendulums aren't swinging as fast over here as they are over there due to gravity difference.
I know, like we're talking about like these are like they're just completely unjustified inferences that are reliant on so many assumptions that they just don't hold water, right? Whatever happened to like these guys, they come in here, they go, Occam's razor. You guys don't actually believe in Occam's razor in any sense at all.
Yeah, it's like you want to talk Occam's razor. Let's talk about how the geoid was made in the context of Occam's razor. And look at all the shit that they're doing. They're swinging pendulums. They're looking at stars, comparing it to astronomical almanacs, and they're holding up plumb lines and they're comparing them to pendulum swings and they're comparing them to clocks, and they're in the freaking jungle. Right?
Have you ever actually seen the pendulum data? Like that Shineland Mountain or whatever, Scotland Mountain, where they is that data actually even like available? What did they actually measure?
Right. Well, they're taking their fucking pendulums through like the Himalayas and through Africa and through India.
Oh yeah, it'll still work after that. Jesus Christ, bro.
And they're grabbing 100-foot chains. Like, so when they did, I think the India, that famous India arc measurement, and when was that, like the early 1800s?
Yeah.
When they went from like north to south, they used 100-foot freaking rusty metal chain. And after like several thousand leapfrogs of it, because they'd have to take the chain and stretch it out and measure each link and make sure that it's accurate. And they'd have to then disassemble it and then pull it tight again for another 100 feet and then do the same thing. After doing this like 1,000 times or two, a new guy came in and said, this is too much. It's easier if we use a 10-foot chain instead. So then he goes like 10,000 iterations of this. And I'm like, really? God. Like, how much accuracy? Yeah, this is like what Glober's bring to us is the best evidence for measuring curvature of the Earth. You got a team of people going through like the freaking hinterlands of a relatively unexplored part of the world. They did this in India, and they did this in Africa, and they did this in Peru, in the Andes. And
well, how about like
how do they control for elevation? Well, they use trigonometry, and Yep. Anyway.
Well, EDM, you got electronic distance measuring, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we're gonna measure the distance between the two theodolites, right? Using EDM. Now they have a max range, and the other technique is like using like a scintillometer.
Yeah. You haven't looked into that closely.
But they're trying to measure an arc length.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing that?
What are they making like I don't even know what you call it. Like how many sides to that polygon out there? You know what I mean? Because between each EDM spots is a straight line, no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's like and that's the same thing with the chain, right? Suppose they pulled the chain straight, which we know they can't, right? So they're actually measuring a convex surface with a concave surface. Like, look at how cracked up you have to be, man. Do you even think that you're doing that?
I know you're taking flat segments and you're bending them at discrete angles, and then calling it an arc.
Well, I mean, when you pull the chain, it's going to have the catenary curve, right? So, like, that's the concave surface, but they're measuring what they think is a convex surface with it.
No, that's funny. I think they just keep it on the ground, though.
Yeah, but then what about the topography? So they actually measuring the actual surface distance, like.
Right. So they have a way to control for that. I was reading about they basically they do trigonometry, so they measure elevation heights using theodolites, and they take a sample rate, and then they use like RMS or whatever to smooth it out over longer distances.
That can't work.
No, I know, but it's so fraught with error margins so wide you could drive a school bus sideways through them. Is the point. Like, and then they claim that they've got like centimeter or millimeter accuracy, and then they claim that they've got sub-arc second accuracy with their observations. And I'm like, this is such bullshit. You guys are taking 100-foot chain through the wilderness, disassembling and reassembling it thousands of times over different elevation and different weather because it takes years. The chain's rusting, the chain's expanding, the chain's contracting, the chain's curving up, the chain's curving down. The people are getting tired. They're getting lazy. The chains are stretching.
Dude, I love the one the arc of the parallel where they supposedly measured like whether the Earth was like an oblate ellipsoid or a prolate ellipsoid or whatever.
Yeah.
And they went down to freaking Ecuador, right? They did all this like in the South American jungle in the 1800s. No, they didn't. You can't get through that place now.
Yeah.
You think you're freaking dragging a theodolite through the South American rainforest in the 1800s?
Dude, like, I'm with you 100%.
No, you're not, bro.
That's what I wonder. Bro, and like,
you can barely walk through the brush in the northeast freaking forest. You're not walking through the freaking rainforest down there with something.
Well, get this. In the 1730s, when the French king commissioned to figure out whether or not it's prolate or oblate, and sent two teams, one to freaking Lapland and the other to Peru in 1730s, spending years isolated and somehow coming out with proof that Earth is in fact an oblate spheroid, because the distance angle relationship changed the further north you get, and you had to cover more distance in Lapland to get an angular rate of change than you did in Peru. It's like, I want to see the freaking data.
Yeah, that's probably classified. They probably invented classified data back then.
Yep. I mean, how rigorous could they have been with their methods at the time? I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't get freaking, eaten by Native Americans in the 1730s down there.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, Native Americans. What about the diseases?
Diseases, exactly. And yeah, you get a toothache and you die from tooth cavity.
So something like, I saw something that said 80% of the people that live at the equator or below, south of that, have parasites. Right? And like that's why the life expectancy is so low, because eventually, basically, you just get eaten alive by parasites. Eventually, everybody does. And right, so you're gonna have a bunch of white dudes that have no concept of like anything to even treat any type of parasite, and like the water parasites, like all the stuff. Like I don't even know if boiling kills some parasites in certain stages. You know what I mean? And then even if you boil it, it's not like they are doing like white glove treatment on shit. Like it's not even feasible to even do that and survive, right? You can't. Like they're not washing their hands at every freaking meal. I mean,
yeah, and the surveyors that they were sent were like French aristocracy. So like, what survival training did they freaking have?
Yeah, man. I think these are like they're all this shit, like the aristocracy thing. That just made like a light bulb go on. That's right. All these so-called scientists and botanists and they all come from the aristocracy.
Yeah.
They live relatively pampered lives, but their lives are probably equivalent to like just the normie today. You know what I mean?
Yep. And you're going to convince me that these guys, the French aristocracy, were going to freaking Lapland and spending years there, and going to Peru, years there.
Not speaking the language that everybody else speaks, not knowing where they are, not having any freaking type of. It's not like, oh shit, man, we forgot the sugar. Okay, let's go back. Let's hop on the train and we'll go back a little ways and freaking grab some sugar and come back. No, it didn't work like that. You can't send somebody for the. No, you just like. Shit, we're dead. No.
Yeah, right. I mean, what? Just to measure how much the stars rotate in the sky with respect to the distance you travel on the ground. You have to go to freaking Peru from France to do that?
And then, hold on, bro. And then, let's say they do it. What are they even going to do with that information? What good is it?
Yeah, well, the French wanted to give the middle finger to the English and say, see, we're right. Earth is a lemon and not a squished sphere.
Yeah. It's an egg.
Yeah, the cosmic egg. Yeah, these French and their esoteric. Yeah.
Like, there's no practical purpose. Now, nowadays, you could say, yeah, we need to know, with accuracy because we have technologies that can make use of them. Like, there's no way they could use that information for any practical purpose at that time, especially not because of where they're doing it. That's only like those surveys are only valid for where they were. It isn't like you can take their Lapland survey and be like, oh, let's just go to freaking. We're going to build a train. We're going to build trains in the Himalayas, right, or across some other place, and we're going to base it upon the measurements we did in the Lapland, right? We're going to say, hey, this oblate ellipsoid thing, we're going to use that reference ellipsoid. We're going to use it over in the Himalayas. Like, it wouldn't even work. So, which is why they have various datums, right? All around the world. They have all these custom datums. There's no practical purpose for it in any way. What are you going to die for that? Oh, I want to die for that.
Right. And decades later, we find out that there are these optical effects that we understand better, and then so-called gravitational anomalies that we understand better, which should have been a part of those prior expeditions that they didn't know about, which would have affected the data that they presented to the public that was then used later. So, in other words, when they're out there like measuring horizontal using plumb lines and they're in the freaking mountains but didn't know about the deflection of the vertical that came decades later, then how good is their data? So, I mean, it's just so bad. I've seen so many now lectures on geodesy, history of geodesy. They all go back to these fundamental stories. Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, Newton, and then these French expeditions to settle it once and for all that 69 degrees or 69 miles are traversed for a 1 degree of rotation in the sky on average.
Yeah.
Like, it goes back to this shit. And I'm like, really? That's the bet you're relying on? So did NASA rely on 1730s French era freaking dubious expeditions to Peru to conduct their rocket experiments and factor into their orbital mechanics equations and all that stuff? Because if they did, they got freaking lucky.
Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
Who said Google Earth?
disproving the shape of the
Gensh is invoking Google
We have
Earth.
the Google
And
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying there's something missing here, like
Gensh,
a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We
Literally.
heard you. Let's seventh time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Just shut up.
Earth is a cylinder,
Shut up,
according
dude.
to-
Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
You work
because
3D.
the sphere,
You know I'm wrong.
excuse me,
You want to
no,
bet like
you
1,000
asked me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
No, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
But you could do it, right?
Unfortunately.
What do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do
on
you
a
mean by
cylinder.
looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
I think the word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you wrap.
Do you want
You
me
know
to do you want me to stream it in live in front of you right now?
So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me
of
to stream it? I can
Archimedes?
prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way, you
KGB,
guys
that's
are
not how
muting me
Google
earlier.
Earth
That's
works,
clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
live. I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of a
Jesus
globe.
fucking-
Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provide it. Do you
Taken
have
from
it?
where? Taken from where?
Okay, here's my position. All right, with respect to you guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to
where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo
Okay,
for
I
flat
took it
Earth,
at the
bro.
beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the
How high?
entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
As
you
high
couldn't
as
capture it.
possible.
You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you
in
do
order
it?
for
Did you
rocket
build
to
a
work.
rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you
What
have,
does that
do you have
mean?
a source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah.
No. No, this
Do you
is
know
a
how
legit
thermodynamics
question.
works,
Did you
KGB?
do this yourself
Triangle,
to come to
dude.
that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum.
Which people?
Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
What does this have to do with the request?
Where did you get your information
I
from?
posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth
Because you
from
can't
the highest possible
because
point?
there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, he just showed it.
Can you
in
please
the
show me a
side
video
chat.
of it
In the
so I can
side
see it
chat.
myself?
It's in the
Yeah, look in the side chat.
See, you're not listening, dude. So when you
Where is
decide
it?
to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not.
with,
This isn't a
Stein.
debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a
I feel like
debate in
you're
5 years.
kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this
No
hasn't been a
offense.
debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, "Hey, boy, big boy, you want a good time?" They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay, so Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically, listen, programmatically inside how it's not a ball is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do. Right, go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole. Use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I would
love to talk with
Why don't you actually address what I said of substance?
I would love to talk with Sly.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine, right?
What do you have to say about...
You just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe
Google
Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned. So
No,
you mute me,
I
Bo?
haven't muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile. Actually,
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinates.
Cardinal
directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have or, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to,
You can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And are right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
right.
They're right in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah,
because the car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica. They're the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
Explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jen, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curb and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you
or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this, like, conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve, right, for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software. Evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like
to
talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something
to
do with the physicality?
Which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, I just
but the software isn't real, so...
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there is a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we...
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem... Stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay,
Gents,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying,
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done. So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth. But those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay, how you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go
you're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory. You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just... I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography. Bro, this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You
angry?
Don't even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas.
Because
I respect that you
I don't need a compliment. It isn't my idea here.
Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't... How do you manage to find people to talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them,
really not trying to be
feel if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not just you're interrupting me. That's
because look, listen. If you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you talk for 30 seconds so I can go back.
You wouldn't be able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue
and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said. Why waste time? Why just, like, do you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, okay. Just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that
yes.
you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of a link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
This is not. I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay. And this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually. Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have.
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is, you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not
you
talking
had
about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths they are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinates and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Egregium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Jench, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical, and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast. The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you gonna call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking?
Low and Bubba, but
anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct, but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables. Correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. You can hear the whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
nothing. Yeah,
hello, guys.
Feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I mean, I think most of us use Google Earth, and it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles,
yeah,
it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station, here's the Museum of Science, here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what its inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing.
This would be a you problem, not a me problem. Yeah. You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not. I'll do it.
Are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth. Say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't want to say globe.
Now actually be specific. Instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific? Okay.
Yeah,
so
a
you had
specific
this
example.
That someone sent earlier in the chat, I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No. Shut the fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes.
Oh my god, you could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that.
Because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. I think you need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem is.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false? Right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at
Google
it.
Earth,
that's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go.
What would that look like?
What would that?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try to wrap
no. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I can't find it, therefore it don't exist.
I'm saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
no. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why did they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica. Hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out of
the tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for a discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but like this is my evidence is that you
your
don't
evidence
have
is a
any
claim.
Evidence.
Your evidence is
My
your claim.
evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that
real.
I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance.
You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line,
is anyone there?
I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles.
Is anyone alive?
And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball,
Houston?
you'd be able to do this and
You
get
copy?
a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder.
Houston?
So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, I don't. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw, a discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny it all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube, Twitter, can fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
do it yourself. You can do it right at. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that. I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that, just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude. So you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the same
First of all, that's
thing.
an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. Yes. And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally type in Google, and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. And I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows it's not.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his P brain. So there we go. That took all 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to.
Dude, just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I
You're
already
just
answered this.
full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be.
Gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
You're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto oblate ellipsoid. Then that referent oblate ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the oblate. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism, you can represent that as one isomorphism.
Oh my
it's pretty
God,
simple.
dude. You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is I don't even know what you call it, oblated spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because the geoid is an hold on, dude. Let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
Is an undulating surface a continuous curve? That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals in two adjacent segments, and then it's still continuous.
Mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken
so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if you're taking classes now, India. Now we're down to who's taking what kind of classes. Dude, you really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics. I think he don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying
and the other one is.
He was like that chick one day at band camp. After fucking every goddamn line. So I'm gonna unmute Kasari here. Yeah, because he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. That's his name, KGB.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Hold on, where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were
they?
Supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here.
I'm
that's
so
false
sorry,
advertising,
bro.
man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? That's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man. They fucking drive me crazy.
Okay.
Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying, you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
Yeah, well, he was like,
felt bad.
He was doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, what
he questions John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long. Was
it? 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the.
What do you want to talk to
screenshot?
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what he's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. You claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside. The sun is above me and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then?
About
what should we? Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology
revolves. I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey, what's everybody saying?
Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid. Actually,
okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You're right.
I said, what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
you can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was there.
What do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So
those pictures from space. Those pictures you think are from space? What are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to prove that the bacteria and viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the problem with all these people using telescopes to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon is a sphere, why isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
that's an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. Does not have a speckle or reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some
eclipses.
examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse, yes.
Solar eclipse.
I said an eclipse.
Did you see the moon during a solar eclipse? So,
yes,
a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can see the shadow.
No human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Oh, you failed, KGB.
What caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon? The lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide something to counter that.
We're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise, that the moon is a sphere.
Proves.
Because the
Then
shadow
how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Okay, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Yeah, absolutely.
That fucking exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. Do you know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, it's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax. And you can't tell
but
3D.
We're not doing 3D now.
And
the term parallax does not
fit.
Well,
a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was
nonsense? That's a 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other side.
How do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a
shadow? You're claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
What do you mean? How do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
how do you know?
One side. There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow. Listen,
brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're gonna go back to the moon.
No, this is relevant, dude. This is relevant. It goes in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there. Yes, I do.
But I asked you how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying now that you know it's. Shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right side.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well
incorrect?
known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post from you want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you How about you take this ball in your hand? You put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
Tell me the
that wouldn't work either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people, and they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that?
Because there's no similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How? Why?
Says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KHB, just listen for 5 seconds. Telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to you don't have to talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well,
because flying up is flying.
Here,
so you think that I can go to a magic place? That's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't on Earth. Even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently.
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
What is this space?
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just.
What's the universe inside of?
It's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
No, you tell me. You're the professor.
No, you tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me, where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars, dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float?
Same questions over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moves.
Yes,
floating.
Me and my
go by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is.
I told you.
Nah, he's not being honest. He's doing a spine.
That the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore,
That's all I can tell.
How does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute, okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking. I looked through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is Cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is.
What do you see? What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative-pating bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't, and you're laughing at You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very
None of
much,
these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman over there implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yes, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF showed.
We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit.
Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah, it's floating, like suspended in air.
So what does the sun do during the day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would you
example,
describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
describe? Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball, it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to how would you describe it to them? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
What's up, guys?
I want to know what you
said.
said.
How
would you describe it?
Walk outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to some degree,
spherical motion.
And then it sets down to the east.
Wow. Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and then you move your arm across.
And you want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering the question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to draw it.
From the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way down
the horizon
to the other side, which is the west.
He thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question. Wait,
you're changing everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
well,
just
right? No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
if the moon describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If the moon is a circle,
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Just shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know anything, man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to see
is this a flat Earth server?
Oh my god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or.
Well, it's so far away.
Dude,
this is your problem.
You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the sides of the sphere? Why
is this
24/7? That's
let's talk
you
about
problem.
the moon, though?
You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
Yeah, if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, then it's a disk. So therefore, we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disk.
No one said it's a disk.
Well, it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disk.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like they shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
No. So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas. And that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what is it? Though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? Flat Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
You're so what's the moon then? What shape
you should know the moon
works. What does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
What? Because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
Well, I already told you it looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle, but what shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a circle. Right. So it's a circle. So it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No, not
logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible
logic.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why would our Earth not look like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an explanation?
How are you in the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
Military grid maps are flat, dummy.
Yeah. Do you work with rockets and missiles?
Yeah.
They require flat Earth.
It's like
they require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption.
You better tell me to press because he thinks the field goal is far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But you've never even fired a gun.
Say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
Hi, hello. Can Thuấn.
size, and I could have answered it one way, and then you would have been like,
no one ever measures
I was asking in moles.
No one ever in their life measures a basketball in the circumference of it.
Again, I would like to be the one, you're the guy who assumed that I has never done machining, right?
Correct. You don't know what flat is. You said there's no such thing as straight flat.
So you're the guy who assumed that I don't know shit about machining. Okay.
Correct.
I'm gonna note that.
I assume that by the way you speak.
Not only that, he said everything bends down.
That's how I know he's never machined a part in his life.
He's never seen a tree either. Or a blade of grass.
Could you imagine Prince holding a tolerance and it has to be just like this, but when you hold it up, it bends, and it doesn't say it bends in the print? You would be working on that you may as well just go to a crazy house and get a job there and just be nuts all day long trying to make a bent part straight that just doesn't straighten out.
D-Dob and Matrix specifically. Am I disruptive?
Wow.
Dude.
Do you want us to make you feel better about the fact that you don't have any globe evidence?
I'm not here for that.
Then you are in the wrong room, dude.
Then you've answered your own question. Yes, you're disruptive.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like he's a closet flat earther. He knows that he's attracted to the flat earth, but he doesn't want to come out and admit it because he doesn't want his parents to find out because he'll be shunned.
I'm again if you have like a cohesive community and I'm disrupting and shit.
Dude, I just asked you to get on topic.
By asking us if you're fucking disrupting us.
Yeah,
I have no
totally.
topic
I don't know why
you
you want us to coddle you and treat you as somebody special here. We ask everyone to discuss the room topic.
I am literally a global.
Okay, so if you don't want to be disruptive and you claim to be intellectually honest, you'll address it.
He just said he was a glober and he doesn't know anything about the globe. How is that possible?
Because he has a religious belief in the globe. And it makes him feel good.
The TV belief, the one
feels
you see
him
on
good.
TV.
It makes him feel good to agree with most people around him.
I agree. It is. Maybe it is that way. Yes.
It's not maybe.
But again, should I shut the fuck up, or do you want to talk?
You should try to get on topic. Can you do that? Are you capable of that?
I'm not
Are you?
interested.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question, Giga. Can you discuss the rim topic or not? Yes or no? I don't want to hear anything else besides yes or no.
Can you please phrase
okay, so that was a no. That was a no. You cannot address the rim topic. You are physically unable to do so or mentally unable to do so. Understood. Is there anybody else in the room
Maybe
who
it actually
has any
hurts
questions?
him. Maybe it's actually painful for him to adjust the topic.
It's painful for us, that's for sure. I mean, we have several other people in the room right now. If anyone has any questions or comments or has any evidence for a globe, we'd love to see it, you know? But if you just want to talk about how you feel, this is probably not the best place for you. You know, I'm sure there's a philosophy channel somewhere or a therapy channel. The only therapy we offer is helping people get over their globe. We have several people with open mics. Do any of you have any questions or comments? Anything to offer on the rim topic? Has anyone talked to Sunflower?
Not yet.
No. Or Gannon? Ergo went on mute when I asked, so I assume he doesn't want to discuss. What about you, Jimmy?
I thought Ergo might have stepped up. He was happy to go on camera earlier. I thought he might have been happy to jump onto the mic.
Hey, Jimmy. I see you unmuted.
Just so you know, Nathan, lights are on, but no one's home. We can see you flashing, but no sound coming through, mate.
Reconnect.
Hey, Jimmy, welcome to the room. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Fair enough.
Welcome to the friendliest flat earth channel on all of Discord.
That's a very interesting discussion, I must say.
Why is that, man?
Unfortunately, we haven't really gotten to the evidence at all. If you've been here before, well, I don't know if you've been here before, but have you seen anyone present the evidence either way for flat or globe?
It's the first time, actually.
Okay, cool. Matrix? You want this one?
For? No, you're right. Keep going. You're on a roll. You're actually going really good, so I'm happy to let you. I can post them up.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, you said you don't really want to talk, so I'll just briefly go over the evidence for you. So, we're told that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So that necessitates a certain rate of curvature just using trig. So that works out to approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So we go out in the real world and over large bodies of water, which are flat at rest, we measure for that curvature. And every single time, we get none. So, for example, over a 10-mile body of water, there should be over 66 feet of curvature. That means that if you had a 6-story building approximately at the other end of a 10-mile lake, it would be completely invisible due to being blocked by Earth curvature. We don't see that anywhere. We don't measure that anywhere. When we shoot lasers, they hit their target every single time. Over 20 miles, that would be over 266 feet of curvature, so a 26-story building approximately. No curvature there either. And that's it. So we're not interested in creating a new paradigm. We're not interested in creating a new model. We just simply completely destroy the heliocentric model by measuring the surface of the Earth. We don't claim that the Earth is a specific shape. We don't claim it's a disk in space. Nothing like that. We don't claim that we're the only flat planet. The whole model falls, the whole globe concept falls apart as soon as you measure the Earth as flat. So we don't make claims to things we cannot empirically prove. Some people are uncomfortable with that fact, but we're going to be honest and admit when we don't know something that we don't know it. But we do know that the surface of the Earth measures flat. And that's it.
Feel free to reference me as a grouper, by the way.
No, we're not using you for anything. You don't know anything about the globe.
Thank you for validating my claims of you being a disruption.
Oh yeah, you are right. He is a disruptor.
My bad. I have just one question.
That's okay. I put it in the notes. I put it in my notes for you, Giga. Room disruptor.
If anyone wants to check the side chat, people have put some really great stuff for y'all to check out, including a whole big list of laser tests.
He worked out we couldn't hear him.
Still can't hear you.
Yeah, lights are on. No one's on.
I guess those microphones don't work.
No, just with this. I've refreshed
there
it.
There he is. Yes, he's got it.
Now you're on.
Discord just cut out. I refreshed it and it's fine now.
Welcome back, Nathan.
Hello.
What's going on your side of the pond?
Very hot here. Clear blue skies, beautiful sunny day. Just does mean I'm going to be pouring with sweat though. That's life though, isn't it?
You guys having an
eclipse today? 15 degrees, isn't it?
15 degrees? No.
You guys having an eclipse today?
Yeah, about 7 p.m, something like that, our time. I've had the girls make a couple of viewing boxes just in case it is too bright to look at with the naked eye. I doubt it because it's late in the afternoon. So it should be easy enough to just look at it. But
in 2 hours, make sure you strap yourselves in because gravity is going to vanish for 7 seconds.
I already got my side down. I had a company come out and drilled holes 60 feet into the ground and diagonally a couple different directions, and I got chains out there, and then I'm going to go out and chain myself out in the yard later.
Okay. I mean, gravity, depending on which one you're talking about, is an assertion that we've got a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. But in terms of it being a force that could be turned off, that was superseded 111 years ago. The current rhetoric is a mathematical construct called space-time is alleged to warp as a consequence of the uneven distribution of maths. That's not something that you can turn on and off in any circumstance. It's the mathematics. You talk about specific gravity, it's just weight. You talk about Newtonian gravity, it's mass attracting mass to the center of Earth. So, that's which one you talk about, but none of them are actually any consequence beyond weighing things.
Well, it's all over TikTok that it's turning off for 7 seconds today. Hold on to stuff.
Yeah, because the reason why is because there's black hole waves crossing. Well, it could be from the eclipse. You better believe it. They anchor down.
These are only in existence in mathematics.
Yep, now it's my turn to play.
Yep, it's
I'm
reality.
half a day ahead of you lot. Nothing happened, so don't worry.
Oh, I forgot. You live in the future.
Yeah, but it has to happen 10:30 our time. Well, 9:30 my time. 9:33 to be exact, Central Time. 10:33 Eastern Time. Oh, wait, you're saying that at the time it was supposed to happen for you, it's gone already and it didn't happen? What a disappointment.
Correct.
It's already
anyway.
Thursday.
It is.
Close to it for Australia.
I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so at 12:30 a.m., you should feel the effects in Sydney. Right? So it'll be Thursday for you,
Correct.
Wednesday for us. So it didn't happen yet for you. It's happening at 12:30 a.m. So please make sure you take precautions.
Hey, Matrix, look in your types of gravity chart and look in the D section. Look at the first one. That's a Glober gravity. It's a degenerate gravity.
Well, during the 7 seconds, are the effects going to be negligible or what?
You are going. That's what I was thinking. If you're outside, 7 seconds, don't go by so fast. So you could freaking float up 20 feet. There's going to be a lot of people dropping dead today.
Just so you know.
What I've been saying.
And why would you be floating up? Where are you getting this instant want to be up in the sky from?
Because gravity pulls you towards the center. If you don't have any gravity, you're going to fly away from the center. Duh.
Horseshit. That was superseded a while ago. It's bendy space time now.
Oh, I'm talking about that.
How I'm flying.
See, that one don't work with what's supposed to happen at 10:30 Eastern time. Stick with the one that's going to work. And bending of space time ain't going to work. Like you can't float away with that. So just go back to Newtonian.
Yeah, stick with the right one.
Would carry you on without Einsteinian gravity. Your inertia would carry you on, so it looked like you were falling upwards, but it's actually the Earth just stopping its movement.
Oh shoot! The Earth's going to stop. Wow, there's going to be catastrophes. Let me get ready. I'll be back. I got to anchor down.
I already talked to some Globers. If the Earth stops spinning, everybody flies off.
I see this as a fairly narcissistic endeavor. Whoever seeded this into the general populace, this idea, right? It's a couple of things. One is Duper's delight. But moreover, there's a narcissistic endeavor called future faking, which is where if you're dealing with empathic people that respond well when you try and extract a response or a reaction from them, and you can plant this idea of something that will affirm their bias coming their way imminently. In this case, a demonstration that the lack of any evidence of Earth turn or gravity can be compensated for when suddenly the effects are no longer in effect. There aren't any effects. Not all things tend towards the ground. But to suggest that we can nullify a non-effect and then we'll start experiencing something is a way of future faking you. When it doesn't happen, you've already had those endorphins released into your system anyway. You've already got off on it. You've got the mental high from the fantasy that this could happen. It's like the psychopath telling the woman, yes, of course we'll get married next year. Of course you can go out and start looking at places to have the reception. The year elapses and they're not getting married. And then he just says, oh yeah, did I say that? Yeah, we'll get married this time next year. And she immediately gets excited again. It's future faking.
Did you hear what Hop said to me that one time when we discussed this about a month ago? I said, man, if that happened, that would freak me out. I'm just walking down the block and boom, I get sucked up. He goes, "You stupid idiot! You're a Christian. You're supposed to believe in a rapture. So why should it freak you out?" Oh man, it would freak me out.
Yes, the lack of a non-force force that you can think of as a force that isn't really a force because there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Professor Brian Cox, being turned off should worry everyone. I think we should all be deeply afraid. In fact, don't be afraid. Be very, very, very afraid.
Well, they cover this in one of the adventure movies, don't they? Where gravity is gone for a couple of seconds and people are just floating in the air. I don't know if it's Spider-Man or the Avengers. One of the Marvel movies. It might have been Flash. I don't know. It's a superhero movie where they lose gravity and people are just floating up in the air.
Can you say all that again? I was in the other room making coffee.
I said in one of the superhero movies, it's happened already, so.
Oh, it must be true then.
It's turned off. Very good.
Yeah, it was one of them. I don't know if it was Flash. It was one of them. I'll find out. But it happened in one of the movies for about 5 seconds. It was a loss of gravity and everything just floated up in the air. Cars, people.
Is that because the Earth stopped moving up?
Infinity War.
It was the Avengers, right? The Infinity War?
Yeah.
Now that was when at the end Thanos clicks them all away, right?
I think it's when Peter Parker's on the
spaceship. Didn't hear you. Somebody rumpushed you.
I think it's when Peter Parker was on the spaceship.
He just wants to rumpus you today, whoever that is.
Sorry, I was just calling you dweebs for talking about comic book shows.
Oh, it's Len.
Yes, I agree entirely. Yes, I was definitely listening.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt there anyway. How's my sound? Is it shite?
Average. It's all right. It's not terrible.
I was wanting to get the same noise cancelling headphones as Eli, but then a day or two afterwards, someone accidentally delivered a set of Sennheisers through my door.
Oh, okay.
It's got my address on it, but no way of returning it or anyone, so I thought, I'll give that a go.
Fair enough. This sounds fine. It's all right.
I can hear the background, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're anywhere near as good as yours. I'm doing about 20 on my bike, and there's a bit of a breeze, so you probably can't even hear what I'm saying.
Oh, we can.
Oh, that's actually pretty good, then.
Yeah, I would agree. Considering your circumstances, that's pretty good. I love the noise cancellation headphones on our show currently. People out competing each other for how much crap they can have going on in the background that you can't hear. Like, we had jackhammers in the background yesterday. Couldn't hear them.
Wait a minute. Personally, I've heard over the months, Dave Weiss, in one of his apologetics, discussing how electrostatics work and that they've discovered that when lightning strikes, people and things actually float up because it changes the polarity of the local. It depends on how close you are to the lightning strike, but things do actually float momentarily when the sudden change of polarity of the ground versus the sky changes when the lightning strikes.
That's not true.
No, it is. I saw that. No, don't be so quick to condemn it, John. I did see it. There was this like bird. I think it's called a roadrunner. And then there was this other creature like a coyote. It got struck by lightning and it levitated off the floor. Amazing.
Go ahead, John.
During electrical storms, the polarity of shifts a lot. When was the last time it thundered near your house and you floated up in the air?
The last bit you broke up. The last bit again.
Polarity switches during a lightning storm, often and regularly. But when's the last time you floated up during a thunderstorm?
I'm not saying it's constant. I'm saying that a close by lightning strike is enough to apparently, again, I haven't looked into it besides the Roadrunner, and the local, fairly local strike will objects will raise up slightly.
You've never seen that.
Yeah. I'm just saying it. That's what the claim was. I haven't looked into it. Other than the whole past 8 hours, we've had the most lightning and the most rain we've had in our area for months and months. We got flood warnings.
That's lightning. A lot of things floating up.
No, it's not that. It's not everything is floating. It's that instantaneously or for a short second, the polarity shifts in a local lightning strike. I'm not saying that a bunch of lightning means the polarity changes of the area.
The polarity changes constantly during a lightning storm. Okay. Not all the time do you get lightning. That's to have that path, right? So people that make these claims have no idea how electricity works.
One thing I have seen that was truly fascinating, when you say if it has that path, well, like most places, there's going to be somewhere at a high point of the ground that's got a conductor on it, right? So for me, it's the local church. It's got a lightning rod on it. That's where the lightning goes. It's quite noisy when there's a lightning storm here because it hits the church. Anyway, aside, if you're in somewhere that doesn't have anything like that and it's like an open expanse, you can get these things. I think the correct term is leaders, and it's like lightning raising up from the ground to try and meet the electricity that's going to come down from the sky. You ever seen that? Where they've got it looks like reverse lightning almost coming out of the ground. I'm talking about.
Yes, it can go both ways. It can go sideways. It can go like the people that claim this have no idea how electricity works. And the idea that lightning is going to strike and cause things to float is ridiculous. It may land there and explode and people go flying in different directions from the explosion, but I don't call that floating.
I think it's sideways lightning, sheet lightning.
It can be ball lightning, all sorts of different phenomena that can happen with electrical, the way they work in our air.
I'm sure I saw a documentary once about a guy who sewed a load of body parts together, and he put it on this bed and raised it up towards the lightning. The thing came to life. I saw that in a documentary sometime.
It's as believable as things float because of it. But if you're going to have an immaterial material be the background medium for all mediums, then you really do need to explain this downward vector behooving upon the force that appears to be applied to it.
Yes.
Yeah, but what about the MIT little aircraft thing that doesn't use any moving parts, that floats around because it reverses polarity or something? I need to dig that video up.
It reverses polarity and it has no moving parts. Then how does it reverse polarity?
I mean, they got a wire hook to it. I got to find that video.
Talking about where they got that like metal, they put it in like a metal box, and then they reverse the polarity and have the attracted one way to the metal box and the other way to the metal box. Is that what you're talking about?
This is going back to Dave's videos, but yeah, there's one where they've got a triangle of foil and they reverse the polarity and it's goes up. So basically there's a diplane or whatever. They've got, the positive on the bottom and negative at the top. And they reverse it, and so then there's levitation.
In a metal structure or other container they're doing it.
It's not contained. It's like a aluminum foil triangle that is
Is there something beneath it, above it, or on the sides of it?
There's several different versions. One is it's metal plates above and below. So the top plate is negative, the bottom plate is positive. So they're putting it between it.
Think about what they're actually doing, not what they say they're doing, because they're not making it float. They're attracting magnetism.
Yes.
And that's omnidirectional. What do you got?
Well, I'd have to look up I guess I'll look up the video of the thing. Again, it's what Dave claims. He shows a video once in a while, or used to. MIT's got a, I don't know what they call an ionic drive or whatever. Where
I can prove that fire falls down. Okay. I got this flamethrower and I can point it down and fire will shoot out of it downwards. Therefore, fire goes down, correct?
Non sequitur from the ionics drive thing that they did. I didn't pull it up.
Yeah, they're using the same non sequitur that I just did.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a horse in the race, but the prospect of going out and checking how flooded my barn is pressing upon me at the moment.
Well, I don't have a competing theory for why things go down, go boom, boom either.
No, I know. It's just fascinating. And it wasn't even, well, I guess this all started with the whole gravity thing that we're so afraid of today. It is fascinating that there is a claim that for a microsecond, there is a shifting of the polarity enough when lightning strikes. And I agree, a lot of it could be just the explosion or the concussion of
with magnetism, right? You could have two north poles, right? The polarities be stood in opposition, and they will seem to push each other apart. So if you put a magnet facing a certain way on the ground, and then you have something else that can have an electrical current flow through it, change its polarity, it can appear to float because of that repulsion of the two magnetic fields. Is that what they're thinking is?
Yeah, that's what's happening. It has freaking nothing to do with gravity. Nothing at all of any of this has to do with gravity. It just has to do with the effects of either electrostatic or magnetic or electrical. It's all that's all
To mute you all just to catch Eli, who sounded like he was urinating.
Sorry, my bad. I was about to say something.
I muted you, Surf Daddy, and refracted. It was the quickest way. Sorry.
What are you urinating?
Yeah, we don't want to hear him in the toilet.
He's just on a European vacation.
When you said, damn, now I forgot. The last thing you said about that's what's happening. What's happening exactly?
Basically, there's this underwriter called Weiss and Whitsitt Underwriters, and they've come out with this thing called gravity insurance. Now, if you're worried that you're going to be affected by this ether sensation that's about to occur, then you can take out some gravity insurance. I am a broker. Feel free to send me money.
The same people that were selling people stars?
No, insurance against the stars falling on you, I think you'll find.
Oh, pay attention to that because the stars will fall from the sky.
And when that happens, you will be well covered with Weiss insurance.
I can make jokes about it, but the gravitational constant of the universe may not be constant.
Exactly. You'll find out in, let me see, less than 2 hours. We will find out.
Never too late to be insured.
John, are you anchored in, John?
I went ahead and bought 3 helpings of insurance.
Ian, can I interest anybody in the Discord server in some gravity insurance? Very good rates.
We normally sell people asteroid insurance, if that's all right.
I've got that too, but I mean, it's okay. We can compete on those scores. It'll drive the prices down. Makes us more competitive.
Well, what price you pushing? We've got 3959 for a year.
It's tremendous value.
Oh, hold on. This is going to stop everything. I was way off because you are not going to float no 20 feet. You are going to float 66 feet if we lose gravity for 7 seconds. You all better get serious now.
It's 66.6 feet, I think you'll find.
That's better.
Accuracy is the hallmark of heliocentric theology.
Here's what it says. The Bible social media rumor claiming people would float 20 meters, 66 feet high during a 7-second loss of gravity is a myth. If gravity would somehow turn off, you would not float straight up like a balloon because of inertia and Earth's rotation. You would instead drift slightly upward and fly sideways at 1,000 miles per hour. So we're only going to go up a little bit, fly sideways at about we can handle. No need for freaking insurance.
So why don't helicopters go sideways at 1,000 miles an hour when they take off?
Not 1,000 miles an hour isn't that big a deal. It's only one rotation every 24 hours.
That's going to bug me if I don't do it now. Right, this derived rim velocity, the edge velocity of an alleged equatorial plane, is a derivation of a flat Earth measurement of elevation angle. That's where you get this value. It's an inferred value based on the edge size, therefore the velocity based on the 15 degrees an hour turn of the lights that we see in the sky. The start of this process to infer an edge velocity of 1,024 or whatever it is miles an hour requires you measure Earth flat to extrapolate that distance, that equatorial value, so that you can ascribe it a speed when converting it from a degree of rotation in a different type of velocity. So it's all based on flat Earth measurements. Just want to drop that in case anybody gets ahead of themselves and starts believing this bullshit, while we, the flat Earthers, go through it, sniffing our own farts about how well we understand heliocentrism.
Duly noted.
You'll find out the hard way.
Yeah, we were having fun until you came around.
No. He's gonna pay for this. This is what it says. Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Without gravity tethering you, you would maintain that sideways speed and launch horizontally. If gravity 7 seconds, everything airborne, including you, the atmospheres, and oceans would slam back down at terminal velocity, causing global destruction.
Okay, so the descriptions of the velocities, bullshit though they were, are with respect to a plane. All of it. The maths they're using to try and scare you is planar mathematics. Yeah. The only inference of sphericity was an edge velocity at the equator. End quote. What's the equator, Neil?
Oh, that's a flat Earth measurement there, the equator.
Right. So we start this process to try and scare people with a flat Earth measurement that we derive into this extrapolated value we call the equator. Yeah. It's not my equator. I don't care about any of this nonsense, but it's just being done to scare dumb people. That's as far as it goes by somebody, an unknown source, that's laughing at people, simultaneously giving people the idea that they can reaffirm this belief that we won't notice any effects of Earth's alleged rotation, despite the rhetoric actually saying a 15 degrees an hour deviation will be observable that we don't see. But what we can infer is that we wouldn't notice anything unless we stopped, and we will be stopping. You'll see the effects for 7 seconds or whatever they're claiming. So be afraid, be very afraid. When it doesn't happen, they'll go, oh, well, isn't that fortunate that you didn't get to experience the effects of gravity not working? So it's still working. Everybody know it's still working, right? Everybody got their belief reaffirmed. Brilliant. We'll get married next year. I mean, there'll be a point where we'll experience it stopping next year.
Well, this all comes from a NASA plan called Project Anchor. Now, why would they have it named Project Anchor if it's not going to happen, Nathan?
Alex, it's just nonsense. Right, I'm going to press a few buttons. We're back in about 5 minutes.
You know damn well that there's a bunch of ballers hoping that this happens. We'll show them, flat earthers.
I've just got this idea of all these clowns just sitting there praying, come on, gravity's got to turn off. I've got to teach these FE guys. We've got absolutely nothing else, and this is the only thing we're going to have.
So you're like this. Gem Panda, all he needs is thousands of pictures from space to prove that Earth is a globe, and Rob Noxious, flight patterns or flight paths. That's all they need, and for them, Earth is a globe.
Photos and flights, eh?
Pictures and paths. That's all ballers need. Reaffirm their nonsense.
So what about the flight paths and the photos taken from such that J. Tolan Media has done? Round 2 up with one sitting there. Be great.
Still arguing that geometric horizon that's blocking even mountains 1,000 miles away in the distance. You just don't understand that you got to be a certain height above the ground, and you can see pretty far unless you got refraction.
Seeing a distance is a flat Earth measurement of horizontal linear distance in miles or kilometers. Refraction is a deviation in the vertical with respect to said horizontal distance if you're referring it to Earth's surface. Refraction is a flat Earth measurement by prerequisite, as is distance.
Yeah, that's what I tell them, and then they come back with, you're just parroting Nathan Oakley. And that's usually where the discussion ends.
Yeah, but technically you're parroting facts, not Nathan.
I know. I could give them all kinds of citations. They just keep throwing this 1.22 times square root of the observer's height in feet. I've got a thread that's just massive on Facebook with the whole geometric horizon stuff, and they're given the 1.22 formula, and just I laid it out. That's height, that's distance. The only measurements you have there are with respect to a horizontal plane. And there's some guy, I don't know if he's AI assisted or what, but he is just brutal. It's like the black swan never happened. And that concept of seeing too far with the black swan, or seeing the horizon farther than the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
Not to be a stick in the mud, brother, but can you stop calling it the black swan? It's up to the Globers to provide their black swan. That's a white swan. That's normal viewing, mate. It's not a black swan.
Yeah.
The reason for it, we don't have a friggin' globe in the first place. So it's not really a black swan, it's a white swan. They're the ones that have got to provide the black swan for us to go, oh wow, look, it is curved.
Yeah, they're too busy asking us for our flat Earth measurements.
Yep, you can provide those. That's not a problem. Tell us more about their beliefs. We'll sit and listen. I'll grab some popcorn too.
I'll send you a link to the Facebook thread.
Oh, mate, I'm on Facebook. They're broken in the head there. There's not much we can do about them.
Dumpster fire.
He said they're broken in there. There's not much we could do.
It's the same people everywhere. People are people. It doesn't matter which platform you're on.
Really?
Yeah,
jump onto
people are all
Facebook,
fake.
jump onto TikTok, and then come back here and you'll go, you know what? They're pretty reasonable in here.
This particular server at this particular time, maybe. We'll find out shortly. I do think people are generally the same in that regard. Most people have got a average worldview when it comes to this subject, and there's a stereotype that you can apply to normie when it comes to talking about Earth and the nature thereof. Most people assume it's a ball. Most people don't know that's a religion. Most people have got no idea that the actual Earth measurements are all flat. Most people are blissfully unaware of all this stuff.
So you mean to tell me that Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni measured Earth flat?
Yeah. There aren't any other measurements of Earth. A minute ago, you were talking about black swans. What's a black swan? Well, in the modus tollens logical consistencies, if Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's a flat Earth distance. And every distance, that's a flat Earth distance, the horizon measurement in horizontal linear flat Earth miles can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth in perpendicular altitude. So we've got several flat Earth measurements before we've got to the end of the logical consistency. Distance to the oil rigs, that's a flat Earth horizontal linear measurement of distance, is beyond the limitations of the sphere edge distance, that's a flat Earth linear distance measurement. When you suggest and infer with a calculation that your measured height off a flat Earth will limit your view at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because here's the horizon. Therefore, the Earth's not a sphere, with a radius of 3959, flat Earth derived distance. With flat Earth distances, we can show it's not a ball. This is so redundant.
So you're saying all those flat Earth prerequisites that you just mentioned, why would we go back to saying, therefore, Earth is not a sphere? Why wouldn't we just say, therefore, Earth is flat?
It went without saying the entire time, because both sides of the so-called argument were using flat Earth measurements the entire time. It's not like there's alternatives to the Cartesian system's flat Earth distances, perpendicular altitude, sea level, flight level, surface level, eye level. You need all of these things, and you do use them regardless of your belief in a ball. The ball uses flat Earth measurements also. It's derived from those measurements. So it can back engineer into the actual measurements of Earth's surface with things like elevation angles. The globe works because it's back engineering the flat Earth measurements into a spherical system with a protractor wrapped around you. So without the Earth being flat, you couldn't create a ball to believe in. All of the measurements, without exception, are flat. There's no other Earth measurements. When we take them to come up with clever logical consistencies, we're essentially whistling past, that is to say, it goes without saying, that the distance is a flat Earth measurement, that the height is perpendicular to sea level, that sea level's been measured for us to utilize it for altitudes, that eye level's parallel with surface level. You know, these are all axioms that we fundamentally require. It's just nobody says, well, if we're measuring perpendicular to sea level, then Earth is being measured flat. Nobody says it. It just went without saying. Nobody ever says, well, if we've got a horizontal distance to the oil rigs, then we've got a flat Earth measured horizontal distance that's linear then. And the answer is yes. All distance measurements are flat. There aren't any exceptions.
Is this discussed in your book?
Yes, it is. In the chapter called Earth Curve.
I think what happened was everybody was looking for Earth curves. That's why we missed all the flat Earth sine qua nons or prerequisites that without which you cannot have a globe. I think that's why we all missed it.
We were trained to.
It was there.
We were trained to ask, where's the curvature? Where? As in a location, like a point on the ground with coordinates measured off a flat Earth, or a flat Earth distance away from where I am now? What's that you say? Depending on how high I am from a flat Earth will influence how far this curve is. You're like, this is ludicrous when you break it down in the reality that we're measuring Earth flat in every single instance. It suddenly becomes so stupid when I break it down, doesn't it?
Yep.
Who knew? Who cares? Doesn't make any difference. It's still going to be measured flat tomorrow. regardless if heliocentrism fails or not, nothing will change in terms of how Earth's actually dealt with. So it was always being dealt with flat anyway. The only reason globe belief can exist is because it back engineers those flat measurements that we're using anyway. So what's got to change? If everybody stopped believing in a globe tomorrow, nothing would change. Literally nothing. Every measurement would remain the same. The tracking of every single light that we've got in the almanac would remain the same. The fact that people recognised how flat it was being measured would also not change a single thing in terms of Earth's measurement. So the so-called debate between flat earthers, actually anti-globers, saying where's the curve, and globe believers in this arena, it's actually anti-flat earthers saying aren't those people idiots because they're already at the bottom rung of society in their dweeby little corners, would have no bearing whatsoever on how Earth was actually being dealt with in practical application. So